Shut up and sit down.
Flaptaculons.
Hello, gang. Colin here, Festa 67's. Well,
Hello!
yeah, Fox is having trouble with his doohickey and all of that. It's all going wrong, mate, isn't it?
I tried to put my hand in my cabinet and forgot the door was shut. And...
Yeah, well, I'll do the
Glass
intros
confuses
whilst
me.
you're sorting yourself out. So, yeah, welcome to another Friday Frolic with me, Colin, Festa 67's Workshop, and my good friend and co-host, Fox, model making guru. There you go.
Hello, I'm Colin from Festa 67's Workshop.
It'll get
No Simon again this week.
absolutely, because he's useless. We'll get the pimpage out of the way. Don't forget, folks, if you'd like to help support this channel, you can do so on patreon.com/Festa67's Workshop, or you can click the join button below this or any of my other video content. You can also buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Festa67's Workshop. You can also support Fox, patreon.com/modelmakingguru, and click the join button below any of his content. That will give you access to the Zoom off-air 24/7 365 hangout, where you can meet like-minded people and have a bit of a giggle. If you want to get our attention in the chat, you can do so by doing an @Festa67's Workshop or an @ModelMakingGuru. Or if you really want to, you can click the $ Whopper Super Chat in. That'll get your message in a nice big box in the chat, and also gets you a bit of on-screen air guitar goodness.
Now, don't forget, of course, if you do go in the live 24/7, you don't have to have a bit of a laugh. You can be as miserable as sin if you want. It's entirely up to you. You can do what you want.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're in the chat. We've got Marcus Brune saying hello.
Hello, Marcus Brune.
Hello, Marcus. How you doing, mate? Edward Leonard is in. Squishy hugs.
That's more like a Pac-Man, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's not right now.
Jeff Light is in, says hi, Colin. Fox and
Hey, Jeff.
everyone in the chat. Hello, Jeff. How you doing, mate?
Hello, Jeff.
Paul Lewis is in, says hi there, Friday Frolic, and Colin, and Fluffy Puffin Fondling Fox.
He's just reminded me. I didn't get Guthorm out. Yeah. Hello.
What's up, chatter, as he said. Absolutely. Eric is in, saying evening, everyone. Hello, Eric. How you doing, mate? Nice to see you in, buddy.
Eric.
So, one.
Yes. Hello.
How's Mum? How's Mama Fox?
Oh, she's still going. Still a terror. Yeah, she's fine. She's all right today.
Oh, bless her.
She was having a derpy slow day yesterday, so today
Yeah,
she's
was she in
back
one
to
of
normal.
her, I don't want to do anything days.
Kind of not really doing much mood. Yes.
And how's your
she's
good
a bit more
self?
alert. I'm all right. I'm not too bad. I'm not three bad.
Happy
I've had a
days.
delightful curry and perhaps a slight frosty beverage for me dinner, so I'm in a good mood.
You've had a curry. Oh.
Yeah, and I ordered a couple of bottles of beer with it from the takeaway, and
dear.
I thought they were 330ml ones, and it wasn't. It was a 630ml bottle. So that's now empty.
Oh, bless. Could you
That
let
was
us,
earlier on, though.
could you let us know in the chat how audio is? Because Windows seems to have an habit of turning my microphone up and down at the moment. And it's not a setting issue. No idea why they're doing it. Marcus saying reverse Pac-Man.
Reverse Pac-Man.
And yeah, we are starting the infamous Ork Stompa buddy build.
Bum 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 bum.
Yeah, got no idea why that changed.
Wait, why am I in charge? Put me on the other side.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
StreamYard for some reason just changed that.
Does that mean Cy Reynolds is secretly in and messing about with our settings?
Could well be. You never know. But
No,
yeah,
he's not in.
Be doing the Ork Stompa buddy build, folks. Yeah.
Start to finish, we're going to build it. We're going to swear. We're going to say rude words.
Yeah, it's done it again. What's going on?
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
You've got
isn't
something sticking on your keyboard, have you, or something, or your mouse?
it?
Or...
No, my keyboard is nowhere near me, mate.
How very strange.
Yeah. Nor's the mouse. Strange.
It's a ghost.
Yeah, Stream Deck is off.
It's clearly a ghost or a ghoulie of some sort.
Yeah, so no, I've got nothing going on, mate. Anyway, yeah. It obviously just wants to do that. We've got a ghost.
Yeah. It's trying to get a close up of your moobs again, isn't it? But you're facing the wrong way.
Edward Leonard says I'm a slight bit quiet. Okay, let's probably not for the first time tonight go in and test me audio.
I shall keep quiet while you do your testing talking.
That's right, it's just getting a bit old, mate, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dropped it down to 82 again.
Arse.
Just to prove my point regarding the settings,
Oh.
Got no idea.
I can't remember how I fixed it on mine. I think it just fixed itself.
Yeah.
I think.
So,
I mean, for all I know, mine's doing it as well. I just haven't noticed. So.
yeah, it's nothing else is taking control of it.
Yeah. I'm going to check mine now. I see what mine's
Yeah.
doing.
So I've got no idea why that keeps happening, but nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid, folks.
Yeah.
It's just a thing. The only other thing I can do is disable it in StreamYard automatic audio control and see whether that does
Maybe.
anything. That's all I can do.
Mine's on 94. Huh, how
Yeah,
bizarre.
yeah, mine keeps dropping from 94 to 82 for some reason, mate.
Yeah.
So anyway, hopefully
I shall
it's,
keep the little window open just in case.
yeah, but if you can just let us know if it goes quiet, folks, because obviously I can't sit here keep playing with me settings,
Steady now.
but let us know in the chat if it goes quiet.
Yeah, I've just got my device properties little window open so I can adjust it on the fly.
Yeah, if I
need to.
do that, mate, it shows up on my screen, so
Ah, that's not good then.
yeah, which
Das
is
ist nicht richtig.
a bit of a pain in the old rectus maximus.
Yes. Yeah, Buttus Maximus.
See whether I can get it so that it doesn't block me screen.
While you're doing that, I shall show people what I finished
Yeah.
after last week's Friday show. I finished building the Dakar jet.
Happy days.
I've not got the canopy on it, but yeah, I just made a simple base
Yeah.
with some bits of spare tank parts, and I bent some plastic Baneblade panels. That's just been, it's white there because it's been bent and squished. And I've put some Agrellan Badlands and Agrellan Earth, I think, texture and some sprinkles and some little bits of stones and stuff, and super glued it all in place.
Oh,
And
right.
that will be ready to roll. I actually drilled a little hole in the base and put a tiny bit of acrylic rod in there. It's transparent, so you can't see it, just to hold this in place.
Yeah, because they're a bit
bases.
useless, aren't they?
Problem I've got is now to try and paint this, I've got to make sure I really carefully mask that clear bit, but it's all the stones and lumps, so
Yeah.
that could be fun.
Yeah.
And I was able to double check and verify that my method for getting rid of super glue frosting, you know, when you put super glue on something
Yeah.
and your clear part goes frosted, don't panic. Get some isopropyl alcohol and some cotton buds. That's all you need.
Yeah.
And you just literally damp them, wipe them away. You might have to do it like 10 times over the course of a day. Just keep doing it, and eventually all the frosting will go away. There you go. Cool, so that's that done. That just waits to be painted. now
I'm
one day in the
suitably
future.
impressed, mate.
I thank you very much. I just can't find anywhere in the cupboard to put it that isn't
Yeah.
complicated. No, it don't fit in there. Hang on. The cupboard's not the right shape or size. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, how are you, my friend?
I'm fine and dandy-o, mate. Nice and chill. Yeah. Quite chillaxed. I was sitting here watching my audio as I'm talking, going from 94 to 93 to 96 to 92. It's like really weird.
You have to do some Googling on that, I think. There's something going on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Mine's still at 100, so
Yeah.
what's mine's doing? Mine's not doing it.
Look at you. Mine's not doing it.
No, it might do in a minute. I don't know. I don't know.
It's really strange.
Yeah. Well, it has just been an update for Windows, hasn't there? So
Yeah.
it's probably tweaked something.
Yeah.
Is it? I was about to say, could it have reactivated your camera mic and that's knackering it? But you took all the wiring out, didn't
No,
you?
they're
So-
all desoldered, Fox.
Yeah, you destroyed
dropped straight down to 85 again.
Okay, so it's picking up when you go loud. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Well, just got to live with it. Because otherwise I'm going to get nothing built.
No, you'll figure it out. Don't worry. It's trying to normalise your volume in it.
Yeah.
Right. I've not even looked in this box yet.
Right.
So let's show people how big this damn box is.
Yeah, be easier if you flop your box on the bench.
I beg your pardon. I don't know. My big one won't fit. Here's my hand for comparison.
I know.
You could fit a body in there, and nobody'd ever find it.
Absolutely, mate. They are.
And of course, I did write on it. I can't see it. Stompy times. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's a Stompy.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So das ist ein großen Model. I've not looked in it yet, so let's have a look and see. Let's have a look and see what's in the box. It's upside down for a start. If you're wondering why it's a white box, it's because you can't buy this in the stores. You have to buy it online or at Warhammer World.
Absolutely.
That's what the white box means. Hang on. You can't get it out. Mum, it's not. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Christ. No decals. But, dear Lord. There's my hand.
I know.
Oh, crap.
Gives you an idea of how big that Warlick is, doesn't it?
Oh my God! Look at the size of the base. Oh look, can you? That's the base.
Yeah.
This is like. This is reminding me of the Neo Zeong,
Yeah.
but half the size of a Neo Zeong.
Yeah, it's a fair old size thing, isn't it?
I like all the details under there. You're never ever going to see.
Yeah.
Wow, this is enormous. Let's have a look at some of the panelling. So what are your plans with this then, buddy? Because you've built one of these, haven't you, already? Oh, have you? No, you haven't, have you?
I've got the Warlick. Oh, it's dropped to 87 again the minute I start talking. Yeah, I've got the Warlick variant of it that was sent to me, but no, I've not built one of these yet, mate.
I couldn't remember if you built one or not.
No.
Well, we've got lots of different textures. We've got riveted plate. We've got not checker plate, but like textured plate there. We've got checker plate with an edge. We've got some beaten brass type panels. We've got gratings because it's supposed to be made out of scrap. You've got proper checker plate there. Nice.
Absolutely.
It's all different bits of metal stuck together. So I like the little grot sticking his face in there, his nose in there.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Not quite sure I'm going to paint that little bugger, but there you go. Thanks for that Games Workshop.
Yeah.
That's going to be a nightmare to paint. Wow. Wow. Have you looked inside your box yet?
I have.
Come on, you've seen one.
Yeah, I've got it next to me.
Where's the... Crikey, that's the Is that the... I don't know which bit that is. I thought that was the face that goes on the front of the head, but it can't be that tall, surely. He said, sounding naively hopeful. That's a foot.
Yeah, it's a big old bird, isn't it?
Well, you get some dudes with it as well. That's good. You get I assume you get a driver and some grots.
Yeah.
Good lad. Weaponage. Couple of sprues of weaponage. That's a very big chainsword. I think we're going to have some... It's not going to be a complicated build, I don't think.
Oh, no, it's going to be, yeah.
Yeah. I think we'll have some fun with that. Right, have you built yours yet?
No, I am just sitting there Googling why my microphone keeps going up and down, but I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably an audio driver glitch going on, but...
It could be.
It's just Murphy's Law, isn't it?
It's trying to level it, isn't it? Auto-leveling type thing.
Yeah, but it's, as you've just seen on me settings, Fox, nothing is ticked, mate.
No. I mean, something somewhere is trying to auto-level where it's StreamYard or something, some driver somewhere.
Yeah, that's why I've just disabled it in StreamYard as well, mate.
Yeah.
He won't have it.
No, I'm saying there's probably some secret setting somewhere that's hidden away that's
anyway
trying to take control.
There's always something when I go live.
There is. It is the order of things. I better just plug in the ping for Mama Fox so she can tell me when she's going to bed. So I can sort her out.
Well, Bennett,
so what have you been up to this week then, buddy?
Absolutely diddly squat, mate, to be honest with you. I had so much planned, but yeah, I've had a bit of a motivational lack of, you know what I mean?
Bit of a motivational desert this week, was it?
Yeah, we get like it every now and then, don't we?
Yeah, we all get dry spots. Writer's block without the writers.
Yeah, it's not mojo, it's just physical. It's just, you know.
It's like, I'm far too,
Yeah, my system is just going, yeah, I can't be doing it. Oh, let's just adjust my audio again.
Right, we've got all the non-numbered parts, okay. There.
Absolutely. Paul Lewis says, morning to Joel Grit and welcome to the Plastic Pawn Show. Absolutely.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Joel. Looking good, sounding great, but enough about me, says Paul Lewis.
Yeah, it's up and down.
Edward Leonard says, frosting.
Up and down like an oar's drawers at the moment. But
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, I can't remember what fixed mine. I think it just a Windows update fixed mine, but I don't know if or just something fixed. I don't know.
Yeah, I might kill the audio driver and reinstall it, but on live it's just going to be a problem.
Yeah, no, no, there's not much you can do about it now.
No.
Not really. Right, we can recognise the floor panel.
Yeah. Because every time I open a menu, it's going to flash up on screen, so it's, yeah.
No, not much you can do about it now, unfortunately. Just have to talk with a quiet, dull, sultry tone. Do your Radio 4 voice.
It's just weird. Why now?
Yeah. I think the updates are the culprits. Maybe you've had like a sound. Maybe you've had like a sound card audio driver update or something without knowing it.
Yeah, it's just a complete and utter.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
right. Which bit am I cutting off now? I don't even know what bit that is.
let's get some of these nubs off of here. How warm is it up by where you are?
A little bit. I'm kind of thinking I wish I'd opened the window before we started, but it's not that bad. Oh, it's got weld seams on this.
Yeah, I got my window, my door.
Have you got the moves out?
No.
Not going to move in the camera. Have you seen the armpits on this? There's welding seams.
No, I've not got that far. I'm on section 1 cutting the base out.
Oh, it's on the same sprue. I thought you'd know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually like weld seams all around the armpits. It's quite good actually. I've never seen that on Warhammer before.
I've not had a good look at it, to be honest with you. It's been one of those. It's been sat there for months and months and months.
It sounds like you're peeling a potato there. It's such a big pot.
Yeah, it is a big old bird, isn't it, this?
Yeah. Now, I might be tempted, we talked about this earlier, I might be tempted to add some little bits and bobs to this. I don't know yet. I mean, there's the strong temptation to add some extra bits of, like, sheet metal, just with plastic card and rivets.
Yeah, it's very neat, isn't it?
Yeah. Just have, like, I don't know, something. But I don't know yet. I haven't got any chains, unfortunately. I need to get some chains.
You know, it's like a professionally laid brick wall, isn't it?
Well, I'd be a bit worried if it was my builder that did that, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you know, everything's just too neat and parallel. It needs...
For orcs, it's positively
yeah.
Presbyterian.
How old is this kit? Is it an old
kit is
thing, the Stompa?
No, I saw a video on the Games Workshop YouTube channel, not on Warhammer TV.
Yeah.
But on the old Games Workshop channel, YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And it had the launch thing for this. And it was a really crappy 480p video.
Oh right.
Filmed by a moron. Because it was just some temp they got in from the HR department to do some filming.
Yeah. And
it was on a spinny thing going really fast, and it was about 2009. It says 2008 on the sprue.
Oh right.
So it would have been about 2008 on the video. Yeah, it's like one of their first videos on the Games Workshop, and it's terrible.
Oh, cool beans.
It's like 360p or something.
Yeah.
In the days before they actually had proper video team and stuff. I don't really want to cut all... I was about to cut all these parts out, but I think that'd be a really bad idea.
I find that when it comes to scribing it, it's such a big old thing that you can't get a grip on it. That sounded wrong, didn't it?
Steady now. And you're a girl like that one.
Marcus has just put in a €9.99 super chat. He says, I've got to go.
You, Marcus.
He says, early morning, have a great stream. Thank you very, very much, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus. Take care.
Massively appreciated, mate. And you have a good weekend, mate.
I always said Marcus was a lovely fella. He's a lovely fella.
Well, he's got the world's best beard, mate.
Yes.
And he should be getting his air guitar any moment. There you go.
And he does look exactly like Sergeant Rex.
Absolutely. There you go.
In Return of the Jedi.
That, my friends, is what a super chat does.
Mm-hmm. He also puts the chat in the chat window in a coloured box like that,
Absolutely.
So we can't possibly miss your comment. Now, don't forget, of course, if you are watching this embedded in Facebook or Twitter or somewhere else, and you want to come and join the live chat, you can do and you should do, because we'll have a good time in the next few hours.
Oh, absolutely.
We're not just going to whinge about the weather and young people, and we probably will.
Yeah.
We're old men. We have to shout at clouds somehow. Colin will get talking about supersize shrinkflation. I'll whinge about.
I had no intention, but
I'll whinge. I'll complain about Mama Fox watching shouty Americans all the time on Facebook. But yeah, if you want to come and join it, please do come and you can ask us questions and give us stuff to talk about.
yeah.
Just click on the YouTube icon in the bottom right hand corner of the video player if you're not actually on YouTube. And it'll take you to YouTube where you can carry on watching and you can join the live chat. And you should. Because people in chat are lovely.
Absolutely,
They really are.
superstars, mate.
All this detail underneath is never going to be seen.
I know. I was
Still
looking
going to
at
paint
that.
it.
I was looking at that just now. It's like, really?
I like the fact there's a hatch underneath where you can get in and out. That's quite logical.
Absolutely.
But it seems a shame. Still going to paint it anyway.
Let's move that over there for a minute. See whether.
Right, we have some benches and bellies here. Don't forget bench and belly as well, folks. What's on your
Absolutely,
bench?
folks.
Go on, Colin, you can ask.
What's in the bench? What's on the bench even? Did a Ted there.
What's on your belly?
What's in the belly? And what is your beverage of choice?
Ooh.
You
Well,
go.
I've told you that my dinner was chicken, what was it? Chicken. What is it when they do it with the red and
I don't know.
it's the type where it's like anyways, chicken something butter something.
Chicken, is it biryani, boriami, curry?
No, it's the one where they do it in the red sauce and it's the chicken. I've forgotten the word.
Chassa.
No. Oh God, it's a really obvious word. Anyway, it was chicken. It was butter chicken something or other.
Yeah.
And I had coconut rice, which was very nice.
Tandoori.
Yes, it was tandoori chicken. That's it. Tandoori butter chicken. That's it.
There you go. Well, I'm Paul Lewis and Edward
Just
Leonard.
the word was like blah, 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 in my brain. So tandoori butter chicken, which wasn't. It's not a spicy curry. It's a sauce. I just wanted something light. I didn't want anything like spicy. Coconut rice and 2 chapati and a very large bottle of oh God, I've forgotten the beer now. Classic Kingfisher, that's it.
Oh, right,
Kingfisher
yeah.
beer that weren't supposed to be as big as they were.
Yeah. Oh, nice one.
And my beverage of choice right now is a dirty, great big cup of Barry's tea in my Land Rover mug of happiness.
Yeah, I've got a big old cup of char on the go there, mate.
Do you know?
Happy days.
Do you know like you get tea staining, which is one thing.
Yeah.
I've also got the fluffy coat inside of tea,
Oh, right, yeah.
and I swear it's about 3 millimeters thick, and I can't get it out.
Oh,
I've bleached it. If you put your finger in there and run it around the thing, you can feel the texture. It's like, I'm sure it's not any way harmful, but it's kind of weird. But I've tried bleaching, everything won't come out.
that's what I was going to say to you on your Yeti microphone. Do you use
Yes.
the Yeti software at all?
Nope.
No, because I've never installed it, and I was wondering whether that might help.
I didn't even know there was. I just literally plug it in and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm far too stupid to install software.
Yeah. Tell me about it. He is.
No,
folks.
no. I literally just plug it in, stick it on cardioid,
Yeah.
set me
same.
game where I want it, and that's it.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, though, I am so happy that I've stopped using that little earpiece and I'm using my iPhone earphones instead.
Oh yeah, them little earpieces. They're good at the time, but they've got their limitations, mate.
I mean, it's a pain that I have to drop the desktop volume down to like 25% because they're really loud. But it's so much more comfortable than that little earpiece.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I just max the volume out because it enables me to hear what people are saying.
Well, you're deaf, aren't you?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like because the little earpiece, I have my desktop volume at 100, and the little FBI man's earpiece, you can hear everybody.
Yeah.
But so I put one of these in, so it's just normal pair of. But I only have one earphone in because I don't need both of them in. And I didn't. The first time I didn't know, so I just started talking to Colin. And it was like listening to Colin through a megaphone right in front of my ear. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Clearly, these are better quality than the FBI man's earpiece. But they're quite comfortable in my ear, so I can wear them for hours on end without worrying about it.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Ditter's in. Hello, Paul. How you
Hey,
doing,
Paul.
mate? Lovely
Hello,
to
buddy.
see you in, mate. Hope you're keeping
Hello,
well,
my
mate.
Hello, Paul Ditter.
Always nice to see Paul Ditter.
Yeah, he was in on Monday. He put a super chat through to thank me for my help with figure painting, which reminds me, Paul. I await an update from you to know how the figure painting went. I haven't seen a message from you on the Patreon yet, so I look forward to seeing how your figures came out.
I can imagine they came out really well, mate.
He asked me how to do the peoples, so I gave him some tips and some advisings.
Absolutely.
A lot of which was go and watch Duncan do it.
Did you do Paul Lewis's belly and bench?
Nope, I've not done any of them yet.
Belly earlier, he says braised steak and mushrooms in red wine gravy, veg and loose spuds. Now he's having some sausage rolls with mustard to dip in. Bench, closing stages of a Renaissance 124th Ferrari California, and his beverage is beer.
Beer. I've detailed the Ferrari California.
What else is there? Twisted Row, Eric says pasta shells with Velveeta cheese and spam in the belly. Bench,
I like Velveeta.
just uploaded his first monthly video on his channel. Oh, I'll have a look at that later.
Yeah, good lad.
Joe
I can't.
Grit, go on.
I was going to say, I can't hear the name Velveeta now without thinking of the figure that I painted in the memory of Nim, which was Sister Velveeta something or other of the Holy Contrivance.
What else have we got? Joel Grit, belly, rabbit food and pork pies, beverage, a cup of tea. Bench, can't be bothered at the moment. Yeah, it was one of them, mate. I think I had the best of intentions at the beginning of the week to get a lot done. And yeah.
I've actually managed to do a little bit of filming on the Imperial Night this week, so unfortunately none of it was actually painting. But hey, I did a lot of talking, so I've got some filming done.
Absolutely, mate.
I was hoping to do some yesterday, but without going into details, I had occasion to redo all my pre-rolls, overlays, and end titles for all my live streams, and video headers and things. Yeah, it took me all day yesterday. So
he messaged me and said, "Have you been doing anything?" Nah, can't be asked, Fox. It was.
Yeah. Well, Colin and I are going to have to do the same. I'm not going to go into details, but Colin and I are going to have to do the same thing. Edit all our overlays and stuff. And I said, I'm going to start doing mine now. That was 2 o'clock. At 1 in the morning, I'm like, I'm still doing it.
Yeah, I'm still doing it. I'm like, I can't be bothered. I'll do mine as and when.
Yeah. Paul Ditter says, so, Fox, I printed 15 copies of the figure my pal wanted. How do I send images on the Patreon message app? Oh, you can't, can you? Join Facebook. Soz. He was on Facebook, but he left Facebook.
Yeah. And understand it.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can.
I do hope they bring that in. For those that don't know, on Patreon, if you're a patron, you can send messages directly to the person that you support. Yeah. So my patrons can send me messages, and they can send Colin messages to him. It's like a little messenger in Patreon.
Yes.
But you can't attach pictures. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's a bit lame, isn't it?
Yeah. Hugh Gordon, hey Hugh, says belly full of Chinese chicken bollocks and chips, and really, and if is that a mistype or is that?
Knowing you, probably not.
And a few tinnies of beer. Good end of the day after Top Cat Mavis at the flicks.
Happy days. I hope you're doing all right, you mate. Miss seeing you, mate.
I'm guessing that's Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, but I hope you're doing all right, mate. In all seriousness, and yeah.
Yes, no desire to see that. I can't stand Tom Cruise.
No, he's,
Scientology nonsense. Despicable little man.
Don't hold back, mate, will you?
Well, Scientology is a load of rubbish. It hurts people. He tries to promote it everywhere. He's a weird little man. Paul Ditter says, bench, Blade Runner gun, belly, roast chicken, rice, and a sneaky ribeye steak, medium rare. Ooh, how do you have a sneaky ribeye steak? It's not like it's a little tiny little thing you can hide under a pea.
Absolutely. I like the way they give you numbered parts on these sprues, but nowhere on the instructions is there a number.
Oh, they actually give you numbered parts. I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
Which I find
he says,
funny.
Paul says, "Oh, for God's sake, I hate the Book of Faces." Yeah, I know, that's why you left it.
Yeah.
I didn't know they numbered the parts of the instructions. I didn't realise.
No, they number it on the sprues, but not the instructions.
Oh, do they? It's even worse.
Yeah.
Thanks, Games Workshop.
It's one of those, what was the point of them doing there?
Yeah. Mind you, I suppose it's not that complicated kit. It's not like you can have 15 different bits looking the same. He said, hoping.
He says,
right,
I've
managed to cut out and clean one part so far.
Yeah, I've got bits cut out on the bench, but none of them have been cleaned yet, apart from the base.
Well, I was debating whether to start cutting all the bits out for the first step. I thought, no, because I'll still be here at 3 in the morning sanding them down like a complete gimp.
Yeah, I'm doing plate by plate, so I'm doing that back plate with the bits that go on it, and
yeah,
rather than go mad and
I'm not sure where the sprue ends and the piece begins on that one. Huh?
This is my new improved taking my time method.
Oh yes, we do like your new improved taking your time method. It's very impressive. For those that didn't watch,
impressed, didn't you?
For those that didn't watch on Sunday, I actually managed to finish doing something before Colin did. I built my track units completely. Oh yeah, they are numbered, aren't they? Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, I finished my track unit completely. Colin hadn't even finished his, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, how did this happen? Tilt.
Where's my friend Colin, and who are you? What have you done with him?
Yeah.
God, the connection points on these are huge.
I know. I did start out by having the display nippers out, but I was like, yeah, they're gonna break.
I think what I'm gonna have to do is get my actual Games Workshop side cutters out.
Yeah.
Because these are the proper heavy duty big boys. These.
Oh, I don't have a set of them.
You know, oh, these are like for cutting like steel cables and stuff.
Yeah, no.
You can cut steel rails with these.
No,
yeah,
it's one thing I've never bought.
You don't need them. They're exceptionally heavy duty. They're good. They're just for heavy duty stuff. They're not fine. They call them fine detail cutters, but they're not. They're good. They're good for getting things like this off the sprue, like big chunky boys.
Yeah. So's a saw.
Well, yeah. Look at the little grot in there.
I know. Brilliant, isn't it?
I do find these handy for actually cutting up sprue, though.
Yeah.
You know, when I want to throw it away, I'll put it in the glue or just throw it into the bin. This is the only... I use these for cutting the sprue up into bits because they're just made of, like, volcanoes and rocks. And
the detail is good, though, isn't it? I like the welds and all of that, you know.
Yeah, it's nice. I like the way on some of these panels you've got, like, the what's it called when they, like, cut it, the heat cut it, the plate?
Yeah. It's, when they plasma cut the edges, yeah.
That's it.
Or gas. Yeah, you can either cut it with oxyacetylene or you can do it with a plasma cutter. Or
yeah, because you've got like...
I
was going to say, you've got like some panels where it's just worn edges, and then somewhere it's obvious it's like it's been cut with a plasma or a laser or something, because it's got that kind of... Like you get on the edge, you get that scribing down the edge.
Got that chafed metal effect. There you go. What with him dropping out of my audio, folks, it's going well with it. There you go. He's realised he couldn't hear my fish tank. That's what that
exactly.
was.
I couldn't hear your fish tank. I'm thinking, you know, whether, because we're not in a rush with this one.
Good God, no.
I'm thinking whether it might be interesting to try, because I've never done it. You watch Night Shift, don't you?
Yeah.
Uncle Night Shift, Martin Kovac.
Yeah.
I've been intrigued to try his method of making like weld seams with milliput and isopropyl alcohol.
Oh, right, yeah.
Where you get like a real fine sausage of it and you put it around the edge and dingle it with a cocktail stick.
Sounds like a plan.
And also he does things like you get the edge of a plate and he'll just scribe it with a knife to get that kind of, again, that laser cut or plasma cut effect. I might do. I'll probably have forgotten about that by the time I get around to being in that situation.
I'll be mightily proud of you, mate.
Yeah, I don't know if I can make a sausage of milliput that fine, but
Eric saying, "Oh my God, Fox is thinking." Yeah,
I know it never ends well.
It has been known, mate.
Yeah. Right, I've got them nubs off of there. Fine detail cutters. Yeah, right. I think Games Workshop's idea of what fine means and everybody else's is two different things entirely.
Different things, mate, innit?
Yeah. I'm actually using the instructions to catch all the bits because they're so big. My little black poncy little thing won't even be any use at all. So, what have you been up to this week then outside of all this? Anything interesting?
No, I've been coding for the 3D printer, as you know.
Ooh.
So I've been sort of focusing on testing that out and updating configuration files for it. Just genuinely playing with that, really. Yeah, it's going all right. Richie Lamb is in. He says,
hey,
quick thumbs up while I let the dog in the garden. Hello, Richie. Nice of you.
Hello, puppy dog. We need you to talk about your dog. We need to know all about your dog.
Absolutely. Doggy goodness.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Go on.
how have you got on with your enormous list of things you need to watch on telly?
Not really succeeded much in that, if I'm honest. Because I still haven't powered up my server yet. Yeah, I'm still moving stuff about. And it's like anything. I'm playing that game of Jenga at the moment. You know, some of the layout works, some of it don't. So I chop and change it at this stage. It makes it easier. I'm not having to pick the same things around.
Workshop Tetris.
Yeah, pretty much, mate.
I need to put a t-shirt on the edge of my bench because it's irritating my elbow. Oh, let me find one. My grumpy elbow is being grumpy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of arm pump this week.
A lot of what?
Arm pump.
What's arm pump?
It's basically, obviously, I'm an ex-motorcyclist, as you know.
Yes.
And I broke a scaphoid bone in my wrist years ago. You get a lot of, it's where the fascia on the muscle in your forearm's too tight. And when you're using your arms, where the muscle swells up because the fascia doesn't expand like it should, it squeezes your forearm. So it's what's called arm pump. The blood doesn't get through, so you get a lot of cramps and spasms and that. And I was going to have the arm pump op done years ago, but never bothered.
Oh, yeah.
But just playing me up a little bit at the moment.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
That's one of them, mate. Could be worse.
Can they just remove your arm and give you a cool robot arm that does exactly the same thing?
No, they normally open the skin and then they put loads of slices in the fascia around the muscle.
Okay.
And they'd sew it back up, and then as the muscle needs to expand the fascia, because it's got almost like pleats cut into it, it gives it a bit of room to stretch.
Like you get a V pleat in the back of a jacket.
Yeah, pretty much like that. It's years spent doing that on a throttle, mate, if you know what I mean. But yeah.
See, as a model maker, it's good that you didn't do that yourself, because if you did it yourself, you'd fill that full of like bits of blue tack and lead and lumps of lead.
Absolutely,
like the nose cone of a model plane. Just fill it full of bits of lead.
Yeah, it's just one of those annoying things, but been plaguing me a little bit this week for some reason.
How bizarre. Have you slept funny or something?
No.
Maybe. Slept in a funny direction?
No, it's like anything. It's a bit like an RSI thing, isn't it? You know, and
far too much self-abuse, maybe?
yeah. Can neither confirm or deny that rumour.
Moving on rather swiftly.
Paul Ditter says, I've sent some pics to Cole. Cheers, Paul. No worries, mate.
Oh, lovely.
I'll have a look at it. Do you want me to forward them on to the guru, do you, mate? I will do that.
You could stick them in the workshop.
Yeah, I'll do that.
For all to see. Not that he's asked us to publicly share them, but he's got no choice now he's sent them. It's too late.
God bless him.
Do you want them shown publicly, Paul, or would you rather that we didn't?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Paul was on Facebook, but some people just don't like Facebook.
Mate, honestly, I go on Facebook solely for the group. That's the only reason I go on there, mate.
I've not used my personal profile for a lot. I just use it as a business tool. Although I do say to people, if you don't like Facebook, then you can always sign up just a made-up profile with made-up details, and never use it for anything other than the group you want to be in. But
Absolutely.
it's people's choice. Oh, dropped it. It's up to people what they want to do. Ha la la la. One day when I've got enough, when I've got like 1 million subscribers and I've got all the monies in the world, I'll have on my own website, I'll actually get a proper website. I've got a website, but it's like off the shelf, made it myself. I'll get a proper like group forum thing that's not Facebook.
Yeah, Paul says, don't do that, he says. What, so you want me to send them to Fox, yeah? But you don't want them posted publicly, okay, mate?
Doesn't want them seen by the hoi polloi.
That's all right, mate.
Yeah, now you see like this panel here?
Yeah.
It's got like a, I don't know if people can see, it's got like a very, very slight angle to it, as if it's kind of bent ever so slightly like that.
Yeah.
So it's bent that way a bit. So it's given me ideas for like panels that I can add on where it's literally bent, sticking out like that.
Yeah.
Like it's been bolted at the top and it's been bent back at the bottom.
I am listening, mate. It's just I'm downloading, Paul.
Oh, I'll do it later. I'll do it now. No rush. While he's doing that, I shall reveal to people, I shall tell people what I told Colin earlier. I have today watched, or not today, but this week, earlier this week, I did watch, I have occasion to watch, 2 motion pictures, which were most edifying and satisfying in many ways. And I can heartily recommend them to you now. You do unfortunately need Disney Plus. I assume they're not available elsewhere. But I can most wholeheartedly recommend, first of all, Chippendale Rescue Rangers, which has only came out earlier this year. Which is actually more of an adult film than a kids' film, and it's actually quite funny. Because Chip is really neurotic and Dale's just an idiot.
Yeah. And
I fully identify with Dale. And my favourite line in the whole film, no spoilers, but my favourite thing in the whole film is where Chip gets home and there's the lights flashing on his answer machine. And he just walks up to it and he says, "There's a message on my landline. I don't like this." And I'm like, that's such an odd, quirky thing to say. I don't like this. It made me fall in love with the character straight because it's like such a neurotic, quirky thing. There's a message on there. I don't like that. So yeah, Chippendale Rescue Range. It's actually really, really good. And unfortunately, they've gone to all the effort of CGI-ing Dale. There's a reason why in the story. Yeah. But personally, the also CGI but made to look like he's been hand drawn Chip looks much better than the CGI Dale. So yeah, that's worth watching. And also, I also had occasion to watch Turning Red.
Oh right, yeah.
Which is the latest Pixar one. The girl, she just turned 13, and when she gets overexcited or overstressed, she turns into a giant red panda.
Oh
it's
right,
it's a really, really good film. It's hilarious. It's absolutely brilliant. Just the first couple of minutes before the film even starts, before the titles, I was just laughing my arse off.
Just more things really for me to add to my ever-growing watch list.
Oh, yeah. But I can recommend those to people. If they've got Disney Plus, I assume they're not available elsewhere. Chippendale Rescue Rangers. And don't get me wrong, I hate Disney. I hate Disney cartoon stuff. I have no love for the Disney Mickey Mouse, Goofy, Donald. Can't stand any of it. But I just felt the Chippendale movie was brilliant. I'd also happily watch a Darkwing Duck movie as well. And a Scrooge McDuck, because they'd be funny. But other than that...
Yeah, a lot of it is, yeah.
There's a lot of, like, Easter eggs in the Chippendale movies. There's a lot of Easter eggs and references in that. I've actually cleaned 3 parts. How long have we been going? 46 minutes.
I'm
Jesus
impressed,
Christ.
soldier.
Yeah, don't be that impressed. I've got to figure out which way around this goes now. Is it that way? Yes, no. Yes, no. Pomposhi, pomposhi, pomposhi. Yes, no, yes, no. Sorry, that's a song in Cyberpunk.
How you getting on with your Cyberpunk?
I love it. I love it. It's a mile wide and an inch deep, but you know what? It's brilliant. There's actually no indication as to what. That makes... Oh, I see.
You're discovering the wonders of the Stompa, aren't you?
I'm discovering the wonders of... I need to put the... Okay. I don't know how far you've got, but you have to put the back plate on first. Because you don't know where the side plates go until the back plate's on.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing the back plate, mate.
Yeah, I just realised that and I've just spent all that time cleaning the side plate. La, 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 la.
You see in section 1, mate, where it shows you that.
Well, yeah, but you've also got. I did that bit first. It didn't say do that one first.
I just thought it would have been a bit logical.
No, well, I thought there might have been pegs and holes, but no.
Pegs and holes, come on.
Yeah, I know. I expect too much.
You do.
Right, let's get the back plate out then. Show me on the Stompa where the back plate touched you. What?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, it goes something like that, doesn't it? Yeah, there you go.
I love the fact they show you this back plate. Is it? Oh, okay, that's kind of handy. Okay, I like that.
Damn,
they show you the back plate. Well, they show you. Oh God, Jesus! They show you the back plate from this dumbass angle from inside the piece, and you can't tell what it is. So you've got to give them points to then give you a little close up of what the outside looks like, so you know which bit you're actually pulling off the spring.
Yeah.
That's quite nice. I like that. Good. You get points for that.
What they could have
points,
done
mate?
was numbered it, but
Well, yeah.
it is pretty self-explanatory. Well,
Do you mean they could have numbered it like number 2, like it says on the spring?
yeah. I would. Well, yeah. I said self-explanatory, and moments after you realised.
Yeah.
Right, I've got to be careful here because I'm going to be doing a side panel in a minute, and I'm gluing
Ooh.
stuff.
I think you need to build at least 14 different custom panels on there yet.
Yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? You look at it and you think, yeah.
I mean, you can see on this some of the telltale signs of it being one of the older kits. Like some of the mouldings are a bit ropey, especially on this back plate. It's supposed to be like battered, rusted and chipped and broken metal anyway.
Yeah.
But there's certain bits where you can see it's not quite as crisp as it would be if it was a modern kit.
Yeah, I shall get me multi-tool out. Say that again.
Yeah, like there's
A
a bit.
serrate some of the edges and just generally do a lot of battle damage on it, I think.
We've got things like here, there's a tiny little plate there.
Yeah.
And it's got this weird orange peel texture to it.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
But that's like a sign of, you get that sometimes on some of the poor moulds.
Yeah.
The little grill inside that bit there isn't very crisp.
No.
And that's an old mould. And there's like also weird gloopiness in the plastic there. It's like, so you can tell it's like I don't know, 2010, 2011 when they started doing really well, good stuff. That panel line's a bit ropey. So it doesn't really matter because it's Orks, but you can see.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you look at, oh God, oh no, that's an interior bit. Like on this hatch here, that's interior bit, and it's just this rough, horrible, lumpy plastic.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be intentional, but you never know. So there is some ropiness on there, but it still looks kick-ass.
I mean, when I've got the body assembled, I think the multi-tool will come out and there'll be a bit of enhancement going on.
What's a multi-tool?
Dremel, you know.
Oh, Dremel. Okay, I get you. Oh, hello. Where did that go? I have no idea. Timber. Sorry, when I think multi-tool, I think of like Mass Effect.
Yeah, no. It's basically the multi-tool. Various implements shall come out and get perused around said Stompa to make it in on.
Oh, hello. Where did that go? No idea. I'm going to find all these with my feet later on, aren't I? God damn it.
Absolutely.
Downside of big sprue, they just go bing off and away they're gone. Never to be seen again.
It's one of those though, I've had like I say, this is the only panel I've had a really semi-decent look at, but it seems all right.
I've no idea where any of these bits of sprue are going. Because they're so big and thick.
Bearing in mind, I've had a good look around the Warlick, haven't I? So it's given me an idea of some parts of the Stompa anyway, but...
Yeah, if you look at that bit there.
Yeah.
On the back panel, hold it up to the light, the interior flat bit, you can see like a grain to it.
Yeah.
Like a little striations. And the inside, you can tell, you wouldn't have that on a modern kit nowadays, that.
No.
That's not what modern kits look like.
Absolutely.
This is what they're... I think they got a new moulding machines and stuff like in 2010 or 11 or something.
Absolutely.
And the quality went way up. 'Twas a modern standard. Yeah, that's it. Let's take it.
Bit of that. Oh, yeah. Old Ditter says, has anyone been watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds? He says, actually, it's good. He despised Discovery and Picard. This week, Strange New World was some of the best Trek in 40 years.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's a real return to form. I don't unfortunately have Paramount Plus or any of the cable services that have Paramount Plus on, so
yeah, I
can't watch it.
Watching season 1 of Picard when it came out, but I kind of struggled with it. I just found it was a bit slow and a bit really.
I mean,
lost interest in it.
For Picard and for Discovery, you have to accept them on their own terms. If you expect them to be anything like previous Trek, you won't like them. Yeah. If you just say, okay, forget this Trek for a minute almost, and just accept it for whatever it's like by itself, and then it's a fairer way to assess it. But Lower Decks, though, Lower Decks is awesome. Yeah,
it's one of those. I will go back and revisit it once I've done Hera. That sounds wrong as well, doesn't it?
You want to... H...
Yeah. I better throttle back on that statement.
Yeah, it's on the you're on the telly and everything. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
What goes on the internet stays on the internet. Yeah. So I mean, if you accept them on their own terms, if you go in expecting it to be more next gen or DS9 or whatever, then you're going to be disappointed. But if you go in with Discovery and Picard,
Discovery's a prequel, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the prequel to the original series, yeah?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, although it takes place... It is, but it also takes place like 1,000 years after The Next Generation at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so... But it's... If you just forget that it's Star Trek and accept it as it is, it's a slow Star Trek. Yeah. It's all right. It's getting there. But it's... Yeah. But so I can't wait. I will be able to watch Strange New Voyages or whatever it's called. Cy Reynolds is going to sort me out so I can watch them later in the year. So I'm looking forward to that. I have found out...
You can't mock him now then.
No, I have found out that I will be able to watch the third series of The Orville because that's on Disney.
Oh, happy days.
I enjoyed the first. First series was a bit... Well, first series was they were trying too hard to be funny. They were trying just to be a comedy series. The second series, we were like, you know what? Let's just do the Trek that nobody else is making right now, because they realised there was a big gap in the market for Trek, like Star Trek stuff. So they made that, and it was really good.
Yeah.
And it got a bit more serious in season 2.
Yeah.
First series was just Seth MacFarlane being a dick.
Oh right.
Okay, that's not funny. Season 2 was like, let's make it proper sci-fi now. Okay. But yeah, The Orville is on Disney, which is good.
Oh, happy days.
So I can watch that when it comes out later in the year.
Big scraping done, so let's...
I'm wary of dropping the part. Every time I drop the part, I know the microphone will be booming because the microphone's on the desk.
You want to go dropping your parts? That's up to you, mate.
But I don't want to do it live on a big booming microphone. Every time I put my knife down, I have to be careful because it goes on the microphone. Easy now, Spider Pig. Ooh, hello. Somebody's not happy.
I'll cut me. Apologies, folks. All right. Definitely will be putting some welds in here, though.
Yeah.
I might go.
You see what I mean about like the...
Yeah. I might
see what I mean about
and do plastic welding.
Ooh, what's that?
Welding plastic, Fox.
Excellent. Thanks for explaining that. I mean, I know what welding is. I know what plastic is, but I've never heard of plastic welding.
Yeah, you've not done plastic welding. Yeah, I've got a little USB gadget, and I can run it along here, and it will mimic proper welds by melting the plastic together.
Oh, right, cool.
Oh yeah, I might break that out. I might even break it out in a minute. I'll see.
Oh.
I'll see, because that's just a gash seam. That is. It'd look much better if that was a weld.
Which one are you looking at?
This. Look at that. That's a seam like Grand Canyon. Sticks out like a blind cobbler's thumb.
Yeah. I just put a load of plastic card plating over it and cover it up.
That line there. Now I'm going to weld it.
Ooh. Well, I think I'll get the whole thing built, and then I'll see if I want to entertain the night shift style of
Yeah,
milliput
it's one of
alcohol.
those. As I
Maybe.
can see panels going together, it's like, yeah, I'm bung a weld in there. Something different, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can see what I mean about having some of the panels actually bent out a bit, making some like that one there is kind of curving at the bottom a little bit. So I think I could add some extra panels that were like really like jammed up at like 45 degrees.
Yeah.
Maybe even, I don't know what's to come yet, but for things like that, I really feel it should have a little lean-to roof.
Yeah.
Although I don't have a little corrugated tool, but
Absolutely.
that's the only thing I can't make is corrugated metal.
There you go. Turn me sound up again. Bobbins is in. He said, good morning, everyone. Needs a little bit less than the other. One is correct colour and the best thing. Okay. Predictive text, he says, is fun. Yeah.
What? Everyone needs a little bit less than the other one is the correct colour of the... What?
Yeah. I think he knows.
What?
Yeah, I think he knows what he meant.
Let me go back and check. I've obviously missed a lot. Sometimes, Fox, you need to just disengage your logic circuits and follow the instructions. Just saying. Yeah, but we're men. We can't do that. Fox, I need more glue. There's obviously a big conversation that I've missed here.
Yeah.
Because there's people talking about like pause, and I would accept discovery if the professional crew of a starship could stop crying and declaring. Or there's a lot of tearfulness on that show, which really makes me annoyed. I enjoy it; it's all right, but it's just a bit. Doodle 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 doodle. Right, she's done a patrol around the garden 5 times, so I'm going back to bed. See you all Sunday. Have a good one, guys. Says
See
Richie
you later,
Lamb.
mate.
Take care, Richie.
Take care, buddy.
Picard season 1 was terrible, says Paul Lewis. Season 2 was far better. All seasons of Star Trek Discovery were utter garbage. It's all right. Hugh says, funny how certain doggos dig a bed. My days of keeping animals are gone, but I had 46 years of great fun and games, tinged with sadness at times. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd love a dog, but I'm far too lazy.
Yeah.
I'd love a dog if it could just take care of itself, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and also
I do
understand
miss,
every word I said.
I do miss having a dog, but yeah, wouldn't be fair on it now. Not been able to get about, you know what I mean? It's not fair on the animal.
Or the dog.
Yeah, so it did there.
You see what I did there?
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Right, I'm confused now. I need to add lots of things to this, don't I?
You're confused again.
Confused.com. So I need to add something. Okay, I get it. Right, I'm trying to just plan what to glue in where and when. I've got a back and a side. I don't know if that's enough to start assembling. I think I'll just get all the other parts ready first, shouldn't I, really?
Yeah.
Rather than be a spoon and... Don't be a spoon. Don't do it too soon.
Absolutely. I'm only using my base as just a rough template at the moment, just to
Base.
see how things look. But it's not a massive build, basically. It's quite a simple build, isn't it? But
It's massive in size and volume, but not in
yeah.
Actually, I've not got much of a gap there on that one. You said you had a massive gap on yours. I seem to have got away with it a bit.
No, I mean there's a line, a seam that looks a bit looks a bit shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I mean?
Come up with some kind of shenanigans to cover that up.
Compared to the amount of panel gaps, you know, why are we worried about one line? But it's because we know that's where the model joins.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll get welded up, I reckon, mate.
Weld it.
Weld it. Get it welded.
Weld it, you slag.
Yeah.
Well, that actual armpit piece is covered in fake weld seams anyway, so it seems only appropriate. Right, let's glue that on and hope it's the right one for the right side. And I'm not just making a complete. I'm just guessing now. I could be completely wrong here. I usually am.
Never. We're never wrong. We just have
Where's me?
incorrect assumptions. See what I did there?
There it is. Why is there a thing of extra thin there? What? There's an extra thin pot. There's an extra thin pot there, but there's also a pot of extra thin in the actual holder, and I don't know why that pot of extra thin is there. What? Where? I don't know what's come. What? That makes no sense at all. What? I don't like this.
I don't want to put the other side on yet, because I still haven't decided whether I'm going to cut some access panels or not.
He hasn't decided where he's going to put all the electric motors yet.
No, didn't you say that I wasn't allowed to modify this? I had to do this one out of the box.
You can modify. Not asking you not to modify something is like asking the Pope to not have porn in the bathroom.
Okay, I've got an idea.
Hold on, lads. You see what I did there?
I've got an idea.
It's brilliant. I don't need to know what it is. I just know it's brilliant.
Yeah, I haven't built the vehicle yet because that's a buddy build with Dave. So what I might end up doing is getting another one.
Wait, are you going to stick some kind of...
Build that. Ready to go, yeah.
What are you planning, young padded one?
Don't know whether it'll work. But,
tell your Uncle Fox.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the old pencil of scribey goodiness out and...
Are you gonna attach half a Baneblade to it?
No.
Oh well, it was worth a try.
I'm looking at the front of this Stompa.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of you've got the faceplate that goes on the front, haven't you? The skull-looking-ish type shape thing.
Yeah.
That.
The Gorka Morka face.
That thing.
Yeah.
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 Well, I'm thinking that if that hinges upwards, and then the plate in behind, trim it, and that comes downwards. I can have a Ragga Dakka Ork truck thing coming out of it.
Oh yeah.
You're with me? So it becomes like a ramp that it drives down to exit the Stompa.
What you're talking about is a...
Like a set of Range Rover doors.
No, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me do a thing on the Google. Hang on. La 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 la. I can't remember what it's called though.
Yeah,
it's
I'm just thinking of doing something. What do you reckon in the chat? Do you reckon it should be done? Use the plate shapes to my advantage, and it just becomes a secret door. And if I'm really lucky, I might be able to put a bit of electricity in it and just push a button and it does it. But I might just go old school and lift it up and flap it open.
I'm trying to find something, but without knowing what it's called, I can't remember what it's called.
Bit like a drawbridge almost.
Find it.
Oh, what I could do is I could have a pulley mechanism with handles on the side and I could just let it wind down, couldn't I? Like a drawbridge out of a castle.
What you are thinking of is an enormous version of a Gorkanaut or a Morkanaut.
I don't know what one of them is, mate.
It is one of... It's one of these. Which is only about that tall.
Yeah.
But this whole front door here opens like that.
Yeah.
And there's just an empty box inside with some metal. So it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's the front bit opens and you can put whatever you want inside it.
So really then I could splice this and have this as the opening down here.
There's a hinged device.
So it flaps apart that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this thing here is the whole front panel there. I can't really show it, but
yeah,
you can see down the middle as a gap. It's that whole front panel hinges there and hinges there.
What do you reckon will work better? A ramp that comes down like a drawbridge or a set of openers? Because with a ramp that comes down, I could have a bit of plating on there for it to drive down, couldn't I?
I think.
Or do I go for sidey openy doors?
Oh, I don't know. Because you're going to have to... I've not even seen what the front panel looks like yet.
Because there's quite an height difference between these plates and these waist, isn't there? So I've got to bridge
actually, if you look Well, if you look at those two, because I've only just looked at those two front panels, and the fact that they're like that,
Yeah.
is it worth having it as two doors that slide apart and a ramp comes out?
Exactly.
Because they're kind of designed to be two sliding doors that slide apart, aren't they? Or
Exactly.
hinged.
Yeah.
Hinged might be easier, I
Yeah.
think. Because all you need to do is build a hinge.
I'm looking for them front panels. I'm on the page.
Step
Oh, no.
2.
Yeah, there it is. Right next to your pilt. Yeah, could have that hinged, couldn't I?
Although you're going to have to build like an entire ass interior.
Yeah.
There's a whole ass interior you're going to have to fill with something.
Well,
Lots of wires,
The whole lot
catwalks.
doesn't have to hinge, does it? I mean, I can always have it where it's only the top or the bottom half that hinges open. Because it's only got to be the height of the Ork truck, isn't it?
Yeah, could be. Just a bit of it. So you'd saw that into 4 pieces then and have 2 bottom bits that opened.
Yeah.
You're going to have to build a lot of interior gubbins though.
Yeah, but isn't that the fun part?
That is the fun part.
You know, do
I'm
some
thinking
floors,
little walkways,
little walkways, ladders, and all kinds of shit.
tubes.
Yeah.
Maybe a staff bar.
What do you think, folks? Or am I being too ambitious again?
You can't be too ambitious, Colin. You're the man that put a Baneblade on a Baneblade and added Baneblade to it, and then gave it a crow's nest and a rope bridge,
Yeah.
and more Baneblade.
Kind of forgot that, didn't I?
Yeah, there's no such thing as too much. Edward Lennon says, at least it doesn't have a tit on it.
There's me thinking you folks had forgot that. Yeah.
Paul Lewis says, Fox, a dog taking care of itself is called a cat. Ooh, I could get one of those. Where are we? Cats own people. People own every other animal except geese. Even your god can't own goose. Yeah, geese are just assholes. Hugh Gordon's got geeses and sheeps. Oh. How dare you? My cat doesn't own me. Oh, hang on. Back in a moment. Cat wants something. Oh.
Yeah.
Bobbins is in. It says, dogs have masters, cats have staff. Paul Ditter says, right bed for this puppy. Night night, kiddies. Take care, Paul. Thanks for coming in.
Paul, mate. There you go, mate.
Hugh Gordon says, pussy always comes first. Well,
Absolutely.
almost never, but we live in hope. How about fitting it with a cuckoo clock, says the bobbin.
Oh, good shout.
Do you think H would like it if you could make her a wall-mounted cuckoo clock that just happens to look like an Ork Stompa?
Yeah, and instead of a cuckoo, a little grok comes out.
And goes,
Yeah.
and when it bongs, it just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, lots. So anything after 5 o'clock is just lots.
See, now
I can
you're
provide a
thinking.
grok voice if you would. Oh, you've got to make a working cuckoo clock that goes on the wall.
Got to be done, innit? Yeah, an ork cuckoo clock.
Right, I'm not even glued. I've glued 2 bits together so far. Are you impressed?
I am.
I've made an armpit.
I'm suitably impressed. I've got there so far.
Oh, that's. I'm thinking if you build a suitable door on the front, you could use it for storage purposes, for actual storing things.
Yeah, bottles of extra fin and paint and
Yeah, like it's a model and it looks great, but it's also where I put my X. It's like I want to know, like, what are these for? These 2 trails here.
yeah. Exactly.
It's like, you know what you could do with them. See,
train rails.
what that says to me is, you say what?
Train rails.
I'm thinking crane rails.
Yeah.
Like a little internal crane on a bogie, and it can go back and forth and lift
Yeah.
things in and out. Like an ammunition crane.
Bit like that claw I've got on the back of the Baneblade, you know.
Yeah, it's just designed for picking up shells, picking up ammunition shells, and because it just looks like little train tracks, doesn't it?
See, I like your thinking. So I'm kind of converting you slightly.
Well, no, the thing is, I'm always great at coming up with brilliant ideas when I know there's no chance I'll actually have to try and implement them. If it's something I might have to do, my ideas will be very small and simple. If it's something
Yeah.
I'll never have to do, I'll have the stupidest ideas you can possibly imagine. And they'll be brilliant and you'll love it. Where's my other...
Hugh Gordon says, note to self, don't squirt CA glue on your T-shirt and then wet. It looks like I'm wearing it for a day or so. Wet T-shirt, time in the shower. Yeah, it might. Oh no, yeah, it might be clinging to the wet hue moves. You know what I mean?
Ew.
Yeah. I like
Cubes.
hue. Don't get me wrong, mate, but not in that way.
We don't need pictures. Da, 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 da.
Having not lived down Moogate myself, yeah.
I can't remember if I said this on Sunday, but talking of CA glue, if I have told this story, stop me. But when I was making that little diorama on that base of the Dackerjet,
Yeah.
I had all my little bits of stone and scatter on the paint.
Yeah.
And I put the texture paint down quite thick, and I pressed some of the little pebbles and things into it.
Oh, right.
In the hope that they'd stick in place, but some of them were still a bit loose. And I thought, well, I know I'm going to have to get the scatter down and glue that in. Jesus Christ, that's thick. Glue that in place. So I know I'm going to have to like fix it with glue of some sort. So I thought, I'll leave them overnight, and when I come back tomorrow, I'll get some PVA glue and I'll thin it with a bit of water so it's a bit watery.
Yeah.
And then I'll put some washing up liquid in it so it breaks the surface tension. It can go between all the rocks.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that, but it's a good trick apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're putting it over like tufts or grass texture or something, or gravel. Put some washing up liquid in it, a little tiny touch. And I thought I'll do that, and I'll fix it all in place. And then I sat and I thought, or I could just squirt extra thin, super thin CA glue all over it with a little applicator, which will take me 2 minutes. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
It really was like, and then I thought, why have I never thought that before?
Yeah.
It's like I've got the little needle applicator for CA glue, the extra thin. It makes it super easy to apply extra thin glue. Why have I never considered that before?
Sometimes it's because we overcomplicate things by overthinking it, mate.
Yeah, it's weird. But I've got to tell you, ever since getting these little things, when I say it's them little things, I had no use at all. I had no use at all for CA glue. Extra thin CA glue, like the watery stuff.
Yeah.
Until I got like 1,000 of these. Now it makes it the best thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because now I can like glue things together with CA glue carefully and without making a mess, and it's just brilliant.
There you go, folks. See, trick of the trade.
Yeah. So if you've ever struggled, because if you get a bottle of CA glue thin and you've got half a litre of CA glue on your model, get one of them. You can add molecules of glue. They're like, it's like £2 for 100 on Amazon. Just go and buy all of them.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, can you?
No. I don't know what they're called. I can never remember what. I had to go off my ordered before list because I couldn't remember what they're called. They're just like glue applicators.
Yeah. Precision glue applicators.
You're a precision glue applicator.
Absolutely, mate. I don't deny that at all, mate.
Let me show you my large applicator.
I'll worry about you.
I've come to fix your washing machine. Let me show you my large tool. I think Mama Fox may be planning to go to bed shortly, so I'll obviously have to disappear off for 10 minutes. I can hear movements downstairs.
Oh, she's lurking, is she?
No, I can hear her. I think she might have gone in the kitchen, taking a cup in the kitchen, so... She freaks out because I always turn up downstairs. I go downstairs just to get her all sorted and go to bed, so...
Yeah.
I go downstairs to take all the stuff up for her and, turn all the lights off and stuff. But I always go down just as she's getting ready to go to bed. She's like, how do you know?
Yeah.
What she doesn't realise is it's just the sound of her putting the iPad down on the table.
Yeah.
Because it's never out of her hands anyway. So, yeah. The moment I hear that, I'm like, yep, there you go. Right. I shall be back in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Don't finish your kit without me.
No, I won't. Bless him, perish the fault. He'd never forgive me. So let's get that little bit in there and start that. Then I won't put the sides on. I'll probably go round and do a little bit of welding on this just to start that side of things off. Definitely think something needs to go in this because it's a large empty space otherwise, and it's like, yeah, let's try and bring a little bit of something different to it. We'll see. Don't want to go too mad, but yeah, definitely needs something. something coming out of there. That's the plan anyway, folks. Get a bit of adhesion going on there. Do a bit of welding on it, I think. Some of this plastic joined. Hugh Gordon says movements downstairs these days means a trip to the loo. Yeah, we're men of a certain age, Hugh, mate, ain't we? Yeah. The minute you think you've got to go, you better start walking. Because, yeah, it'll only end badly, mate. I take it everything's all right, Hugh, by the way, mate. Not seen you for a little bit, buddy, so I take it you're keeping well. And everything's well in the world of Hugh. As long as you're keeping well, mate, that's key. He says, Eddie, I got away with it. Big bald patch on my belly, though. I got one of them. I got a big oval patch down one side. On there, on my stomach. Because I'm half man, half Wookiee, and it does look odd. It looks like I've been attacked with a set of clippers, mate. That's the missus have preened me whilst I've been a kit, but get that Bond. Edward Lenner says put a Simpsons type living room in the middle of it with Homer, Bart and the gang. yeah, the settee. Yeah, I see what you did there. Good man. Yeah, let's get a little bit of that on there. Not the greatest of fits, but it's on there. But then I suppose the idea of this is to look like it's been cobbled together by the orks, so it's not going to have, you know, perfect super shiny car, clean panel lines, is it? It's going to have all kinds of gubbins going on. Let's trim that off, but I'm going to run the welding tip along there anyway, so I should be edging them panels just to give that a bit of character. Let's nip that bit out of there. Don't want that. See whether I can reach my who Jimmy calling me watching my flip. Get that fired up. Bring the cable down. See what tip to use. There's optimistically trying to see over there because it's darker than a dark thing. Let's just move me light so I can see what I'm doing. And we want, I reckon, that tip to it. That's going to be a bit, shall I go for a bit more precision? We'll see. Shall I go for the long one? Go for the long one because I should be able to get right in there then. Take the tip off, swap them out. Dum, 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 dum. And then we can fire that up. Huey says, I'm fine, life and all, disappeared for a bit, managed to get my ass back in gear. I like that, full on, full off, just my weird way of doing it. Absolutely, mate, fair play. Fair play to you, mate. Totally understand that, Hugh. I go through stages where I like to isolate myself and get my head round things and then come back with a bit of a fresh approach, and totally understand that, mate. Totally get that. Because every now and then you get a bit stale, don't you, mate? And you need to shake things up a little bit more. Muse is in saying hello Muse, how you doing, darling? Lovely to see you. Hope you're keeping well, sweetheart. Luggage is issued. Let's have a looky-loo. And warm, fire that up.
I'm back just for a minute. I'll have to go off again in a minute.
Yeah, no, you're all right, mate. You do what you need to do, mate.
Part of the routine. Did I miss anything?
No.
Oh, Muse is in. Hello, Muse.
No, I've done me hugs for Muse.
Good lad.
But yeah, it's one of them.
How far did you get up to, Jake, with chat?
I've read Hugh's chat. Edward Leonard put a Simpsons
Oh, cool. You're up to date
thing in
then.
there, so I'm pretty much up to date, mate.
Good lad.
Yeah. So yeah, Hugh was saying he disappeared for a little bit, you know, just taking a time out. We all do it, mate.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, we all need it.
Yeah, that's what my Xbox is for. That's 100% what purpose my Xbox serves is when I get burnt out doing anything like this, or anything really, anything creative, I say, right, screw it, I put it down, I go and play on the Xbox for an hour a day or a week or a month sometimes.
Yeah.
Just until the creative urge comes back.
Yeah. That's it.
There's no point forcing this at all.
Oh, no.
Doesn't benefit anybody.
Where's it going to get you at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Nowhere. Not going to get you anywhere, mate.
No. There's no point doing a grudge build. If you're begrudging doing what you're doing, you're going to do a half-assed job, and nobody will be happy with that.
Yeah, if I'm not enjoying it, it's no point.
Yep. Let's work on these for a minute, and then Mama Fox is ready. We'll get it sorted.
Everyone dishing out the hugs from yous. Right, no
Mama
hugs.
Fox did pass on hugs to you, by the way.
Oh, bless her. Hugs back to Mama Fox. Bless her.
Just waiting for it to get itself ready, and then we'll...
There you go. Much better. See, there's a weld scene.
Hang on, I can't see. Let's have a look.
He's on.
Ooh.
A weld scene.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Did you like that?
Did you like that?
It's not true what they say about you now.
No, absolutely, mate. I just need to remember not to burn my own hands.
Cole, don't burn your own hands.
It just gives you a little weld.
You're a little weld.
There.
You're made of a little... Oh, yeah.
There.
Awesome sauce.
Absolutely.
You're made of weld.
Absolutely, I am a weld, mate.
All your welder belong to us.
There you go. And also it strengthens the piece as well because it's welding it, Fox. Get your
Colin
weld
likes
in
a
here.
nice... You like a nice strong piece, don't you?
Absolutely.
I think we can all say the same.
You're so wrong.
The good thing about this is when you're cleaning up these nubs, you don't have to be too careful with them because you can just take chunks out by mistake. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Because it's all scrap metal. Although these checkerboard plates are exceptionally square, which is weird.
That's
But yeah,
fun, isn't it?
if I gouge by mistake with, like, normally I'll be really carefully taking a nub out.
Yeah.
But if I make a gouge in the plastic, I'm like, whatevs. But where they've put like little sort of cut marks here, like plasma cut marks,
Yeah.
I think what we'll need to do is actually just bring them down to the vertical surface with a knife blade, just like that, just to...
Yeah.
Because you don't have a plasma cut on a corner, you have it right across the edge. I don't like these moulded in grots, though. I'm not like... This one looks terrible. It looks really deformed. And he just kind of stops there. It just stops on the surface. It's like...
Yeah. Bit deformed.
Yeah, it's not a great sculpt. And like I said, it just stops where the horizontal surface is. It would have been much better if they'd just given us a little figure to put in there, really. But hey, we'll come up with something. Maybe I cut him out and fill it with something else and put a grot falling out. I don't know. See that there? You got this panel here
Yeah.
at an angle, but look at that grumpy edge there.
Yeah.
That needs covering up with some plastic card, that, to make a piece here, perhaps.
Needs
Just to
something,
hide
doesn't
that. Yeah, to hide that silly step that just looks stupid. You can't really cut that out without a lot of work, so I think adding something like a piece of girder, perhaps, or just an extra piece of plating, just to, or a tubing or a piping or something,
Just to give it
cover
something.
up. Well, just to hide that big stupid step there, which looks ridiculous. I don't know. Modern day GW will just have your 1,500 extra parts, and
Well, this is
not have
it.
that
I mean,
problem.
that's all I'm doing with this is just trying to trick the eye where there's a seam. You know, is well, if I weld it up, it looks like it's an intentional join then. So
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking more just like covering up some of the bits where it should be a thin panel of metal but isn't.
yeah.
That needs a little bit of attention, I think. I'll come up with something cunning to sort that out. Do not doubt me. I shall come up
Hugh
with something.
says, thanks to Colin and Fox. He said, couldn't be asked with anything really. We've drew my own little world for a while. He's done it all my life and probably always will. No disrespect towards anyone intended. Absolutely, mate. I do it all the
We all do
time,
it.
Hugh.
Yeah, we all do it.
You know, I switch off for a few days because I have to compute, if that makes sense. You know, there might be, I don't know, something going on with me medical side, you know, and I just need to get my head round it, learn it, deal with it, overcome it, and then I'm back. And
Colin has this amazing knack of doing that, which is fully understandable, but he always does it right when you need to get hold of him about something important, and then just vanishes off Facebook for like 2 days.
yeah,
And you'll send a message saying, Colin, I need you to answer this question really quickly. Crickets. Yeah.
I don't do
I
it
mean-
deliberately to
No, I
ignore
know.
people. It's just, you know, I've got a lot going on at the moment medically, and
I shall be back in a moment.
it's a challenge. So I'm having to deal with that, plus keep streaming, and so yeah, every now and then I just have to take a few days off just to compute it all. So
Message from Mama Fox.
Hello, everybody.
hello,
There you
Mama
go.
Fox. Hello,
Cole
darling.
says hello, Mama Fox.
Bless
Right, I'll
her.
go and sort her out. Back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Right, so that's welded with that tip. So I'll let that cool down and then I'll swap tip. And then I shall go round putting all the chafe marks in the metal. And I shall use the thinner tip for that. It's got a nice little sharp point on it. And I can almost draw little plate lines of gubbins. I won't change that whilst it's hot because I'll go Bernie and I'll scream like a girl. So everyone's saying hi to Mama Fox, bless her. Absolute legend she is. But no, you don't have to apologise at all, Hugh. Like I say, you know where we all are, mate. And yeah, as long as you're well, I'm happy because, you know, I do, as people know me or know me well, I do sit here and get anxious about people's well-being because I care. It's that simple, and I can't change that. So it's just how I am. Like anything, if you don't see people that you're used to seeing about, you kind of like to know they're okay. Panzer's in. Hello, Panzer. Hope you're doing all right, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Go, let that one warm up. Change that. Like so. Keep that just there. So we'll let that one warm up. And then we'll start doing a little bit more on it. But I like the idea of doing some kind of opening on this. So I don't think where part of me was thinking of having like a drop down ramp where the car comes out, because once the feet are on, there's quite a ground clearance, so it'll need to come down slightly. But if they open up, the ramp itself can be lowered. So yeah. Panzer's saying hi, Colin. Festa Rugs. Hello, mate. How you doing? Yep, that's warm. Mew says, can't even take a dinner break. Damn manager has called me twice about stuff he should know. Tell him to F off. Yeah. It's one of them, like Mews, isn't it? You get fed up with it, darling. But what that enables me to do is go round that plate, see, and put in all those scratch lines. Let's see if I'm focused. I don't know if you can see that, folks. Just lets you do them scratches that you'd get at the edge of a panel. And it's an handy little gadget, this. It's dirt cheap. I think it was about a tenner I got this for on the Amazons.
I'm back. Hello.
But it just lets me do my plasma cut lines and all of that lot, and I love it. One of my
Plasma
favourite
cutting.
gadgets, this.
Is it in the 40-watt range?
Yeah, being that it's Games Workshop plastic, it melts really well, but see, it gives you a nice plasma cut line right along that plate there.
That was my Terminator joke, completely ignored there.
Sorry, mate.
Never mind. It's all right. I'll fight through the tears. It was a brilliant joke.
Oh, dude, would you like to repeat
It
your
wasn't a
joke?
brilliant joke.
I wasn't paying attention, mate.
It wasn't a brilliant joke. It was the best joke ever made by a human being.
In other words, then it was crap. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hugh says, yeah, meds had to do with it. Oh, prostate. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, mate. Oh. Okay, Hugh. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, mate. Yeah. PM me, mate. Because we got to catch up anyway, mate. But, yeah. Bless you.
Yep.
As long as
Do
you're
remember
all
that
right.
whatever you talk about in chat is public, so...
That's why I said to him,
Yeah.
PM me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you may not want to
Yeah.
discuss
Because
personal things.
I'm mindful of going any further with that conversation because I'm
Yeah.
respecting your privacy, buddy, but totally know where you're coming from. There you go. See, that's that armpit welded and plasma
Ooh.
cut.
See what I mean? You're just speeding ahead. I'm just about to glue in my second armpit.
No, that's why I'm not gluing anything else at the moment because I'm going round and fettling that whilst I think about doing the inside.
Things.
Yeah.
Festa things.
I know. I keep doing this to myself, don't I?
Yeah, but it's just who you are. You can't deny who you are.
I know. You are talking to the bloke who used to try and disguise his accent on his YouTube videos.
Such a strange thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah, but you get conscious of it.
The funny thing was, though, you just failed miserably at it because it was just your normal
absolutely
voice.
miserably, mate.
He's like, here you go. Oh, I'm not from the south. Oh, nah.
Yeah.
Wait, what? That's your normal voice. What? Yeah, don't do a John Thor.
Yeah.
John Thor always had a Manchester northern accent, born and bred until he was in an episode of Red Cap, until he started in Red
Yeah.
Caps. And my mum and dad used to know. I've said this before. My mum and dad used to know him, and like he developed this specific accent to play an officer in Red Cap.
Yeah.
Sort of the accent he had in Morse. And then when he finished filming that, he came back and they were all like, "The hell are you doing that voice? What's that all about, you big ponce?"
Yeah.
Bless him. Dee.
Oh.
Mum and Dad used to go out drinking with John Thor.
Very nice bloke from what you hear. You know.
Yes. Apparently he made a pass at Mama Fox, but she rejected him because obviously he was married to Papa Fox at the time. So she was like, no. He was very drunk at the time.
She let him live.
Oh, yeah. He was very drunk at the time.
Yeah, he did like a tipple back then, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mind you, I think that was the norm, wasn't it, back then?
I can't remember who else they used to hang around with. They used to know Ronnie Lacey,
Oh, right, yeah.
who was, people don't know, you remember in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Nazi who opens the box and his face melts? No, it's not, no.
Yeah.
The one that has the thing scar on his hand.
Yeah.
He holds that amulet and it scars into his hand. The guy with the
Yeah.
little glasses.
Yeah.
That's Ronnie Lacey. They used to know him. And others. Right, I've glued 2 armpits.
I'm impressed with you.
I've not done any ponciness. I've just glued them literally, and that's as far as I've got. That's as much as you get with me at this point. No, we need some bits,
I
don't
am
we?
so proud of you, Fox. Did that sound really as if I was taking the piss? It did, didn't it?
You did, didn't it? Did you remember to glue the gun on the back of the back plate? Did you remember to drill the barrel out?
You know, you honestly think I'm about 5, don't you?
No, I just like to check.
Real barrel. Be moving.
Man, you've gone so far ahead past me. Zoo.
He treats me like I'm 5. Have you
No.
switched it on and off again? Bless him.
Yeah, but you know what? I know that you're the same as me, and I need that kind of reminder all the time.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. It's just the way you do it. You mother me in a very sweet way.
I have to, because I'm exactly the same. It's like, have you put your trousers on? Oh,
yeah.
Right, I don't know where this gun is. Let me find this gun device.
I'm sailing ahead, but I'm getting all my fettling done whilst I analyse the build, because
I mean, to be fair, if you're planning a load of modifications, it doesn't really matter if you're whizzing ahead of me, because I'll take forever to build this.
Well, yeah, it's like anything. I'm getting a feel for it. I keep putting it down and looking at it, and it talks to me, and then it'll eventually. I build in 3-dimensional, folks. I used to do this when I used to do me bikes, where I would have like a chair, I'd have a mock-up engine, and
I've heard that you like to get a feel for it,
and a couple of fake wheels. But I would almost draw in mid-air in my imagination what I'm thinking of building, and that's what I'm doing with this. I'm imagining ladders, little mezzanine floors, and other ladders, and little Gretchens and that running around. And so as I'm doing this and welding it and scraping it, I'm just looking inside just to try and build a 3-dimensional image in my head of what it's going to look like. And then I've got to light the inside of it, I suppose.
What a sprue is that little gun for the rear panel? And I can't find it anywhere.
Oh, it's right down the bottom of the box on mine. I'll soon let you know. Let's put that
Is it
down.
in one of the weapon sprues?
Yeah, it was on... Oh, yeah. It's right.
It's going to be small, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it. I've just found. Oh, I think I've just found it.
Yeah, it's got a ball on it, and it's just a tiny little gun. Or
yeah, it's near a couple of oxygen tanks.
Yeah, that's it. Right next to the twin tank.
Now I've got to try and guess the random square part that goes in. Somehow, figure out where the square bit is for it.
Yeah, turn the sprues back to front so you can see the square recess. You'll find it.
Is the square thing on the same sprue?
No. It's basically a flat square like that, but it's got a round raised tit and it's got a square tit poking out the front. So
got a tit on it.
Yeah, you can only put it on round the one way.
See, this is the thing with these kind of unnumbered either instructions or kits. It's all very well when it's like big, massive chunks. It's when it's a little tiny component. You're like, hang on.
You're a big, massive chunk even.
Okay, well, it's not on that sprue. Square thing. Square thing. What's that secret you're keeping? Did I just sing Shaking Stevens? Jesus Christ.
You did, and I'm going to mock you, and I am going to grass you up to Cy Reynolds.
I think that's perfectly acceptable that you should do that. If I'm publicly seen to be singing, of all people, Shaking Stevens. 2-hit wonder.
I think even your mum's ashamed of you for that.
I can hear my mum I can hear the house prices falling as we speak. Right. I can see a lot of potential for painting all the checkers in the world. I also noticed the fact that all these bombs and missiles are in 2 halves. God damn it.
There'll be loads of seam lines, mate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right, where's this little square thing?
There's going to be some Technicolor panels going on, I know that much.
Ooh. I'm sorry, but I can't not see a face here in this thing.
Yeah, it looks like one of those badly drawn robots out of that Simpson-esque space program.
I was about to say, yeah, Futurama, you're exactly thinking the same thing as me. It looks like one of the, like, yeah.
I'm trying to remember what sprue that was on. Hold up, let's get these screws out.
It's going to be somewhere random, isn't it, again?
Yeah.
See, this, like I said, when it's a big, massive piece like a weapon, you're fine. But when it's a little tiny...
It was on that sprue.
Know.
The one with the 2 big plates. And it was just there.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, just next to where you've got the spiky teethy type thing.
Spiky teethy type thing. Oh yeah, I've got it. A square with a square tit and a round tit and a ball hole.
Yeah.
Yep,
You're a ball.
right next to the hook-shaped piece of wire.
You're a ball hole.
That one. You're made of ball holes.
I am
Part 171. If the instructions bothered. Why did they? Oh. Why would you number the parts and then not? I mean, come on for. I mean, lies 100%.
Edward Leonard says, I'm going to start drinking instead of typing because this chat sucks. Laughing my ass off. Still haven't read my belly and bench, so I give up. Yeah, sorry, mate, that I was trying to do something to build to keep you entertained, but I'll stop what I'm doing. And I'll go and find your belly and bench because I don't want you tripping over that bottom lip, buddy. Bless him. We do try our best, but you know.
Yes, it's actually very hard to do.
What do you want us to do? Do you want us to just sit and read the chat for the entire show? Can't be doing that, can we?
No.
Let's have a look, see if I can find Edward's belly and bench. Leftover creamy cheese, chicken, asparagus, bake. He says bench, a farthing around with, what's that? Aladale and Everqueen beverages, beer and bean.
Oh, L'Ariel, the Everqueen. That's the slightly naked plant lady on the back of a stag beetle. It's very, very beautiful.
Bless him. There you go. Are you happy now, Edward? Bless you.
Yeah, it's not easy to do talking and building and everything else. This is why we need a Cy Reynolds. You need a pet Reynolds of some sort.
Yeah, he is letting us down
to do all this stuff for her because, you know.
It's not deliberate.
You can't be a host and do the chat. It's like, but yeah, like Colin says, we're not going to do one of those streams where we just sit and read the chat all night because that's just rubbish.
Yeah,
that's not content. That's just drivel.
Especially when other people are in the chat and can actually read what's been written.
Yeah,
but we try our best, mate. But sorry, you know, it's just I got engrossed in what I was doing, mate. He's now throwing darts at a picture of me, and I can tell. I can feel it. I can feel it. I know what he's doing. He's sitting there, he's sticking his fingers up, poking his tongue out, isn't he?
He's there going. You're a terror, aren't you?
Absolutely.
I can't believe you drilled out a barrel and everything and didn't even make it.
He says I'm getting mad. No, seriously, I'm not getting mad, mate. Bloody hell.
He's just mocking you mercilessly. It's a different thing altogether.
I am mocking you, mate. I wouldn't get mad at you, Edward. I don't see the point.
No. The thing. I tell you what. This is something that Mama Fox. We had to have a discussion about this a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Me and Mama Fox, because ever since I started doing the internet stuff and I started hanging around with like you and Chris and Paul and Cy Reynolds, the default mode with me and Colin and Chris and Paul, and then later on Cy Reynolds, the default mode is just taking the piss out of each other.
Absolutely.
That's the default mode. Now the problem is that I kind of then got stuck in that mode forever. So it's the point where like constantly just taking the mickey out of Mama Fox. And she's like, and she didn't know at first. She's like, why? I'm going to be walking past going like that. And she'd be like, what? I don't. And I had to explain, it's because it's what me and the boys are like, and we just end up doing it permanently. She's like, okay, I'll just do it back to you then.
What we do. Oh, no, not getting mad at you, Edward. Blimey, mate, wouldn't do that.
She said to me this morning, I've got a bit of a stomachache. I said, God, you're so rubbish.
We are pulling the chain.
Yeah, so we'll never get angry at people. We will mock them mercilessly.
This is what I was saying years ago to you, Fox, isn't it? I've got one of them voices that even if I'm laughing and gooning around, sometimes people think, has he been serious?
Trust me, when
Colin... get you all the time, didn't I?
Yeah, when Colin was reading his wedding vows out at the wedding, H was like, what are you pissed off about? What are you grumping about? I'm not. I'm dead happy. Nah.
Yeah. So, no, we're not.
Do you? Yeah, all right. What?
I will subject you to my wedding photos one day.
It's like, do you, Colin, to take this woman to... Yeah, okay. If I must. Yes. I'd like to see you as a young man. Me as a young man is basically just me with more... Me as a young man is just me with long hair, basically, and less belly.
This will demonstrate, right? My missus found the wedding photos. This was about 5 years ago. She come across them again in the loft, as you do.
Mm-hmm.
Dug them out, got them out, showed the boys, and the first thing they said, was you married before then? And she went, what do you mean? And I said, was you married before? She went, no, I've only been married to your father. Why? Who's he then? That's your dad. And they, mate, the mocking I've had off of them two. They're like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was that skinny, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of look the same, really. I've not really changed. Less fat of face, I think, was probably about reasonable.
Yeah. I was lucky if I broke 9 stone when I got married.
Wow. I seem to remember having a 28-inch waist.
Yeah.
At one point, and then now I'm like 40 inches. Yeah.
Yeah. We're at the age now where our waist isn't far behind our age.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my wedding suit, which is still hanging up in my wardrobe, that's a 28 inch waist even.
Yeah, those were the days. 28-inch waist trousers.
Yeah.
That's never happening again, is it? I wouldn't mind. I got some trousers that I bought a few years ago that don't fit me anymore. It's like, oh, Christ.
But when you look at the photos, you think, damn, being that skinny really didn't look healthy.
Oh, no, it did. It looked fantastic, trust me. It did. It does compared to now.
I don't mind having a bit of meat on me, to be honest with you. It's contentment. That's what I put it down to.
Yeah, I'm single. I don't have the luxury. I don't have the luxury of saying there's contentment there.
But, no.
I've drilled my barrel out. Look at my drilling hole.
Good man.
Focus.
Yeah, Hugh says he's got the same problem. Even when I'm begging for mercy, I sound aggressive. Yeah. I've just got this thing, Hugh, and I could be paying someone a compliment, right? But it sounds like I'm taking the piss out of them. And I've constantly had it all my life where you look at a shocked face staring back at you and you're like, what's wrong with him? And I can't believe you said that. And I go, what? I'm being nice to you. I'm paying you a compliment. You know, I could say to the wife, oh, that dress makes you look really slim. But it sounds like I'm going, oh, that really makes you look, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like if you know someone who's got a strong Glasgow accent, it always sounds like they don't believe you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, do you believe me? Hey.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, hello, that's... stop. That's your 2-hour reminder.
Oh, ding dong, that went quick. I shall stand
I really
up
must change that to be a non-copyright piece of music.
That's all right, doesn't matter, mate.
A little bit of Persona 4 there. There you go. I've set another 2-hour alarm for you.
You know, my 0.6 of a penny monetisation, it ain't going to skimp me, is it? Let's be honest.
Oh, shut up, woman. Take all the money you can get.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot.
Oh! I might be about to build me shapes.
Examine the plasma.
I've just got to do my little bits on the back wall and then I can attach it all to the base. Base! How low can you go? Right, now.
It says really slim, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, if you had a 28-inch waist, that gives you an idea.
Yeah.
Can't believe I had a 28-inch waist.
I'm not far off being double the weight of when I got married. That's when it hits home, innit?
I'm pretty sure I've not even got a 28-inch bloody arm, never mind a waist.
Ah, I think my neck's getting to that.
Yeah.
As my mum says, you're a door frame filler. Thanks, Mum.
Thanks, Mum.
I don't know how to take that.
Just call her a cow bag.
Nah, she'll give me a dead arm.
Yeah, and
She's lethal at giving dead
that's
arms.
your job. You're the child. It's your job to be given a dead arm.
When she says, "Oh look, here's my youngest, my little baby," she's 4'8". Yeah.
Your mum, shut up.
Yeah. It's like, oh, bless her.
I shall glue this gun in place. I think I don't need it to be wibbly wobbly movable.
Yeah, I
Makes
didn't know what to
painting-
do with mine, to be honest with you. So
Well, I'm gluing mine in because it just makes painting easier. Otherwise, you paint the little movie ball and then all the paint scrapes off, and you're like, no.
that's a good shout. Yeah.
Yeah, because the moment you move it, it'll just take all the paint off. So.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. Yeah.
I have my moments.
Haven't given that a thought, mate. Now you say it. Fox logic does make sense sometimes.
Wait, Fox and logic in the same... No, that's not going to work, is it?
There you go.
You can't use the word Fox and the word logic in the same sentence. That's just...
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
That's like saying religious tolerance or military intelligence.
I'm just going to quickly make myself a cup of tea, mate, whilst I'm
Go on,
up.
make yourself a cup of tea. I will entertain the folks with my wit and charm. I've glued it in now, look there, gluing. Thank you very much, like and subscribe. Don't forget, folks, I'll now pad out the 5 minutes by just talking, pimping Colin. Don't forget, folks, to like and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. It is, of course, Festa 67's Workshop. Make sure you like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so that you make sure you don't miss out on any future live streams. And don't forget, if you want to support Colin's channel and keep it alive, you can do. You can go to patreon.com/Festa67's Workshop. The address is down there at the bottom somewhere. And you can support his channel. You can keep it alive because both Colin and I do this for a living. So, hey, we'll take all the money. We need all the money we can get. So you can support his channel that way. And of course, if you want to, you can become a channel member by pressing the join button underneath any of his videos. And you can support his channel that way as well. And you can do the same for me. You can go to patreon.com/modelmakingguru or press join underneath any of my videos. Now, the plan with this build is that we are going to do this as a full buddy build. So it will be, obviously we're doing the buildy now, but once we've done the buildy, we'll do the painty all live on the telly box. Although I don't know how, because it is the size of a house, which makes life interesting. So I don't know. We'll figure it out somehow, but we will be doing the whole thing, which means by the time I've finished painting and building mine, Colin will have moved on to like 6 more projects because he'll have finished it in about a week building it. But then he'll spend 6 months building it, all the bits, adding all the bits to it. So I suppose that we'll probably still finish about the same time. I'll spend about 3 years painting it, and he'll spend 3 years building things onto it. So it should balance out. Right, let's have a look at chat. Mad is what mad does, Eddie. They can't help it, mate, says Hugh. I mocked him before he mocked me, says Edward Leonard. I wave my private part in your face, says Edward Leonard. I spit on your airplane. Is yours detachable? Edward says Panzer. Hey, Panzer. I have the same problem, Colin, even when I'm begging. Oh, I've done that one. Better than saying it makes you look mature like good cheddar. Greetings, programme, says Dan Kramer. I hope everyone is doing well this evening. Hello, Dan. Welcome to you. Switch for tea. Welcome, my friend. We are doing you've joined us while we're building an Ork Stompa, a buddy build. That's the base for the Ork Stompa, just in case you want to know how big the Ork Stompa is. You can see how big it is there on Colin's screen. So yes, we're doing a buddy build of the Ork Stompa. Build and paint. And you can see this is an old kit by the cruddy interior, lack of all the schmunchy interior bit, which is really crappily done. Oh, we've just moved it on. Hello.
Hello.
That's so you can do your Davros wheelchair thing, isn't it?
That is, isn't it? Like...
I can't really do it really easily.
I've got the right shaped head for Davros.
Yeah, that's true. You've got the shininess. I can't do it without making myself cough.
Dan Kramer says, nice. I saw your Patreon notice. It'll be fun watching you guys working on the same kit.
Yes,
yeah,
well, I was
also doing the Lehman Russ as well, weren't we, on the Sunday show?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just saying a minute ago that it'll take me 6 months to paint this thing, but then again, it'll take you 6 months to build all the extra bits, so we should finish about the same time.
Absolutely, mate.
Hey, right, I may now be ready to attach some... No, I can't yet. I've got other shit to do. Oh, you know, I've not even done that bit yet. Right, let's go and find this randomly shaped part, shall we? Hang on. Oh, random shaped part. Where are you?
You're a random shape.
I need the L-shaped Tetris block. I shall hold it up to the light and see when it jumps out at me.
I can give you a front view of it. It's got a chain on it like that.
Oh, okay, that makes life a lot easier because it doesn't actually show you that in the instructions anywhere.
Yeah.
Do you know, Games Workshop, come on now.
Yes.
Oh, there it is, I found it. To be fair, they do put it on the sprue that way round.
Yeah.
That's a bit rubbish, that.
Bit gash,
See,
isn't it?
This is the thing, right? You've got that little crappy sort of flywheels there with the crappy thing. And you've got, where's the other one? There's a bit here somewhere. I saw this bit here under the arm, and it's like, oh, they could have just given you a separate spin, like a separate valve wheel, and you could. Ooh.
Absolutely.
If you had like a 1/35th scale tank or an 88 gun or something, you could make one of them and just. But no, they're a bit rubbish when they're molded in. But we're going to cover it in so much crap anyway. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely, mate.
Have you seen the bloke with his big spanner?
No.
The little grot with a massive spanner that's taller than he is.
No, I've not really had a good look at the kit, to be honest with you. I suppose I should do.
There appears to be, I think it's a grot carrying a load of bombs as well. It's tiny. He's carrying all his arms are overflowing with bombs and explosives. I think you've got like 3 or 4 grots. 4 or 5 grots and then one driver. I don't know what that was. I don't know why that happened.
Oh, mate, it's got to be better than you singing Shaking Stevens, mate.
Yeah,
you missed that, Dan. Foxx sung Shaking Stevens
I wouldn't know who Shaking Stevens is.
out loud.
He won't know who Shaking... Most people in Britain don't know who Shaking Stevens is. Never mind Dan
but
Kramer.
You can bet your bottom dollar Dan Kramer's now Googling Shaking Stevens because
Yeah, but he'll put a G in it.
he
He'll put a G in
will
it.
want to embarrass you, won't he?
You won't embarrass me. Nobody can embarrass me. There's only a small number of images that can embarrass me, and I have secure guard on those. I have tight control over those images.
Getting back to that photograph of you with a mullet, isn't it?
No, I never have had a mullet. I've had a flick, I've had a ponytail, but I've never had a mullet.
My God.
I had a ponytail for many years until my fringe moved back far enough that I was pulling a status quo, and I decided it was the end of that one.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a squirrel hanging off the back of your head, doesn't it?
Yeah. The thing is, it was like when I left school and I realised I was free to do what I wanted. I'm like, wait, you mean I can grow a ponytail?
Yeah. Wouldn't
And
that be a cool idea?
It was just because I suddenly had the freedom to do it, and I thought, and what happened was I basically found a piece of black, not thread, what do you call it? Like a strip of like silk or something, and it was like the kind of thing you could tie a bow around it, like a pirate. And I'm like, oh, wait, if I had a ponytail, I could tie it around this, and I'd be like a pirate.
Oh, you
cool.
went through the swashbuckler stage, did you?
Yeah. So, but basically, I thought, right, it's going to take me about 2 years to grow my hair. So what I need to do is go into Manchester and get like 3 foot long hair extensions.
Oh.
So I did. So I basically got hair extensions put into making me a ponytail, and for about 6 months, it was brilliant.
Things I wouldn't have admitted to, mate.
No, I did it because it was basically until my hair got long enough to tie back. So I grew my hair long to like shoulder length, but then I thought I need a ponytail now. So I got my ponytail put in, and it really looked fantastic. You wouldn't have known if you didn't know it wasn't real. You wouldn't have known. They did a brilliant bang-up job. It was amazing. And it did me for about 6 months until my hair was long enough. But I tell you, one of the most satisfying things I've ever done was taking the hair extensions out.
You've got this image of you sitting there with an hairdresser putting hair extensions in. I'm like,
oh, trust me, it's nothing nonsense about it. It was like a Gestapo interrogation. I would have told them anything at that point. It was so painful. Because they pull your hair and they're like jamming your hair, and they crimp in with the hot, and it's like, ow, pain, burning, ow. I walked out and I'm like, God, I've had dentists less painful than that. But yeah, so when my hair was long enough, I took my extension. Basically, what you've got your stalk of hair, and the extension goes round it.
Yeah.
And all I did was I sat there and I just pulled it out. But because you can't actually wash your hair normally when you've got extension, you can't just wash your hair. So you kind of, for the first week or two, you've got mingy hair. Well, you can, but you've got to be really careful. You've got to use like special. This is back in the 90s. They said if you're going to wash your hair, you kind of have to wash your hair in like fabric conditioner and stuff because it's artificial.
All right.
And they said, you can just not wash your hair if you, but it'll have a couple of weeks of mingy hair.
Yeah.
So by the time I finished, my hair had reached a natural equilibrium after a few weeks of it. It didn't need to be washed because it sorted itself out. If you don't wash your hair for about 8 weeks, it goes from normal to greasy to minging to flea-ridden and back to normal again. And looks really nice.
It becomes really soft, doesn't it?
It was soft and silky. like I just stepped out of the salon. But I sat there in bed for half an hour. I just got each little extension and just went, and it was like, it was the most sad, because my hair was slightly smooth because it had been like naturally greasy. So it was like, just pulling it off the end, and it was so like chilling out. I was like just pulling these extensions out one by one. It was like, oh, it was a bit. It's similar to when you get a brand new electronic device and you pull the plastic film covering the screen. It was like that, but my entire head. And at the end of it, I was sat there in bed with this massive pile of hair. I was like, oh, but then I was happy because then I could have my own ponytail then. What was on my head was and I could have real proper hair growing. And then I had this ponytail for years until my hairline receded too far, and I was like, oh, sadness. I can't do that now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it looks all right. It's just my fringe is so far back now that I look like I'm on status quo, and I can't stand status quo.
Yeah. It's that
Status
comparison that no one ever wants to hear.
Yeah, either that or I look like some kind of like
Francis
dubious...
Rossi.
Yeah, or I look like some kind of dubious 1970s detective noir, 1970s French Connection arms dealer or something.
Yeah.
Probably called Spyro. Or something, I don't know. My imagination's got a bit away with me there, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I love the way this helps support this back piece on the back, but there's nowhere to attach it until it's actually on the back.
We all go through that stage where we grow our hair out, don't we? And then all of a sudden, male-pattern baldness kicks in, and you're like, I've got to make a decision.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Bugger. Because that was in the days when I had my long hair and I had a decent fringe and I had my big white streak right down the middle. So that when my hair wasn't tied back, I looked awesome. I had like this white streak right down the middle, my skunk stripe.
You look like one of the Mallons, didn't you?
I don't know what a Mallons is. What's a Mallons?
TV show in the early 80s, and it was a family.
Actually, I do know what that is because my dad worked on it. Actually, it just reminded me.
Yeah.
I didn't know my dad worked on that until I actually read his IMDb thing and thought, and he was like, wait, he worked on the Mallons? And then I was like, what's the Mallons? I had no idea. I didn't even know he worked on that. He never said.
I see what you mean about that badly mounted grot in there.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had this kind of real Regency kind of look going on. I was quite happy with it. It was because it was more just because I was suddenly free from school. I was free to do what I wanted.
Yeah.
And it was a freedom that I'd never experienced before because I'd always been at school, you know. I'm going to make my mark on the world. And then I totally didn't make any kind of mark on the world. But hey.
Dan Kramer says, for a good number of years, I wore a Qui-Gon. I had my hair loose at the bottom in the back and the front of my hair tied into a tail that went down the back. At the longest, his hair reached his belt.
Oh, it means like a Qui-Gon Jinn,
Yeah.
I guess. From the Star Wars.
Happy days. I had a metal mullet, mate. I'm so embarrassed to admit that.
Were you positively German?
Yeah. Seemed all right for the first couple of years, and then, like I say, I started going bald. And
you
it
were
just
like,
looked like a squirrel with its legs hanging out on top of my head. And it's like, yeah, that's going.
But the problem is then, unless you go, the moment you realise it's a really bad haircut, you've either got the choice of living with it for another 8 to 12 months, or shave it all off. You've only got that. You've got a single choice, basically.
Well, my missus went to work and I had the metal mullet, and when I went to pick her up, I had a freshly picked head and was beardless. Yeah, she was shocked, mate.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. You can't do half measures. You've either got to, once you realise it's not good, you can't sit there looking at it for another 8 months.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen, is it?
exactly. She said, don't mind the barnet being gone, but can you grow your beard back? Okay. Because she'd only ever known me
With the beard.
But I always thought a full beard would look odd having a bald head, so that's why I've kept the goatee instead.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure about the full beard and baldness. This is quite tricky to get these walls on to fit, isn't it? To like balancing it all.
Yeah, that's why I welded mine.
You're like 3 pairs of hands. I might have to get the tape out.
I used gloopy glue.
Yeah, that's all right.
Let it go off for a little bit, pressed it in place, and then went quickly around it with extra fin. And it gave it a bit of a kick up the arse. And
kick up the arse.
Seems to have bonded quite happily since then.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties with mine.
Yeah, I've not exactly been light-fingered with this, throwing it around like I am. So.
No. Oops. I hope I've actually got the glue brush in the glue.
Yeah, that would help, mate. You've been
It's
special.
always a winner, isn't it, that one? It's always a winner, that one, isn't it?
Right, that is at the edges of that suitably plasma cut.
What are you eating?
I'm having a little fruit slice thing because I've just had to take a metformin. So
Ooh, a little bit of fruit slice. You're a fruit slice.
absolutely, mate. I'm fruity and happy about it.
Fruity and ever so slightly sliced.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Fruity with a hint of Docklands.
Now, I don't
Super
know
match
whether
game.
I don't know whether the large gaps are intentional.
Hang on. I'll have a look with my face when I'm
Some of the
trying to
plates.
assemble.
I think they are. I think they are intentional.
Everything is intentional.
Makes it look a bit more authentic.
Cobbled
Right.
together.
Yeah. Am I going to need to do any more welding yet? Tell you what I could do.
I think having a dirty great big fingerprint on that panel was quite authentic.
Oh, really? Did you do? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, now that bit's coming off this side. This is a challenging assembly process. Ah! Not enjoying.
Is it laughing at you, mate?
Well, every time I try and put one side on, the other side comes off. It's like, oh, for crying out loud.
Right, that reckons that should go on there then. Okay, will that affect me putting... No, it won't. Put that on there. Okay. We'll have him then.
Have it.
Have a bit of him. What's that? Bobbin says this is where Fox glues himself to himself. Yeah, that may happen at some point. Feel
For
free,
May, read Will.
feel free in the chat to mock him mercilessly if he does.
Oh, God, yeah. These channels are all about mockery and embarrassingness.
We wouldn't have it any other way, mate. We love it. We do love a bit of mockularity. You might have noticed.
Yeah. You know in Castle when, like, Ryan shot Esposito in the ass?
Oh, that was so funny.
And he called him Esposito in front of the witness by mistake and stuff.
Yeah.
That's me and you, that. Just taking the mick out of each other
Oh,
endlessly,
we constantly
mercilessly.
do it. And this is where people can sometimes... I mean, we've had it before. They go, God, you two don't get on, do you? And it's like, yeah, we do. We get on like a house on fire.
Yeah. But if you ask me, though, the thing that makes Castle watchable is Ryan and Esposito. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Their dynamic is probably the best dynamic.
Considering they're not the married couple in the programme, they are the most married couple in the programme.
Yeah, they are good. If you haven't watched it, you should go and watch it. Worthy of a binge watch. You've got to binge watch it, though, ain't you, Castle?
Yep. There's one bit where they meet the guy who can't lie.
Yeah.
And he says about Esposito putting like dye in his hair, and he's like,
Yeah, he goes just a little bit around the temples. It's like-
it's the way he goes all crump. He's like a big hard man, but he goes all kind of crumpled when he's confronted. It's like, what, a little bit, maybe,
yeah,
maybe.
I'll
What?
just be putting a bit around the temples, but yeah, it's that blonde woman in it. She can't tell porkies. Yeah,
No, it's the guy from the Liars Anonymous thing, isn't it?
Oh right, yeah. I must be thinking.
You're thinking of the woman that you're thinking of the woman with the hyper smell.
Hyper smell. That was it.
I've just watched the Super Smeller episode.
Oh, have you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah.
So no, if that had been me and you in that show, we'd be gone. They smell of arse.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's not even fit very well at all.
Are you nibbling
Lord.
again?
Yeah, fit issues with this are completely,
You're a fit issue.
absolutely unacceptable. There we go. That's
Paul
better.
J. Lewis
That's
says we
better.
snigger in the chat as one. Absolutely.
Yep.
This is it. Sometimes our humour doesn't always translate, but we mean nothing by it, you know. Like we were saying earlier, we'd never get mad with people, you know what I mean?
No, if we didn't get on with each other, we wouldn't actually do
Wouldn't be able
stuff
to do
together.
this, you know. But
No. Bit of polarity.
no, bit of that.
Wow, this is not as simple as I thought it would be. It's made more difficult by the complete lack of any sort of pegs and holes, but
Are you having another Wibblekins? You are.
I am
aren't
having
you?
more wibbles, always with the wibbling. You know how this works.
There you go.
My wibble foo is strong, you know that.
Absolutely. I like a good wibble. You might know.
Yeah. Hello, I'm British, wibble.
H had a shrinkflation wibble the other day. I was so
Oh dear, that's because she's been hanging around with you for too long.
happy. Yeah, she did blame me as well.
So that's your fault, that is. You and your bloody shrinkflation win.
So me being me, I said, don't start on me about it. You're as bad as Fox. She went, now you leave him alone.
Oh yeah.
Bloody cheek of it.
I don't think I got any fingerprints on the outside. Oh no, there's one. Lovely.
It'll happen. Once she meets him, it'll be, yeah, you can pick on him again. Thanks, love.
You'll be like, yeah, you know what? I take it back. Everything you've ever said. Yeah, you're right. Have it.
Yeah. How about him?
I better get the front pieces out and make sure or the top bit out and make sure it fits. I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I've just done. I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, the neck part, just to make sure. I'm going to use that as like a brace to hold everything in place.
Now,
'Cause
these
these-
I know when I make all me innards.
Yeah. See these bits at the back, they don't really fit very well. So I need to brace for impact or something. I don't know. Brace for entry. You were matron.
It's a weird little contraption, isn't it?
Yeah, you're a weird little contraption.
Absolutely, mate. I stand behind my contraption weirdness.
I try to stand behind your contraptions. It's usually the safest option. See what I did there? I'm here all week. Try the fish. Here, all copyright. La 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 la.
He's here all week. He's here all week, folks.
Here all week. Try the fish.
Available for weddings and apartments. Here all week. Right, that's.
I remember watching. I can't remember who it was, but there was a comedian. People who aren't British won't get this, but it was a comedian that did a riff, and he did a character called Bernard Wright-on,
Yeah.
as opposed to Bernard Manning. But it was like Bernard Manning, but like not offensive. So he's there and he goes, a rabbi. He says, a rabbi, a priest, and a Buddhist monk walk into a pub. It was a perfect moment of religious harmony and tolerance.
Yeah.
And that was, and all his jokes were like that. A black man, a white man, and a man from China walk into a bar. Perfect moment of racial equity.
Yeah.
They were just all non-jokes, but it was like, yeah, if you're not in the UK, you won't get that.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? Every now and then you sit there and you think back. And you think, my God, that guy used to be on the telly.
Yeah. How far it's come.
Yeah, rightly so as well, isn't it?
Oh, goddamn, yeah.
Yeah, no, there should never be an issue.
God, some of these connection points are like the size of a bridge.
I know.
Like seriously. I could see trucks going across it. I'm having to phone the harbour master before I cut it just to make sure.
Oh, you want to tip the ferryman, don't you?
Yeah. Snippety, snippety, snip.
Paul J. Lewis says, for your information, Fox, I wear headphones. When you slam stuff down on your bench, it sounds like ceiling fans falling down. Just saying.
This is what I was saying earlier on. Is I've got to be careful when I'm putting things down because the microphone's attached to the desk.
Yeah, you get an echo, don't you?
Yeah, but sometimes you do drop things or forget, and it's like because unfortunately I've got nowhere to mount the microphone that isn't this actual bench. Sadly, yeah. Ideally the microphone would be like mounted to the wall or something, but I can't do that, so I'm a bit knackered. I haven't got anything else I can mount it to, which is really frustrating.
You're a mount.
You're made of mounts. Take it to the mount.
Yeah, I like being a mount.
Size of that.
Well,
God.
I'm frightened.
Oh, hello.
I'm frightened to look up because I don't know what you're going to show me.
Okay, bear in mind. Okay, imagine this is my workbench, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sat here. Yeah, I'm sat here like that.
Yeah.
I just pinged a piece off here, and it went all the way over there.
Yeah.
Behind all my storage boxes.
Right.
Hit the wall, went down, bounced off something, pinged around there, and then went all the way back over here and pinged off my left foot.
Oh, really?
Which is, I'm here, and it went all the way over there and then back over the other side of the room. That's how far that just... with such force, it was able to bounce off the wall and come work all the crap under my bench. It managed to navigate all the way through. That's kind of terrifying. I don't like that. There's a message on my landline. I don't like that.
Yeah. I don't like that.
It's such a brilliant line, the way he delivers it, like a sort of quiet, neurotic moment. It's a completely unnecessary line in the film, and yet it tells you everything you need to know about him.
Yeah.
There's a message on my landline. I don't like that. He's obviously like introverted and doesn't want to go out or see anybody, and he's like very solitary. Doesn't want messages on his landline, thank you.
We need... Where do we cut that? I reckon around about there.
Are you fettling and planning again?
We may be, yeah.
Ooh, is that the royal we?
Oh, it fell out my chair then. Don't want to do that, do we?
Don't fall out of your chair, you numpty.
Right. We need, I reckon, about there.
I can't see what you're planning because I'm too busy doing my own shit over it.
No, you do what you got to do.
I know, but I want to watch what you're doing, but I also need to get this done because the glue's setting.
Yeah.
And I can't. I can be quite. The good thing is I like being kind of careless with these nubs because they don't really matter.
Yeah.
Because it's Ork and because it's a hidden surface anyway. So I'm enjoying being quite heavy-handed with them, just butchering them off rather than being all delicate and sanding them away. None of that nonsense. Here, Ian Belgian he'd scrape the bastards off.
On there. Narrating to myself again, ain't I?
Yep, said Fox.
Along there.
I tell you what, you'd like the game The Stanley Parable.
Oh, right.
There's only two characters in the game. There's Stanley, i.e. you, and there's a narrator.
Yeah.
Who narrates everything you do.
I'd love
and he's
my
also
life.
He's also a character.
I'd love my life to be narrated by Morgan Freeman every day. So cool.
I don't know if Morgan Freeman would like to do that, but...
Oh, it'd just be so cool, wouldn't it?
Not for him. Colin took a dump again.
Yeah, he had a disappointed look on his face as he fell down the stairs.
Colin spent 5 hours looking at pictures of a disappointed horse on the internet.
Mate, I'm still watching YouTube videos of farriers shoeing horses, mate. It's so addictive.
Do you know, when we had that conversation, right?
Yeah.
We literally had a conversation in words talking on a live stream about like woodwork and shoe horsing. Shoe horsing? That's not a real word.
Yeah, old shoeing. Yeah.
We literally just talked about it on a live stream. And like the next day when I went into my YouTube,
yeah,
and I went, if there's never anything in my subscriptions tab, I just click on like, I don't know, the recommendations, see what it recommends for me. And 99% of the time it's garbage, but I give it a try when I'm desperate. And I swear, how many videos in my selection were suddenly about woodwork and I'm shoeing horses.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it?
It's like, wait, hang on. You're telling me that YouTube's algorithm doesn't just go off what you've watched, it goes off what you talk about on live streams?
I think it does. I think it captures it. And then that's what your feed content comes up with. It's clever, but also it's a bit alarming, isn't it?
Well, it's both very, very impressive and also exceptionally terrifying at the same time. It doesn't really... If you don't do live streams, of course, it's irrelevant, but if you are a streamer... So if we just talked about, like, hardcore porn non-stop for, like, 3 hours...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't work because YouTube don't do that. But never mind.
Exactly.
Moving on. A boy can wish. Do you know what? Here's a question.
Yeah, fire away, mate.
What? I can't remember. Do you know, like... I can't remember how we used to meet up with people when we didn't have mobile phones. What did we used to do for porn before the internet? I can't remember.
Forest porn.
Yeah, but you couldn't always count on that. I never went into a shop and bought it, but...
No, you would have a glance at the top shelf every now and then.
But I'm sure in my youth I have memories of access to
You always had
materials.
one mate that had a rather heavily thumbed, rolled up copy of Razzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Somehow
think
managed-
most of it was
I managed-
forest porn, wasn't
I think somehow managed to get by with it always being somebody else's.
it? Yeah.
I don't know how that even worked. It's just one of those questions, like, what, before you... In the past, you'd phone up your mate. We'd actually have to phone our friends on an actual telephone and say, are you coming out?
I know, it's scary, isn't it?
You coming out for a beer or something? Well, that's rough. Tenuous is the word I'm looking for here, I think. There we go, that's in properly. I apologise, this is all off camera, by the way, but I'm having to work with
Oh, don't worry, mate.
where I can see what I'm doing. I have to put some tape on this and hold it all together for a little bit.
Edward Leonard says, twice I was talking to my wife in stores, and when I got home I had coupons in emails and particular items. It's scary. Yeah. It is a bit. Yeah, it could be the JD just fell about laughing at the idea of shoe horsing. Yeah.
Shoe horsing.
Yeah. Shoe
Oh,
horsing. Horses for shoes.
It's like the nightmare story that happened about 10 years ago. You know, because you have all your cookies online and stuff. The nightmare stories of, like, people who get recommendations in their shopping thing for, pregnancy products.
Yeah.
But they haven't actually been told that their teenage daughter is pregnant yet. But because maybe she's bought something on the family Amazon account.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or there was one terrible one where Amazon had all these recommendations for, like, pregnancy products for this in this guy's account, but his daughter actually died
Yeah.
in childbirth.
Oh, bless her.
But it sent him a load of, like, here's some great pregnancy and for new mother. It's like, yeah, that's really bad taste because it just goes off what people looked at.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't know that there's been a problem, does it?
Yeah. Sometimes it's just a little bit too uncanny.
Hugh Golden says penthouse, didn't care where we found it. Before that, it was the lingerie pages of Mum's clubby book. Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah,
is
the case
it.
catalogue.
Most American guys will say to you that the Sears catalogue used to get the job done.
Yep. Or the swimsuit edition of whatever it was. Sports Illustrated.
Absolutely.
National Geographic.
Yeah.
But that was mostly just for boobs. But yeah, no, I mean, catalogues. Yeah, catalogues like, the case catalogue. For pictures of ladies in underwear. It was only ladies in underwear, of course, because it was advertising underwear.
Yeah.
Not that exciting, but when you're a 15-year-old kid.
When you're a spotty hormonal 15-year-old kid, mate.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Me? I'm taping it up so it holds, because it's doing a bit of springiness.
Really?
It's a bit... Yeah. It's a bit... So...
Oh, wow.
Just giving it some extra grip, just in some of the corners. It's not quite cooperating fully. So I'm hoping to force it to cooperate fully. Right, and I can put the top bit on, I think, because that is the next step anyway. That'll hold it in place, like that, you see. Or not, like that, you see. There we go. Lovely, lovely.
So these Ork Stompers that were going to take us ages and ages to build are pretty nearly built, aren't they?
Well, we've got all the dangly bits to do. Yeah, it's not going to be a long build, is it? Well, once we've got it built, I can start looking at things to add to it.
Yeah.
I don't mean like big chunks of greebles, but I mean things like little panels. You know me, I want to do little panels and things.
Yeah.
I'll have to do some work on this bit. I love this piece of metal with the real thick piece of metal with the plasma cut marks on it.
Yeah.
But you have to put them back in again when you take the nubs off.
Yeah.
I'll do that once I've glued it, actually. I'm not saying I'm comfortable using thick glue. I'm so unused to doing it.
Yeah.
Using thick glue to put something together, it just seems heretical to me. I don't quite know why. It's like some kind of...
Yeah, but it's got its uses.
I know, but it's like heathen. It's like
Because I can use the thick glue and then I'll go over that with a bit of extra thin and it'll just kick its arris.
I know, but to me it just seems like I'm so used to using like extra thin and being delicate. It just seems so heretical.
Paul says, welcome to Fox's Warhammer bondage.
Yeah. Hey, trust me. When the first time you buy something in a Games Workshop store, that is, you've just entered into bondage. Trust me on that one.
Absolutely.
Games Workshop is a form of bondage, but not the fun kind of bondage. It's the kind of bondage where you can't even go and be a gladiator to get out of it. I tell you what, this couldn't be more like a Dalek if they tried, could it? Really?
No.
They're just...
It's such a blatant rip-off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a perfect way to realise that Games Workshop are actually British. It reminds me, because it's this big hollow thing, it's reminding me of like Mama Fox's crappy garden animals that she bought, where you get this like resin sheep or something, but it's hollow and it's like really... Sometimes she buys the really nice expensive ones, but then she buys the cheap plasticky one that's just hollow and a bit ropey. Give that a good pushing. If anybody out there reads Slackworm, by the way, there's a plushie for sale at the minute. He's got a plushie for sale. It's only available till the end of the month, I think.
Oh, right.
It's a 2 foot long lying down Slackworm being lazy. You printed out a Craftsman yet?
No.
I've got a dirty great big gap around the bottom there where it doesn't quite fit properly. That's a bit disappointing. No, it's underneath. You can't really see anyway. It's just between the walls and the base. I'll get a load of glue in there and I'll take the living crap out of it. I will force it. Hither and yon. Yither and hon. I don't know. Tape the living shit out of it.
Not a problem, Paul. Always happy to leave a comment on good work, mate. You know me.
Do you ever leave a comment on bad work?
Yeah.
Anonymously.
No, I was praised. Again, everyone builds to different levels, don't they? Good God, you know, I can hardly put down work when, you know, I've seen some of my builds. Bloody hell.
I never leave anonymous comments on bad work. I always say, Colin says.
You're a turd.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap down there, but that's going to be covered in so much dirt and dust under here that...
Yeah.
I ain't particularly fast, you know what I mean? Although I'm kind of spinning around on fumes at the minute.
Oh, are you? But you are going a bit overboard with the amount of glue there, I'll give you that.
That's because it needs a amount of glue. If you see what I'm building, it's a dirty great big tube with every piece wanting to go beep and literally make that noise when it does it. Quite literally. But if there are any gaps that I can't deal with, then they'll just get panels added. That's going to be my tactic on this, I think. Bodge it. Add cabling and stuff.
Well, this is the thing, because it's built the way it is, we can afford to do that because it's a Stompa.
The good thing is, as well, there'll be situations where I might have a dirty great big gap or something, and what I can go and do is just go and get a little bit of electrical wire or a headphone cable from an old pair of headphones, and actually make actual wires and cables.
Exactly.
That are made of actual wires and cables.
All kinds of gubbins can be added to it.
Now, contains 75% more nonsense than everything else you've ever built.
Because it's built out of scrap at the end of the day.
It still looks a bit too neat and tidy, though, I think.
Panzer says, time for interweb back to work. Helping keep the good people safe from themselves. Catch you all in the chat over the weekend. You take care, Panzer, mate. There you go, mate.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for popping in, mate.
I'm liking the big headlight on the front. Because that's going to be quite easy to paint that. The way Games Workshop paints these kind of lights with the cage around them is an absolute nightmare when they're tiny. When they're quite big. Like these would be an arse to paint.
Yeah.
But we might get away with it.
I think so.
There's still some nubs I need to clean off, but I decided I'll do them when it's all glued together. Apologies, I keep banging it on the desk, but it's a dirty great big piece of plastic. I can't be that careful. Right, I've done step one and oh no, I've not finished step one yet.
It's not the easiest thing to manoeuvre around silently, is it?
Manoeuvre. I've got to glue little things over the grot holes, but I've got all the tape over them in a minute.
Oh, you're not keeping the grot holes, no?
I don't know. I don't like them, but
yeah, the grots are a bit. Yeah,
I'm just not talented enough to fill them in with anything else.
I was going to slash them out and put actually real people in there, and I thought it was going to look pretty much the same anyway, so...
Yeah. I don't know. If I've got any little, like, photo etch meshing of some sort, I could put that over the hole like he's looking out of a little window. Hide some... Don't think I've got anything like that, though.
You got any thin strips of plastic card? You could have like gel bars, couldn't you?
Oh, that's an idea. It's like what the hell are these bits?
Yeah.
Hello, Mama Fox. Are you supposed to see what that is? Jesus Christ, Games Workshop. Come on now.
Yeah.
I've got to find two pieces that could be any shape because they're at a funny angle. This is ridiculousness. I've got no way to know what that piece is. Come on now. Bring me a freaking
bullet holes go right the way through, so we'll have that. So everyone's saying good night to Panzer.
Good night, Panzer. It's not true what they say about him, you know. I never believe what they said about him.
Right, a good old chunk missing, so is that.
Have you got any idea what two pieces these are at the back?
In what section?
Still section 2. These two bits at the back here. There's like two little plates.
Oh, let's have a look.
They're just they're at really weird angles, so it's hard to tell what shape they actually are.
Let's have a look.
There's just no indication what they actually look like, other than potentially square with a hinge on the end. But
soon let you know, mate. We'll have a rummage through the box for you.
Oh, have you not done that bit yet?
No, I've not done that bit yet. No, I'm still.
Okay, it don't matter then. I thought you'd already done it.
No, but I've stopped what I'm doing now, so I'm going to go and have a look because I'm determined.
It's like a square bit with a little thing on it.
Yeah, it's called an hinge.
Yeah, or a little flange or a flap or something. I can't quite tell what.
Yeah, it's like a little flappage type gubbins.
Yeah, it's like a battery cover, isn't it? Or kind of thing.
Yeah.
With the little thing on it. It's got a tit on it. I'll be damned if I can see what it actually is. Has it been a case of just leave that until I've taken everything else off the sprue and whatever's left is the bit I want?
Yeah, it just looks like it's a little
It's like
little
a
access
mud
panel,
flap, isn't
isn't
it?
it? Yeah.
Yeah, a mud flap or something. But I've got no idea which bit that is. I can't see anything like that on the sprue, I don't think. God, it could be anything. I really can't. Oh, there's one. Oh, okay, I've got one. I found one.
Yeah, it looks like it's got like a little inchy type contraction on it.
You know how it looks really tiny?
Yeah.
It's like that big.
Yeah, it's going to be 4'6", yeah, with the rivets
Yeah,
on it.
it's like it's like a massive, great big mud flap. Okay, so it's a massive component then, not a tiny little. God.
Oh, you spoon.
Looks tiny on the diagram. I mean, who, when they design these instructions in the design department, who thought, I know, let's not bother putting numbers on any of it?
Sure it ain't them?
Yeah, turn it over.
Yeah, because it's got the hinge on it. Made of diamond plate.
Yeah, that one. That's what I just pointed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Was that not on camera? Sorry. Yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
They're actually massive, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
really
not small, are they, mate?
No, they look really small on the instructions. Of course, still don't know which is which, but never mind. Thank you for the help there.
No, that's all
assist
right.
on that one.
Save me hunting them down. When I'm looking for them, I shall put them just there. So do they actually? Are they actually gluing or just resting there?
I don't know. They look like one of them looks like it should be a mud flap, like on the back of a truck, but it's not.
Yeah, they go over that safe door thing, don't they?
Hang on, I'm not got that far yet. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
Where did they go?
They go over that, don't they?
Uh,
It's got a couple of recesses for hinge bits.
I don't know because it doesn't actually show where they attach either. It's brilliant. These instructions are fantastic. Oh, Games Workshop don't ever change. I've got too much tape on the back at the minute. I can't quite tell.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're supposed to go on the bottom of it or at the.
Soon
I don't
find
know
out.
where.
I'll cut mine off and have a looky-loo for you, mate. Because you've got yours all taped up at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's a similar bit down there at the bottom, but I don't quite know where it's supposed to go. Let's tell you what. Why don't we actually look at the? I was going to look at the box, but you can't.
No box art on it, mate. Dropped out again. 2 secs. And he's back. There
Back
he
in the
is.
box. If there's a photograph of the back of it.
Yeah, because we're on white box, so we haven't got any art.
Yeah, we haven't got any box art to work with. Is there any shot of the back of it?
I think.
It's just.
Is there a choice by the look of it?
I don't know. I can't quite tell. It's like here's this piece you can't get rid of, and I'd glue it to the back somewhere.
Yeah, that one don't fit at all.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, there they are. They go there, mate. You know that thing
Hang on,
with the...
you're off.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to do everything at once to please you, mate. Bear with me. There you go. They go there.
Ah, yeah, I've just spotted them on the instructions there.
Yeah, there you go. They go there. Yeah, it's just... I was trying to move the camera, roll to bits, and yeah. Patience is a virtue.
Awesome.
But yeah,
Oh, shut up.
there they are.
Lovely. I just found it in the instructions at the same time.
Such a girl.
God, what nonsense. What nonsense. Such nonsense.
Yeah, it's a
so
bit,
after,
bit strange, that, isn't it?
well, at least you cover up that rubbish thing with its crappy fan belt. Although you could open them a bit further, I suppose.
You could have them where they can just flap about a bit, but...
And you're a girl like that was.
Yeah, they're not... Yeah. Mind you, that is a bit crappy, that, isn't it, that fan thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really should have actually just scraped that out and put something else in there, shouldn't I? I suppose you could always add some greebles in there to cover it up.
Yeah, they're not... It's not the greatest of thing, is it?
No.
Yeah. How weird. Oh, well, I've cut them off now. I'll be wondering what they are now.
You'd be like, what am I supposed to do with them then? There is actually a photograph of the back end of it in the instructions.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, it's on the last page when you put the head on stuff.
Yeah.
It shows a shot of the rear end.
You're a rear end.
You're made of rear ends.
Absolutely. We love each other, really.
Yeah, we totally do, you bitch.
Cowbag.
Oh, using my words against me. How dare you? How very dare you?
Absolutely. Been waiting to use that one.
That's my line, you tart.
Have it? You use full candles, so I'm using cowbag.
Cowbag. I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. Hey,
Go for it.
Yeah.
All right there, Bob.
Ooh, that felt fantastic, that did. Oh, there's so much adrenaline going around my system right now. Ooh.
Yes. A bit of that going on. You says not quite flapping yet, Cole. Disturbing all the same, mate. Absolutely, yeah.
Did you know,
What's that, mate?
science fact for you. Did you know, although it sounds like you think we probably did know, scientists don't still really know why we sneeze.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just about getting something out of the nose, although that's one of the reasons we might be forced to sneeze. They think it's just
Cleaning one's orifices.
But sometimes you do it without that need. So scientists are apparently still studying why we actually sneeze. Some people think it might be because sometimes you just sneeze for no reason, and some scientists are thinking at the moment that it might be a way to reboot the olfactory system.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it just kind of gets bogged down, and it's like so much stimulation to your nose. It's like it just has to reboot it every now and then, reset everything.
Yeah.
And they think sometimes that's what a sneeze might do. But that's one of those things you think we take for granted what a sneeze is, but apparently we still don't really know.
Can't sneeze and keep your eyes open.
Can't. Nope. Do you know why? Because your brain will explode and all your kidneys will vaporise into ash, and all your children will die. Probably not. I might have made all of that up.
Sounded plausible to me.
Of course. All my made-up nonsense is 100% plausible.
It's funny though, isn't it? We see how big this thing is sat on the bench, and then you look at the box and you see how much is still left to build.
Yeah, and you're like, oh. But that's the funny thing. It's not so much lots of bits. It's just many a few number of large bits.
Yeah.
We're not talking like Dora here in terms of complexity. Do you know what makes me laugh though?
What's that, mate?
I remember somebody once bought one of those Dora kits from E-Models. And they were asking some questions about it, and James sent it to me saying, can you help him out, because I haven't got a clue. And he was asking like what glues to use and stuff, and he was showing me what's in the box in some photographs, and I swear to you the cannon on that is literally a piece of drain pipe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that black PVC or whatever drain guttering, yeah.
It just looks like they've got a bit of drain pipe. It's like probably from the same manufacturers. So we were going through the different glues you might need to use and stuff. But it's like, wow, yeah.
Yeah, Dora is one of them kits, and it's going to be someone's growl kit, isn't it?
Yeah. You can still get them where somehow they keep finding a few of them every now and then. E-Models get one or two in stock.
Yeah.
Even though they're long out of print. I mean, those things are long out of print.
That's going to be a collector's item, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's like, yeah.
Well, that's why. I mean, they were 400 quid when they were made. Now E-Models have gone for like 700 or 800 quid.
Yeah.
Because they're out of print. You can almost ask whatever you want for them, basically.
People will pay it as well.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day.
I remember when you used to get silly money prices for the old 5mm Millennium Falcon when it used to go out of print every now and then.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, you know what? If you just wait about a year, they'll bring it back in print again. And they did. Every be in print for about a year. Yeah, because only a little tiny company. But then eventually they lost the license, so they had to stop. But every year it was the same. People spending 800-900 quid for this kit. It's like, just wait a year. It'll be 300 quid.
Yeah, it's one of those. I thought about it at one point doing one, but I just had nowhere to put it.
What, a Millennium Falcon?
Yeah.
And then now you've got like a Wirelek and all these trucks and things.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't have
It's probably
set up like it is back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't long made all that shelf space, and already it's pretty much
Exactly.
Been consumed. It's like, but it's all fun.
Doodle-doo. Oh, I have to say, by the way, although I forgot, I kind of, I had my my beef and tomato and my green pot noodle.
Yeah.
About a week ago. I was so hungry. I was going to save it and do it on a live stream, but I was so hungry I just had to eat them. So I did try them both combined.
Yes.
But I made a terrible mistake.
Oh dear.
I wasn't really sure how to combine them, so I basically put them both in a bowl. I filled each pot with water.
Yeah.
And then put them both into a normal bowl, but I ended up with like soup.
Oh, bless you.
So I need to plan it better next time. Actually make them in the pot and then combine them.
Yeah.
As for the flavour, it was alright. It was like, it made the green one less awesome and made the red one more tolerable. So.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah. I did use proper tomato sauce and proper soy sauce though, not the stuff that comes with
stuff that comes with it, yeah.
it. No, because none of that stuff is usable.
That's diorama contents, isn't it?
It's just spleen. Right, where's page 1 then?
Yeah, it's the sort of thing you wouldn't use to weather a model, isn't it?
Nope. I mean, yep. I mean, you know what I mean. I've lost page 1. I've got confused. Where does this start? Oh, there it is. Right, so I've done steps 1 and 2 almost.
You had one simple job.
I know. I can't take the tape off yet because it'll all just go and explode.
Collapse on you.
Nah, it'll explode outwards. There's definitely panels that aren't fitting, cooperating very much, but...
Mocking you, is it?
Yeah, I might have to get creative with those and add things to it, I think. There's only so much I can do, I guess.
Oh dear. How much?
Only so much pushing.
How much tape can one man use on an Ork Stompa?
Hey, listen, you should see how much tape it takes to mask a car off when you're going to detail it.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
Yes.
You'll know this from working on bikes, but if anybody out there has never worked on cars in any way, from my detailing days, everybody has their cars that they drool over. Nothing will ever make you realise how rubbish cars actually are than having to detail them.
Yeah.
Because now you show me a Ferrari now and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh look, here's an Aston Martin. It's a Land Rover with curves, what? It's not that good. I mean, trust me, the interior of an Aston Martin was like my Series 3, cardboard and plastic cover.
Absolutely. It's like Lotus, wasn't it? Yeah, they had raided the Austin Morris Marina parts bin for half their switchgear and yeah.
Oh yeah. Aston Martin, don't even get me started. Shoddy nonsense.
It's when you look at what parts are compatible with cars. A bit like when you do a paint chart comparison. You look at it and you think, well, that switch you can take off of a Mini, that you can take off of that, and it's like, yeah, Aston Martin charged 50 quid for that, and it's like a 10 quid switch.
Oh, I've just realised.
Yeah.
There are actually covers for those grot holes.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean the ones that I'm gluing open?
Yeah. I've just realised what the exclamation mark means, because these are old instructions. The exclamation mark means optional. I'm not used to these old instructions. And again, the instructions make them look really small, but they're probably really large parts.
Yeah, they're quite big.
Yeah, a bit sizey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Right, that makes me feel a bit better about them then. Because I've just realised oh, I see. Oh, I get it. You can have the commander actually sticking out of the turret.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to have the commander sticking out of the turret. Of course we do.
Absolutely.
You can't have him hidden away inside. That's just rubbish.
Rude not to.
Right, let's get this foot built then, shall we? While we're waiting for the Dalek to dry.
God, you're on the feet already. Wow.
No, well, it's step 3, isn't it?
I'm impressed.
Yeah, but you've been fettling with your other bits.
I know. I like a good fettle.
I've done the torso bit, but you've basically done lots of other things to that same bit. So. I haven't heard your sheer boiler going, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was just about.
She might be getting a bit grumpy if it's an hour now, isn't it? She's going to have the grumpy face. Like,
Yeah,
oh!
just going to mute.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because his missus, the alarm goes off at 2 to get her up, and then normally you'll hear the boiler going because she goes and has a shower to go to work. But she hasn't got up yet, so I think if he has to go and wake her up, she's going to not be in a good mood. Not if she's overslept by an hour. I paid for the Border Hobbies Lancaster a few weeks ago, says Edward. They say it's going to be the first few weeks of June. We'll see. Woo. Yes. Yes, good luck with that, buddy. I know you've been looking forward to it and also regretting it at the same time, but you should look forward to it. I've never really noticed before, but watching you two tonight, I've realised how different your build styles are, says Paul. Well, yeah, we are. I mean, I'm kind of slow and cautious, and Colin is still cautious, but he's a lot more adventurous than me. He'll dive in and get his hands dirty and stuff. Oh, can I cut this around? Like, Colin has no qualms about taking a saw to a model kit and just cutting it in half. Whereas I've lost that experimental side to me. I'm not that adventurous anymore, sadly. So yeah, Colin's a lot more... I don't know. I'm more cautious and conservative. Colin's more dive in and...
I'm more childlike.
Yeah, more. Ooh, you're more. Well, you're more diving into the muddy puddle face first, and I'm like trying to step round it.
Yeah, no.
But I still want to play in it. I'm just trying to avoid it.
I sit there and think, well, the time I spend thinking about it, I could do it. So I just do it.
Yeah. But I used to be like that, but then I got old and boring. Did you speak to the She Who Must Be Obeyed?
Yeah. It was alive.
Had she actually overslept there?
Yeah, she.
Oh, she's going to be in such a bad mood. That's an hour oversleep.
Right. No, because the alarm don't go off until 15:15. She doesn't have to be up till 50:30, so it's only 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's not so bad.
She works for herself, don't forget, so...
Yeah, true. That's true. I thought it was like the alarm goes off at 2 and she's normally in the shower by about 10 past.
No, if I don't hear her after that sort of time, then I get.
Do you think it's quite charming that even I'm sitting there saying, I think H isn't up yet? Even we, even like the entire internet knows her routine now. Yeah. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird in a lot of ways. I've just noticed something awesome.
What's that, mate?
Well, you might not have the spring in front of you, but if you look at the feet, if you look at the actual bottom surface of the foot, it's made out of Imperial tank tracks.
Oh, cool.
It's made out of the tracks that you get on Lehman Russ tanks.
Oh, they're going to be fun to weather.
It's literally just all the individual track links welded together into a plate. It's got the same pattern. That is genius. That is fantastic. I assume that's what it's meant to signify. If not, it should.
Yeah, it's not far off. Put it that way.
It looks exactly the same. It's brilliant. God, there's some big ass gates on there.
Oh, no.
Or big ass gates. I don't know which one it is.
Really quite scary, isn't it? You sit there and you're like, yeah, I'll try and make this look as profesh as I can.
Profesh.
Then you see the sprue gates on everything, and it's like, yeah.
And then you get something that's that close to the sprue that I couldn't get anything down there between the piece and the sprue if I tried. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's virtually one with the sprue. That's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, Sam. I can't even get the nippers in there between it and the other piece. I'm going to snap it off like a child. Like a child!
It's fighting. It's fighting you, isn't it? It's laughing at you.
No. It's not winning. It's fighting, but it's losing. It ain't gonna win. Right, so that's that. That's that. But one of them, two of them, three of them, four of them, five of them, and one of them.
And a partridge and a patron.
A bit of those. I should have two side feet somewhere.
And a bit of this and a bit of that. Have you some of that?
It is a crying shame that on this foot, the flat one, you don't get anything underneath.
Yeah.
It's just hollow. I mean, I know you're never going to see it, but still. Even on the Bane blade, you get details underneath.
Yeah, but there's a way round that. You could just slap a bit of plastic card on there and cut round it.
Yeah, that's true. This is true. And then what I could do is put a secret message inside that nobody would ever see. But it won't have the same track texture on it, though.
No, that's right.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Cheap.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they don't do that anymore. This was the olden days. I think it's like 2009 or 10 when they started upping their game a bit. When things like the Bane blade started coming out. I assume they just got new machines.
Oh yeah, the Bane blade is rather sexy, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yes. There'll be more Bane blades in my future.
One's enough for me.
Well, at the end of the day, they're easy to build, easy to paint, and sell for 800 quid, so not going to complain about that. A lot easier to build and paint than, well, a lot easier to build than the Macarius Vanquisher.
Yeah, the trouble is going to take me about 15 years to bloody paint one.
Well, not if I actually get my finger out. If I actually convince myself to... No, if I'm not painting two at once, which was a bad idea.
Yeah.
The problem was I was painting two at once, and it's like, So if I had to do chipping, it was twice as much chipping. It was 12 hours of chipping, not 6 hours of chipping. It's like, yeah. Try not to paint two of anything.
Going, didn't you?
Yeah, try not to paint two. Even though I was building it to sell, painting two of something, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, it was made to rub your own back slightly, didn't you, with them?
Mm-hmm.
They went well, though, you got to admit it.
I was pretty proud of them.
They should be.
I think, although I hate to choose my own favourite child, I think the Counter Camouflage one, the one that Wendy bought in the end, I think that was my favourite.
At the end of the day, you had fun.
Yeah, she was well pleased with it.
Absolutely.
I think she was happy that she got it. It's gone to a good home. We love Wendy.
Absolutely. Because you got your Vanquisher up now, have you?
Alright, it's up on the eBays. And I suddenly realised I should be charging, like, if I just go off the number of hours, it should be going for at least twice, if not more. But I can't ask for that. So I'm not even asking minimum wage for that. But you know, I'm not any kind of famous artist that can ask for crazy money.
Exactly. It goes back to that age-old thing with commissions, doesn't it? You know, people will say, I want a commission and price it for me, to price it, and that you can see them almost losing the will to live, and it's like, well, what did you expect?
Yeah. Here's what I would make at a McDonald's per hour. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said the price I'm asking for that is it's well below an hourly value. I need to just speed my process up, so I'm not quite spending quite so long on these things.
Yeah,
but somehow I need to somehow produce the same quality of work though at the same time. So it's a catch-22 really.
The problem you've got is you're putting your name on it, aren't you? Now, what do you want to do? Do you want people to think that your work is shite because you've rushed it, or do you want to take your time, put the effort in, and?
Well, I've got the advantage that if I didn't think it was good, I wouldn't put it up for sale.
No.
But it's a case of if I'm going to ask X.
Yeah.
If I do X amount of hours, but I'm only charging half X the actual hours cost.
Yeah.
So it's like, because think about it, if I do a model that's 100 hours long,
yeah,
it takes me 100 hours to build it and paint it, and I charge 500 quid. That's £5 an hour. That's not even minimum wage.
Oh.
That's almost half minimum wage. So it's but I've also got to consider I can't put a realistic price on it really, because then nobody will buy it. So.
Yeah, you're between a rock and an hard place at the end of it.
Yep.
You know, it is one of those. Because yeah, all right, you're selling it for more than you paid for it. But what people have got to realise is, you know, you've put X amount of hours into it. You've used your consumables, the.
Yeah.
And it soon mounts up. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you buy a custom piece of artwork like that, and you know, not just my stuff, but anything, and it doesn't even have to be a model. Any could be a painting, could be anything you want, any kind of piece of craft art. Because at the end of the day, I'm an artist, you're an artist. Anybody that makes a model is an artist. When you buy a piece of custom art, you're not buying the materials it's made of, and you're not buying, in our case, the kit that it's based on. You're buying the artistic interpretation that went to the paint job and any custom work. You're buying the artist's time.
Yeah.
And you're buying a one-off item that will never exist again in another form. Like, you know, I might build another Vanquisher, but I'm never going to build one that way and paint it that way, and it will be exactly the same. So,
but they always end up unique.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what
even if I build 100
to do, isn't it?
Yeah, even if I build 100 Baneblades, they'll all be different in their own way. So, but what I hate on eBay at the minute, and it really drives me nuts, is the eBay auctions for models where it's not actually a model you're buying. It's basically just a commission.
Yeah, they're advertising from finished model, but it's actually not been physically built yet.
Yeah, because you can see it says 10 available, or it might just say we'll produce it, and it's like, so what you're doing is you've got no idea what it looks like when you've got it. And in the end of the day, they're not even doing it themselves; they're just farming it out to somebody else to pay them stuff. A lot of them.
Exactly.
They're not just sitting there; they're just painting services, but they don't really make that clear. Which is why the second line of my bid is saying, "This is not a painting commission. You're buying this actual model."
Yeah, it is the physical item that you see in the picture.
Yeah, the thing you see in the picture, that's what you're buying. But I hate them. Those painting services ones.
Seems to be the norm now, though, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's a good, if that's the service you offer, then it's, you know, it's fair play. You're offering your services, and there's a good way to sell it. But I don't know. It just means the buyer can't see exactly what. The buyer can't see exactly what they're getting. They can see the picture you put up, but that was one you painted 3 years ago, and who knows what quality you're going to get when you paint it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Just frustrates me.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Take the piss a bit, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I said there's nothing morally wrong with that. And it's just, I suppose they've got to sell their painting service somehow. But I wonder how many people think they're getting the one in the photograph, and then wonder why it takes 8 weeks and it comes looking nothing like it.
Well,
I feel sorry for
by the time you've paid your money and you've received it, yeah, you know, if they say it's going to take, you know, X amount of months to do it, well, by the time you get it, if you don't like it, your PayPal thing's expired, because that's only 6 months, isn't it?
Yep.
So your right to get a refund is gone.
I can't honestly say I'm a big fan of painting services.
Oh.
You know, individual artists doing individual commissions is one thing, because, you know, the person commissioning the artist can have a dialogue with the artist, and they know it's that person that's doing the work, and they can look at their existing work. But if you commission a painting service, you've got no idea who the actual artist is. It's on a production line.
Yeah.
They're going to do the barest amount of work they can do for the money you're paying for it, and not a moment of effort more.
Exactly.
And there's not that much dialogue. And some of these painting services, you know, you're speaking to a guy in the US or somewhere, they just farm it out to someone in Korea or somewhere, some factory, and some, like, you know, production line where people just paint these things all day long. It's just, you know what I mean? So as an artist, I find that kind of a poor experience for the buyer. Again, there's nothing, they're not doing anything wrong. They're taking advantage of a market, and not best to them.
Absolutely, the market's there. They're going to exploit it.
Yeah, but
You know, that's capitalism at the end of the day.
yeah, depends what you want though. If you just want some pieces painted so you can play them on a tabletop, I suppose it's one way of doing it. But if you want a piece of art by an artist that's actually, you know, unique, that's what you need to commission your actual artist.
Well, this is it. This is that thin blue line, isn't it? Because it's what is the customer after.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one.
Like I say, if you're a customer and you commission an artist, and the artist is doing the work, you can make absolutely clear what you want, and you can make sure they stick to that. And they'll, if it's a good artist, there'll be dialogue backwards and forwards throughout the process anyway. The artist might say, "Here's an update picture. I've done this. I've done that. Here you go. Here's today's update picture." Yeah. But if you just farm it off to a company, you've got no idea who's doing the work.
Exactly, it could be anyone, mate.
Yeah, you give your details. You say what you want in a mail to the company. Then they just farm it out to someone somewhere else. They're not going to get that information. They're going to paint that thing the same way they paint every other of that thing.
Yeah.
They'll just say to the artist, right, paint, want 20 Space Marines, but it's Imperial Fists. Okay, there you go, done. They'll just say, Imperial Fists, this level of painting. There you go, go.
Yeah, that's what you're getting.
Where the client might have been, I want Imperial Fists, but I want you to have this and this one, and this one's different. I want this on there, and yeah, you don't get that. And from what I've seen of some of these painting services, their results are pretty shocking anyway. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. A few of them I've seen, it's been like, here's an example of our gold tier paint level. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on the promotional stuff it looks really good, but I've seen people who've bought, I'm not going to name names, but who've bought various commissions from painting services, and they've gone for the top tier, top level display standard, and it's like, really? I could paint better than that if I was dead.
And this is the problem, because it turns them off of the community, doesn't it, almost? Because they've had a bad shopping experience like that, when they do come across someone that is a really good commission painter, they're going to have a preconceived opinion because they got a bad deal the first time. So.
Yeah. Well, that's where it's up to the painter, though, to make it obvious how it differs when you commission an actual artist to do something compared to a painting service. I think most people will be smart enough to know the difference between a painting service and an artist, but yeah, there's a lot of people that they just want nicely painted things to play on the tabletop, and they're not model makers, they're not painters. And painting, there are good painting services out there, and you know, there's ones that are, but I think there are people that expect to go to a painting service and get like a golden demon level of painting. It's like, no, you're going to get nice tabletop level, that's about it. Unless you want to pay silly money.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, mate, isn't it?
Yep. Yep.
Chatter on about the price of things as well at the moment. It is scandalous, isn't it? The pricing of some of the stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I will always maintain the point that the difficulty with our hobby is that it's absolutely a first world luxury, and therefore it's not a cheap hobby. It's not, you know, we're not talking about a staple food or access to heat or light or water. We're talking about making little plastic soldiers for fun. So yeah, it's not an invalid argument, but it's not, you know, it's kind of a first world problem, really. Yes, it's not nice when you can't afford something, but at the same time, there's people that can't afford to heat the house.
Absolutely.
Or people that can't afford food. So.
Well, this is the thing, you know. It's a luxury, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. I mean, if I couldn't afford to do this, you know, if I was struggling with money really badly, I'd be like, well, something needs to go, and the first thing that goes is the stuff that isn't putting food in my belly or heating my house or light in the room. I say it's not an invalid complaint. Of course, it's not.
Oh,
but
no.
At the same time, you have to kind of be you have to take it in context and say yes, it's expensive, but at the same time, so are other expensive luxuries. It sucks that you can't do it if you can't afford it, but maybe you need to adjust your sights a little bit, try a different part of the hobby or a slightly cheaper part of the hobby for the moment. I don't know. At the end of the day, manufacturers of anything are just trying to recover the costs they put in to make the thing you're selling to you, with profit on top. So, unfortunately, the argument of your product is too expensive, I can't afford it, doesn't ever work. Right, I've got all the bits for the foot. Right, so I'll have a look at the chats and see what's going on. La 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 la. The good thing about the June delivery of Edward's enormous Lancaster is it'll allow you time to plan and get yourself organised before it arrives, or not, as the case may be. It'll give you time to sort out the divorce proceedings. Edward says, I bought a book to check it out, but I don't want to disrespect any Brits when I build it again. It's my model, and I guess I'll do the best I can.
Absolutely.
Build it however you want, mate. Doesn't matter. It's your model. Build it pink with green spots if you want. Paint these days takes 6 months in advance to get, says Edward. Because of supply problems.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the arse, isn't it, at the moment? But
yep.
Not a lot we can do about it. Start. Bit of him.
People are talking about the cost of importing stuff to the US.
Oh yeah, I mean we've had quite high postal charges over here for a while, haven't we? So.
I mean, a lot of the problem has been with things like import charges that, on a normal basis, you export your product to the US, and it goes to the US and they buy it. For the last 2 years, it's been you export your product to the US, apart from there's nobody in your warehouse. And when there is, it goes across and there's nobody available to ship it because half the ships aren't available.
Yeah.
And then when it does get shipped, there's nobody at the US warehouse to deal with it.
Yeah.
So, everything's gone up. And not as any country, exporting anything anywhere is more expensive at the minute.
Absolute nightmare at the moment.
Yeah. You have to remember, we're still in the middle of a global pandemic.
Yeah.
And obviously there's a war on as well, which doesn't help other things. But right now, everything's kind of screwed up. So... yes, prices are ridiculous at the minute. Dee dee. Swig of tea. Yes, I mean everything's expensive now.
Swig of tea.
Everything's expensive. You can't, because that's at the end of the day, you've got countries that have been financially destroyed by the pandemic.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 years, and it's easy to forget, but. There's countries who've had their economies absolutely fall through the floor, and so the production sector and the shipping and stuff, everything's going to be expensive because everything has been broken and on fire for 2 years.
I'm mad, isn't it?
Yep, that's the downside of something like that, is it's suddenly going to be expensive for everything, and it's going to be that way for a while. It's easy to forget, really. It's like a lot of people, it's one of those things that as soon as it stops being a daily problem, you kind of forget about it.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget we're still in the middle of it, really. But
well, this is the thing, because we've all stopped watching the news and things like that, haven't we? So we're almost becoming a bit sanitised away from it, aren't we? Because we're like, don't want to see that, don't want to hear about it, And then, of course, it's still active, it's still going on, so it's impacting everyone.
Well, it's more just a case of, you know, and it's understandable, you know, but you think, okay, well, it's moved on now. I can go out and about without wearing a mask. Everything's fine. But you think, yeah, but you've still got the impact on the economy. You've got the impact on industry, on the leisure industry, on all kinds of industries.
Absolutely.
Shipping industries. That's going to be felt for years.
Oh, mate, the knock-on effects.
Yeah, because countries have gone, you know, pretty sure somewhere went bankrupt. Countries have either gone bankrupt or been on the verge of, you know, national bankruptcy. Because for 2 years they had basically no workforce.
Well, yeah, our economy's pretty much tanked, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. And, you know, that's affected manufacturing, especially as things like, you know, electronics and stuff, which is why you can't buy things like Xboxes and PlayStations and graphics cards, because the chip manufacturing is all screwed up.
Yeah, you can't get the chips.
Nope. So I think we're going to feel the consequences of that for...
Well, you consumer electronics, it's a
time.
bit like the memory drought, wasn't it, years ago in the 90s, where, you know, RAM suddenly become more expensive than gold because there was a shortage.
Well, that went hand in hand with with capacitor cancer, didn't it?
Yeah.
When we had all the capacitors that exploded all the time in 90s, because they saved money by making cheap ones, and then realised...
That was one of my biggest jobs during that time, was changing all the caps out on Apple's, what's his name's, iMacs at the time.
Yep, that's one of the reasons. If you buy an old second-hand original Xbox, like proper 2001 Xbox, 95% of the time the interior clock won't work.
Yeah.
Because the cap blew, because it was right at the end of the cap cancer, or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
Which is where it came down to like one company, didn't it, that was manufacturing like with cheap components, and it like just destroyed the entire electronics industry for like a couple of years.
Well, this is it, because they was charging such a minuscule amount for their product. All the big manufacturers thought, oh, look how cheap these are compared to our normal suppliers, so they all ordered them in bulk. And it turned out that they was basically a pile of
they were rubbish and exploding. Yeah, so if you buy buy an old original Xbox now, the first thing you'll need to do is pop it open and replace the cap, because the interior clock, it'll still work, but the internal clock won't work. But sometimes it's leaked on the board, and then your board's knackered, then you've wasted your money. But
pretty much.
But if you buy there's still people that make modded. I actually bought one about a couple of years ago, a modded original Xbox.
Yeah. And
they redo it all, but they replace all the caps inside and stuff as well. It's got like about 1 billion games on it. It's kind of cool. Still, and I tell you what, noisy bastard it is. I've forgotten how loud the original Xbox actually is. Dear Lord.
The minute someone contacted you and went, I've got this iMac G4, right? And the fan's on constantly as soon as I start it up and nothing's happening. Now what I'm going to be doing on that?
Yeah.
Bring it in. And that's what you did. And, you know, it was frustrating, but part of it, wasn't it?
It was frustrating, but it earned you some money.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I suppose from a repairman's point of view, it was the easiest profitable repair job there was.
Oh, yeah, you had a standard rate, because obviously it was your time, but, you know, you just sit there spending your day soldering capacitors on it. Got a bit boring after a while.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I suppose instead of actually sitting there trying to diagnose problems, you're like, right, I know what that is. I'll just do that on the last hour of the day.
Absolutely.
I'll spend the rest of the day doing Sweet FA.
You know, and it was pretty much it. You know, it was what it was.
It was a boon for the lazy repairman. That's my kind of repair, that is.
Yeah. I've still got an iMac. You know, it still runs. The only reason it still works is because all the capacitors were swapped.
Is that the one that had the coloured shell on the screen?
It's basically the iMac was the PC screen. It was the original, just like looking at your iPad. Everything plugged in around it. You just plugged the keyboard and mouse in. It was about that.
Oh, that's right.
The modern variant is about that thick. No, I know what one you're on about. You're on about the bubble one, aren't you?
No, the one that looked like a little tiny TV, but it was like clear and white, clear and pink, or clear and blue. It was like a tube TV.
Yeah,
what was that? That was a. What was that?
Cool, that was an old original iMac. That was.
Like early 2000s, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I know the one you mean.
Because it had the little stupid round mouse that was designed with nobody human hand in mind.
Yeah. Trying to think what that was called.
Stupid bloody mouse thing that was. Stupid thing. Who thought that was a good idea?
Steve Jobs.
Idiot.
Pretty much. Yeah. That was when
Steve
they was trying to go for their aesthetically pleasing stage, wasn't it?
Steve, I don't need cancer treatment. I can just adjust my diet in a new age way and be healthy. Oh, look, I've got cancer and I've died. Yes. Idiot.
Yeah.
Somebody can have all the smarts and yet still make a stupid decision.
Absolutely. Apple Mac, that was it, Hugh Gordon, yeah.
Apple Mac, that's the one. I remember watching... It's been fun watching like old episodes of Time Team. Because when they go and speak to Henry in the room and he's doing all the 3D graphics and stuff and making all the little visuals, and you can see him working on the computer, and like in the old days, he starts off on a clunky old IBM PC,
yeah,
and then by the early 2000s he's working on an iMac or an Apple Mac, and it's got like the colour. Basically, it's a colour television with a silly little mouse and a poncy little keyboard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
yeah. And then as time goes on, they get more and more advanced and modern. It's like quite charming to watch.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all remember our first PCs that we bought. I mean, bloody hell. What a pile of crap they were when you think of it. But back then, that was like having the Rolls Royce parts out on the drive, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. The thing is, it's impossible not to look at old tech and look at it and think, God, that's crap. But you have to remember, it's always the best at the time.
But you still get nostalgic for it.
Yeah.
I love old tech.
I mean, we all know full well that 10 years from now, we'll look back at what we think is cutting edge right now and be like, God, that was crap.
Yeah.
I'll go back at my Series X. I mean, I'll look back at my old Xbox One X that I got and gave to Mum. And that's like, really is pants.
Yeah.
And that's like 7 or 8 years ago, so...
Oh, yeah.
Although you still look at the old original Xbox from 2001 and think, damn, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, when they first came out, it was the big thing, wasn't it? It's like... I would
actually stream some games from it, but there's no way for me to HDMI it into my Elgato. Because the available converters aren't really that good.
No.
You can get cables and stuff, because it's not HDMI out, obviously.
No.
You can get cables and stuff, but they're just not very good. I really wanted to do... I wanted to stream some Medal of Honor Frontline, so I've actually got into the attic and got out my old Xbox 360.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because it was backwards compatible, you could play it on the 360, so...
Yeah.
I've got Medal of Honor Frontline, and I've got Space Marine.
Nice.
It's all fighting orcs, Space Marine.
Yeah.
You wouldn't like to watch that.
I'll go killing you.
At the start of the game, your character, Sergeant Titus, jumps out of his landing craft and falls down thousands of feet and lands on the deck of an orc ship.
Yeah.
Airship, which looks mint, by the way. If I ever play it, you'll get some good ideas to make like an orc airship.
Oh, right.
It's like a giant orc dropship, and he's walking around killing all these orcs, and then this door opens and this big mega boss just walks out. He comes out in his armor. He's like, "Oi, Space Marine, get off my ship!" In a proper football hooligan voice.
Yeah, you're having a laugh.
"Oi, Space Marine, get off my ship!" But yeah, you'd have some good inspiration from the ships in that. Oh crap!
Oh dear, what you done?
I've put the feet on.
Yeah.
But I think you have to put the foot plate on first. I'm having a bit of a struggle getting this plate on now. Hello. Oh, there we go. There we go. I have to force it in.
Persuasion.
Like a. Force it in like one of your cheap girls. Time Team is saying they might get 3 episodes done this year.
Oh, really?
If they get the Patreon funding, if they get up to 8,000 patrons,
Yeah.
they're going to go for 2 and maybe even 3 episodes this year.
Oh, wow. Cool.
I quite like the new 2 episodes. The first one was a bit not quite right, and then the second one was a bit better.
Yeah.
But they're still finding their feet. I like Dr. Gus, whatever his name is, Dr.
Yeah.
Gus something or other. They just need to give the lady more things to do. Because she's an archaeologist and slightly comedic as well, but she didn't really do much. They underused her. But I think she's just not as comfortable on camera.
Yeah, a lot of them weren't back then, really, were they?
Oh no, all the regulars, they're all more than happy.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because like Matt, who was one of the diggers. You remember when they used to like? It was always Matt that had to go and be the slave for a day, or the
Yeah.
It did the. It was always.
Yeah. You're going in the jail cell today.
Yeah, poor Matt. He looks exactly the same.
You're joking.
They all look really old, but Matt just looks.
Yeah. He only
I'm pretty
looked
sure.
about 15 then, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure it was Matt that married Raksha.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure it's him that married Raksha. Him and Raksha married.
Yeah.
I like Raksha.
Oh.
But apparently, and I've never been able to find this out if it's true or not. But you remember Mick the Dig?
Yeah.
One of the diggers that used to occasionally speak to.
Yeah.
He was one of the diggers, and then later in about halfway through, I don't know, about 5 or 6 seasons in, he started doing dendrochronology. Dating the wood by taking core samples. So he became Mick the Twig. But then there was one episode where he was sat in the control room, and Tony was like saying, "Okay, what are the results of the dendro?" And he said, "I haven't got them just ready just yet." He said, "Okay, we'll come back to you." And then he went back and said, "What have you got?" And he says, "I can't show you."
Oh.
And he refused to show Tony the results. I can't remember what the reason was. And he refused to show Tony the results because he wasn't quite sure. And the rumour was that Tony really didn't like that, and they ended up firing him.
Yeah, I can
Which
imagine.
is why,
Yeah.
which is why he never appeared
Yeah.
after that, because he was he was sat there with like paper over his screen. So I'm refusing to show you the results
Yeah.
because I can't verify them 100% or something. And it's like, I can't remember, but they showed it anyway.
Yeah.
The rumour was that they didn't like that, and he got removed from the series after that.
Yeah, it's a shame though, but he's only protecting doing what he thought was right.
I can't remember the circumstances properly.
Hell have no fury like a show host.
Yes.
Right, what we got going on there? So that's a foot done.
Paul Ditmasso is in. Hello everyone, what's going on, says Paul.
Hello, Paul. How you doing, mate? We are building
hello, Paul.
Ork Stompers, mate.
Yeah, which, here's an example. There's a bit of it. That's the base. That's the base of it. And that's a foot. Just to give you an idea of how big this puppy is. Look at that. The size of it. It is, and that's 1 foot, Col.
Yeah, I've got one there, mate.
Yep, you got the same one, look. I like the fact you're wearing it like some kind of like Stargate gauntlet.
Yeah, it does look quite good, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah, quite suits you if you have it like that. I'm gonna take your brain out. Stargate gauntlet style. Anyway.
Yeah. But they're not exactly small, are they, mate?
No. Yeah, but you see what I mean about the tank tracks on the tread on the
they're
feet.
brilliant, isn't it? Really is.
Yeah. Beautiful. And I suddenly realised, we're saying the other foot is hollow.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just checker plate.
Yeah.
On that bit.
That'll
But
be fun,
it's
innit?
tank tracks on the actual feet.
That'll get welded all round there.
I'll just cover it in mud.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my welding.
Can't be having a seam like that. That's gash.
Which bit are you looking at? Which seam? Around the edge of the.
Yeah, around the edge of the foot. It's horrible. I'll weld that.
Yeah, I'll just use the old mud for me. Weathering and dust.
Ah, on with his canister, I suppose. Might as well make a start.
Yes, that's the next step, I think. I daren't take my tape off just yet. It'll explode. Edward Leonard says, I look at my Xbox Series X and say, hello, you're my last console that I'm going to buy. I'm 60 and suck at gaming anymore, but I have a steering wheel and flight stick that I don't use, so help. Yeah, I'd stick with it. Don't forget, gaming isn't just shooting and driving and flying a plane. Gaming can be slow, careful games. You can have much simpler games. There's all kinds of different games. Puzzle games. All sorts of different games. RTS, strategy games, loads of stuff. Don't write off your gaming future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've tried that and look where it's got me.
Yeah.
You will go gaming, he says. You will do as you're told. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yep. I know you've got a Series X. You've got years and years of fun to come with that yet, so don't worry about it too much. I'm 50 and I do gaming all the time, so.
Right. Oh yeah. Three. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Cat.
Where are we up to? Edward Leonard says, feet!
I know. It's got some serious feet, isn't it?
And there, feet, tiger feet, but not quite tiger feet.
You know,
Nice.
but better stint with a rendition of Tiger Feet, are you?
The only thing about glam rock that's good is the rhythm.
Yeah.
Because they've all got that.
Yeah. Good tapper, wasn't it?
Yeah. Paul Dittmas says, nice big kit. That probably costs a lot of money. Yeah, it's not cheap. Not cheap. Not a cheap puppy. Oh, you've had this for about a year and a half, haven't we?
Yeah, I bought 3 of them at the same time, and I think it was about 200 quid, something like that.
Yeah.
Be a bit more.
A couple of years ago, so it'd be more now.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those kits that, excuse me. Bizarrely though, it costs about the same as an Imperial Knight because it's equivalent to an Imperial Knight in gameplay, I think.
Oh right, yeah.
But like it's twice the size of an Imperial Knight.
Yeah.
Like an Imperial Knight is like that's how tall an Imperial Knight gets, and that's just the bottom half of the yeah. What are they about? How much was this? About 95 quid.
About 95 quid, yeah.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same cost as Imperial Knight, but it's like twice as big. It's not as complex though, obviously. But again, it's based on what you use it for in game, and you're not going to have lots of these in your Ork army. You might have one. Theoretically, if you're running an Ork army, you might buy 1 or maybe 2 of these in your entire lifetime of playing the game. So they price them accordingly. Right, what's next?
And
I've
then,
done
of course,
and feet.
We've got to paint them, yeah. And I'm sitting here looking,
Oh
looking
yeah.
at the Varlek, the Bane Blade, and yeah.
But at least this one will get painted. You've got no choice but to paint this one because you're doing it on camera. So
Absolutely.
first thing I'll do is prime it in black and then give it some good old brush stippling with rusty colours, I think. Are you having your dude sticking out, if you pardon the expression?
What dudes?
The pilot in the head.
I haven't got that far.
Oh, I thought you said you were starting the head.
Yeah, I'm sanding the first bit, mate. So I haven't
Oh, right.
looked at him.
Ah, right.
I've got
Yes,
no
I think I've
idea yet what to do with him, mate.
I will be having the dude.
If
You have
he's
to have the
there,
dude.
yeah, if he's there, then why not use him?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's a bit like saying, are you going to use this flimsy little gun, or are you going to go for a big Gatling gun of mad Orkness?
Yeah. There's an easy answer.
Yeah.
There are 2 answers. One of them is correct. The other one is any other answer you give.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right, so now I've got to find out what sprues everything's on. Here we go.
It's all on the same
Stand by.
sprue, the head, mate.
On that big...
Is he gone again? He has as well. Yeah, it's all on.
StreamYard, why you be so rubbish, StreamYard?
Yeah, it's all on the same
there, isn't it?
sprue as that.
Yeah, jolly good. I think the dudes are on that sprue, so we've got 2 sprues. There we go, that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, how StreamYard is doing that. I mean, my audio seems to have settled down at 88 for the moment, so I've kind of left it there for a bit.
Yeah. EC Idaho's in.
Hello, EC, how you doing?
Thanks to humidity, my Silver Tamiya rattle campaign is taking 5 times longer to draw as we have fluke high humidity here in Idaho Desert. Yeah, my advice would be just stop and wait till it passes.
Yeah.
Don't risk ruining a model by trying to spray things in the wrong environment.
Oh.
Of course, I fingerprinted the roof of an in-scale passenger car. Don't. Don't know what we're talking about now.
Edward Leonard says, plus it looks like giant ork garbage can. Is what I don't like. Yeah, I'm gonna try and modify it a little bit just to give it a bit more interest. I take it that's what he's on about. Bumper.
Paul Di Tommaso says, I was playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands for a few hours prior to coming on here. And EC Idaho asks if it's fun. He's got the Borderlands game, but not as Tiny Tina's. Yeah, is it any good? I know it's just more Borderlands, but with D&D type stuff added on the top. I kind of never finished Borderlands 3. I got like a bit of the way in, but it just kind of got boring after a while. It didn't grab me like Borderlands 1. And Borderlands 2 didn't grab me as Borderlands 1, but I finished it. But Borderlands 1 will always be my Borderlands. Me and you can play Borderlands at some point.
Yeah.
I think it's got cross-play on PC to Xbox. I'm not sure. It might not, actually. I don't know. Never mind.
What has he let himself
Will.
in for?
Eh?
What has
No,
he
I
let
don't think...
himself in for?
No, I don't think it's actually got cross-play anyway. Will, near mind. I might as well make the guy while I'm here, mightn't I? Gentlemen, make your people. Orcs are people too.
Yeah, because there's the dude, isn't there, poking out.
Yep. You can have him or the hatch. Well, I can't really have both. So.
Yeah, it's like... Oh, is that
Luckily,
one
it's
of
just
those parts of the kit where it says you can have either or.
Yeah, but because this is old instructions, it gives you an exclamation mark.
Yeah, it's like...
And I didn't actually know what the exclamation mark meant. I'm like, what? Because to me, that means, warning, pay attention.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to modern instructions which give you a completely different symbol. They give you the little shield symbol.
Straightforward.
Boop, boop, boop. God, you look at these figures and they're so soft and squishy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not exactly a lot of definition, is there?
No. How far they've come. You've got a choice of heads. I like the fact he can just have his arms like resting on the edge of the cupola.
Yeah.
I think he definitely needs a pointing arm. That's just taken as read, isn't it?
Yeah, he needs to be in control, doesn't he, in charge?
Yeah. And then we can either have him with his hand resting on the side or waving a gun around.
It's, oi, there is something over there.
I don't know whether to have him the relaxed, resting his hand on the cupola type hand, rather than a gun.
Makes you fancy?
I don't know. One of the little grots has got a welding mask pulled up. Mm-hmm. One of them's got like a baseball cap or a mechanic's cap and sunglasses. One of them's got a really derpy helmet. Should we have the gun or not the gun?
Well, you've got a choice, ain't you? You know,
I know. I think I'm
super cool, badass gun.
No, it's just holding like a bolt pistol, like a little bolter pistol type thing. I might go for the
a fat-ass little gun then.
Well, it's still probably, blow you into smithereens, but small for an orc. But I think I'm more happy to have him like just resting his arm on the cupola, like he's just chilling out.
Yeah, suitably chewed dudage.
Yeah, he's just chilled out, having a good time with his chooms. Yo, 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 my tunes.
Tune.
I love that word.
Surprising how quick we've got on with these tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
With
I
bad
built more than like 3 bit. Well, I think it's because it's Ork. I don't need to be too careful. I can just go in scratchy style and just get rid of nubs quickly and get rid of things quickly. And if there's any gaps and stuff, I'll sort them out later with bits of plastic card and stuff. I'm not stressing over. Oh, I've got to seal this gap and glue it in 12 hours. And it's Orks, isn't it?
That's the beauty.
Tell you what, these spikes on the around the neck of the cupola.
Yeah.
The cupola. I love the fact they've got that kind of cut steel edge on them.
Yeah, looks just right, doesn't it?
Yeah, like they've just been split apart with a plasma cutter, and I've no idea what a plasma. I'm talking like I know. I don't even know what a plasma cutter is.
Plasma cutter.
Yeah, I'm talking like I know what it is, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's basically like turning a. Oh, how could I describe a Coke? You've basically got a tip like that in your hand.
Yep.
Pipe, air, gas, heats up, and you just basically run it along whatever line on the piece of metal, and it cuts it that quick. It's like boom, 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 cut.
Plasma being exceptionally hot, of course.
It's really, really hot, and
Plasma.
yeah, if you're not careful, it will just go straight through a finger quite happily.
Well, yeah, because plasma is, what the sun's made of.
Absolutely, but
Plasm.
the speed and all of that lot when you're doing a lot of metal cuts, you can't beat them, mate.
Could you slice bread with it? Could you slice a banana? Could you slice a banana with it? Could you use one in the kitchen?
No, I can't use anything in the kitchen because I wouldn't do.
Well, no, I don't mean when I say you, I mean metaphorical. I mean like not you. I mean.
Notice how quick I went there in my defensive mode of
Talking of which, I've still not heard the boiler going yet.
Yeah, she is up, mate.
Is she? Oh, jolly good. I hope you tell her that Fox gets stressed when you're late for work.
Yeah, no, she sent me a message.
Good.
Got a week off soon.
Ooh.
Oh, I should be on my best behaviour.
Just think of all the tasks she's going to find for you on that week. While she can sit and supervise you. I'm guessing you don't get lumbered with all the sudden decorating requests and stuff.
Yeah, I still do my decorating, mate.
Really?
Yeah, it just takes me longer.
Can't you play on your various conditions and say, I can't do that? Come on, love, I'm crutches, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not at all, mate.
She wouldn't stand for any of that, would she?
I personally wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? It's one of those, it's lean the crutch against the wall, paste the paper, hang it. Still got one hand free, It
True.
just takes me a while longer. You learn to adapt to new ways of doing things, mate.
I'm far too lazy. I'd be like, oh, I've got a bone in my leg, I can't do it, bye, sorry.
Oh, you think? I mean, last year I completely retiled the bathroom, fitted a shower.
This is true.
So, it's like I say, it just takes me a little while longer.
Which head are you doing, by the way, on your dude?
I haven't started my dude.
Have you not? Okay.
No.
If you do the guy with the commander hat and the little sticky up aerial, the little sticky up aerial is an absolute bugger for being snappable.
Yeah,
Just
no,
so
I've
you know.
not started my dude yet, mate.
Jolly good. I fully expect to snap his little aerial.
Oh, really? Is it that bad?
It's just, it's already looking a bit feeble. It's epically bendable and snappable. It's just any figure who's got an aerial on their shoulder or their head, you're going to break it off. They're never destined for long in this life.
I do love the fitment of some of their bits on these older models. They are a bit hit and miss, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit woo, a little bit way, a little bit way.
Yeah, it's like, they really didn't up their game like they are now.
I don't know at what point they started doing actual CAD stuff for their designs and went away from actual sculpts.
Yeah, It's still highly buildable, don't get me wrong, but
yeah, just a bit more challenging. The real early stuff, of course, was all like sculpted by hand by people making thing and using like, you know, the pantograph thing to, what do they call them? They call them twos or something, where they make
former made and then they scale that down, don't they? And make a smaller one when they do the dies. Quite fascinating, actually. Been round them,
it amazes me that they still use the old wooden clay stuff to make test designs for cars.
Yeah.
You know, they make the full-size clay replicas. They still do that, you know.
Yeah, it's
a lot of manufacturers.
It's still the most efficient way of doing it, mate.
Yeah.
When you think about it. Takes less time to make it in clay than it would to 3D print it.
Yeah. But it's like to think that like a handmade thing sculpted by hand out of clay can be just as accurate as that's some talent, that is.
Why am I thinking of the Apollo 11 capsule doing a splashdown whenever I pick that head up?
I think it looks like a grumpy gorilla face with one eye.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah.
It's a cyber gorilla.
Weird little thing. Reminds me of that.
You need to buy a Stompa now just for that, to make a sort of splashdown scene, don't you?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a grumpy gorilla face.
Yeah, it's got something about it, and it's just like, what's up?
But it's only got one eye.
Yeah.
Like a robot gorilla.
Dude, we've nearly built a bloody Stompa already. What are we?
No, we've got loads to do, yeah. We've got loads of tubes and pipes and things to sort. There'll be all the fanning around stuff next week.
Faffing around.
Bugger. Model making guru, says Paul Di Tommaso. Do you play Fallout 4 on the PC or console? Have you heard of the huge mod Fallout London that will be coming out? It looks cool, excuse me. I play on Xbox, so I do have access to mods, but not those mods, sadly, because they're too big. You only get 5 gig of storage on the Xbox for mods.
Oh, really?
Oh no, trust me, it's a lot. On PC you can have as many mods as you want, but on Xbox you can only have so many mods. Same with Skyrim. I think Skyrim's like 2 or 3 gigs, and Fallout's 5.
Yeah.
Because they're the only games that actually allow mods on Xbox. Microsoft don't normally allow mods on their games, but they made an exception for Skyrim and for Fallout. Well, it's a closed environment. It's a walled garden, isn't it? So
yeah.
But because, you know, Skyrim and Fallout have mods built into the game, they allow it. So
I would know that, of course, if I had actually bothered to play it.
Yeah. But you can have a lot more mods. But yeah, I don't think we're getting any of the big massive mods, sadly. Because there's also a mod that's remade, or they've not done it yet. They are remaking Fallout 3 in Fallout 4. But I think so far all you can actually get now is the point look. Oh, hello. Singing. That's 2 hours, my friend.
Yeah, I'll stand up in a sec.
Please be upstanding for the Queen. God bless her and all who sailing her. Yeah, you can get the Point Lookout DLC remastered in Fallout 4. And they are working on full Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. A lot of people always ask to, like, Bethesda to remake Fallout 3 in the Fallout 4 engine.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just because it's got better gunplay and stuff and better mechanics and things. It'd be brilliant. It'd be a great way to play it. And it would be, but you know they're not going to.
Ah.
And the way you know they're not going to is because they haven't asked the people making the Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 mod to not do it.
Yeah.
Because if they were actually making a proper version of Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, they would kill that mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to stop doing that now, because we're going to do that. Shh, don't tell anyone. So it would be good if they did, but they haven't got time. It's too much of a time sink. They've got other games to work on.
Well, it's the investment as well, isn't it? It's the cost, you know, of having the coders sitting there doing it and changing everything.
Well, basically you'd have to rebuild it from the ground up. So
exactly.
You can't just press a button, and because they're totally different systems.
Why do that when they can just release a complete new game? So
yeah, I mean, you know, they've redone Skyrim. They redid Skyrim, but that was because they were testing out the engine they were going to use for Fallout 4.
Yeah.
And they imported Skyrim into it just to see if it worked. It was like, it was so good, they're like, you know what, we could just sell that.
Yeah.
And then they sold 400 other versions of Skyrim because, of course, they did. Did you know you can actually get Skyrim on Alexa now?
You're joking.
there is actually a valid version of Skyrim on Alexa. It's just it's a speech game. You tell,
Yeah.
it's like the old text adventure. But next time you're with Alexa, just ask it to download Skyrim, or just to play. I think it's built in. You can just Alexa play Skyrim. Because they released a little video as an April Fool's joke.
Yeah.
Of this guy playing Skyrim, but then he went, by the way, it's not actually a joke, it's real. You can go and get it now. Wow. It's free apparently. Because everybody's like, yeah, great joke, and they went, yeah, it's not a joke. Because the joke was that they kept releasing Skyrim on all the different formats. Every time a new console came out, they did a new version of Skyrim. It's like, God, you'll get it on everything. It'll be on a toaster next.
Yeah.
Well, we've done it on Alexa.
Oh, that's cool.
Next time you sat down by Alexa.
Alexa's right next to me.
We'll go and ask her to download it.
Computer, download Skyrim.
Don't know that.
She doesn't know it.
That's weird. Unless it's not around anymore. Unless it's just have to tell it to play it. I don't know. I don't know what it's called though.
I'll Google it later.
Yeah, go on, you Google it. I'll Google it now while I'm here.
That's all right. I've got to stand up, innit?
Oh, that's true. Be upstanding. You're an upstanding gentleman. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I shall have a look at chattings. Everyone says, boo, 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 I got a pee. He's making the buzzer noise. I like that. Brr, brr. What are we talking about? La 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 la. La la la. There's like conversations in chat ongoing in the middle of them, so I don't know what they are, so I'm not going to read them out because I have no clue what they're talking about. I would like to get the model kit that was released with the Borderlands 3 Collector's Edition. Oh, I don't know what that was. I didn't know there was. Hugh Gordon asked if anyone else has watched Top Gun Maverick. I have not, as it's not in my field of anything interesting to me. And I can't stand Tom Cruise. Oh, horrible little man. Has anyone in chat watched it? You haven't watched it, have you?
What's that?
Top Gun Maverick.
No, not yet.
I guess it's cinema only, isn't it, anyway?
I don't think I watched the original.
No, I think I watched the original many years ago. Paul Lewis says to Hugh Gordon, no, but I did watch the new Kenobi show last night. That was surprising. I've got to watch it yet. I'll watch it tomorrow. The new Obi-Wan Kenobi series is on Disney. I think the first 2 episodes are on there now. But no matter how good it is, it won't be as good if there isn't a line where he says, there's a message on my answer phone. I don't like that. Because I'm sorry, of all the things I've ever watched in my entire life, that line of dialogue in Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers is the best line of dialogue I've ever seen in a film ever.
Yeah, Hugh says, yeah, you're not missing much, lads. Is it biblical? Ask you.
Well, it's Tom Cruise, isn't it? Of course it is.
Oh, well, there you go then, yeah.
Can't stand Tom Cruise. I really can't stand Tom Cruise. Skyrim is twice the space as Fallout 4 for mods on Xbox as EC. Okay. It's Skyrim that's 5 gig then. I'm thinking it the wrong way around. I knew one of them was bigger than the other. Yeah, you're right, because Fallout 4, I've not got that many mods on Fallout 4. Fallout London will only be offered on PC. Yeah, says Paul Thomas. Those kind of big mods tend to be only on PC because they're not big development teams. It's just a few people making it. They're not going to go and spend all the time doing it on console as well.
Absolutely.
Although, you know, unless, you know, Pale Blue Cat, who did Inigo, of course, did it on PC and console. And I have to say, Colin,
yes,
of all the mods you get, you make sure you get Inigo.
I will endeavour to go through the mods to make sure I've got it.
You must have Inigo.
I think we checked this before.
Yep. Anybody who plays Skyrim, you absolutely, and you can have mods, you absolutely must have Inigo. If you're on PlayStation 4, you're screwed. You can't have Inigo. If you're on PlayStation of any kind. But if you're on Xbox or PC, you absolutely must have Inigo. The Inigo mod. Trust me. He's the best companion in that game. He's the best companion ever. He's my best friend. He's a lovely fella. He's a lovely little fella. Are you having yourself a bit of a nom?
No, I was doing a bit of Googling, mate.
Ooh. Well, you can tell these are old orcs, by the way.
Why is that?
They've got gorilla arse.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, big sticky out pout bum. Kardashian butt sticking out the back.
I've not got to the butt yet. Even.
You always take your time when it comes to butts, don't you?
Absolutely.
You like to approach the butt slowly.
Yeah.
I'll stop now.
Yeah, I have to change the angle of approach, mate.
Steady now. Steady.
See what we're doing.
Stay on target. Stay. Switch all shields to front. Deflector screen. Switch all power to front. Deflector screens.
Computer, open Skyrim.
Welcome back to Skyrim.
Here you go.
Adventure.
It works.
Standing, crossroads to where to go. In one direction, Lighthouse. In the other is Daedric Shrine. Where would you like to go?
Computer, stop. But yeah,
Travel, adventure.
Yeah, you can play. It's a full game. You can actually play Skyrim on Alexa. It's brilliant.
that's brilliant, isn't it?
They actually dedicated time to making a version of Skyrim for Alexa. It's like a text adventure thing, but spoken.
Goes back to some of the original games we first played on PC. doesn't it?
Oh god, yeah. King's Quest.
Yeah, you are in a room, and on the right is a table, and on that table is.
Chris is actually playing King's Quest.
Oh, is he?
I think so.
Yeah, he's an avid gamer like you, isn't he, Chris?
Paul says, yes, they released a model of Sanctuary 3. You could only get it in the Diamond Edition. It's the spaceship in Borderlands 3. Oh, yeah. I didn't know they released a model of it in that version. Yeah, I didn't get that far into Borderlands 3. I got Sanctuary 3 and I got flying around a bit and I got to the second... I don't know. There was just... It didn't grab me. There was too much happening.
Factor, no?
No, Borderlands 1, I found the weapons I liked and the type of weapons I liked, and I developed my strategies for using them.
Yeah.
Borderlands 2 was a bit less like that because there were just a lot more weapons thrown at you all the time.
Oh, right.
And Borderlands 3 is just every time you turn around, there's weapons falling out of everything, and it's like I can't develop a strategy for anything here. It's like too much of a good thing. I still enjoy it. It was good, but it was nice playing it 4K and 60 FPS and everything else. But it didn't quite grab me. Original Borderlands, though.
No.
No.
Weather the shite out of it.
Eh?
So we can weather the shite out of them spikes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hugh Gordon says not missing much with the Top Gun film.
Yeah, it's one of those.
It's of no interest to me.
No, I can't remember seeing the first one, mate.
EC Idaho says, yep, not a Tom Cruise fan either.
I think Top Gun for me was one of those films because no matter where you went, everyone was on about it, and it was, every shot was playing the bloody music from. You know what I mean? It was like,
yeah.
I really want to get away from this. Turn up and die.
Well, I've never
to watch it.
I've never really liked Tom Cruise anyway, even before he became some stupid Scientologist nonsense idiot. But I'd never really liked him anyway. But it's not my kind of film. I was never into that sort of film. It's
not something that
not interests me.
Floats me boat. So what's the story with this dude then? You've asked me a couple of times about him.
Oh no, I'm just going to say, are you going to go for the gun hand or the resting hand? And which head are you going to go for?
I honestly
out
don't
of
know.
curiosity.
Oh, it gives me options, doesn't it? Oh,
Yeah, 2 heads, two left, 2 right arms. The right arm is either shooting in the air, or you can have his arm resting on the lip of the thing. Lip of the thing.
I think,
Super match game.
you know, I don't know. Magnetise it and have both. Is it worth it?
Ooh. Is it worth it? There's lots of little tiny magnets. I've got this temptation of him pointing up in the air like he's praising the Lord or something.
Well, if you're
Like it does
doing
when it-
pointy man, I'll do gunny man then.
Well, you can do whichever one you want. You don't have to do the other one from me. Do whichever one takes your fancy, my little friend. Super match game.
So like the gloves on the pointy fingers.
Yeah, they are nice, aren't they? Sort of fingerless things with a...
Saying that, they're probably the most defined things on the kit.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That bit
What?
of metal. How cool is that?
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh, mate, that is gorge. That and a bit of diamond plate that's got,
Hello, Mama Fox.
got battle damage. How cool are them 2 bits?
Yeah, that's proper like hammer plate, isn't it? Whatever you call it. That's just rust.
I love that.
Or would that be like bronze with lots of verdigris on it?
I do like the little bolt heads and that. Do they sell these bolt head things separate? You know, like on
Nah.
a sheet. What a shame, because
No.
many a time you think, oh, I could do with a couple of bolt heads. I might have to take a mould.
Well, you know what you actually need to do is you need to actually just basically send a mail to Wendy Hicks and say, "Hi, Wendy, please can you make me 1,000 bolt heads?"
Yeah.
Because she's got a bolt head tool. Or you could buy an RP Tools thing for yourself, but they're not cheap.
Don't know, mate. Don't know what one of them is.
The company's called RP Tools, and it's a little thing for making rivets and bolt heads out of
Oh,
plastic
right.
card. It's like a little punch thing.
Yeah, like the
Kenneth's got
punch
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that Kenneth used to make me all my rivets, and Wendy used the same thing. But they're like about 100 quid, so they're not cheap.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I do like that plate with all the little craters and pits in it.
I love it. It's proper ye olde rusted to poo, isn't it?
Yeah. Rusted, did you say rusted to poo?
Yeah, rusted to poo, mate.
That was very civilised.
I know. It
Very-
was quite
Very restrained.
quite gracious of me, really, wasn't it?
It was quite...
Oh,
Yeah.
look at me.
Ooh, get you, get her.
Yeah, look at me. Skinny Neris. Edward says lot about and Fox and anyone else. You don't have to love Tom Cruise. I don't care. But you have to give the man some respect. He's 60 years old and flies jets from real jumps out of buildings in Dubai. He's very good with the public. I give him that. Whenever he's been in the UK doing these walk-arounds for film premieres, he's ever so good with people. You know, going up and meeting them and all of that lot. But
But at the end of the day, he's involved in a cult that kills people, so no.
I don't know much about it,
Yeah, you don't want to, trust me.
you know, so I'm very sceptical of that sort of thing anyway, so
No. It's a made up religion
all right.
that's designed purely to milk money out of people. It's anti-science, anti-psychology, anti-medicine, and also it's just designed. It's just a way to get money out of people. It was just made up out of full cloth by L. Ron Hubbard, and
All right.
became this fake religion that's just it's actually illegal in Germany. I think still illegal. It was banned. I'm sorry, but any religion where you have to give money is no, it's not a religion. It's just
Yeah, it's
a
like
cult.
these evangelists in the white suits that got yachts with gold taps on.
Yep. Anonymous spent a long time doing a big campaign against Scientology. They
Oh, right, yeah.
they try to There's a lot of protests in places trying to get them. They try and wangle like tax exemption for being a religion, even though it's not a religion. It's just made up nonsense that somebody pulled out of his ass 40 or 50 years ago. And no, it's anti-science, anti a lot of things. Such nonsense. Not a nice organisation.
Which Ron Perlman need to put? I like the one with the big bolt poking out of it, I must admit.
What, the one with the big electrical zappy things coming out of his head?
Yeah. Don't know why.
You like big electrical zappy things? I don't know.
Well, I think I could add wires to it going into his body or something.
Careful. Oh, into what?
Yeah, I cleaned that up as well, didn't I?
You cleaned that up, didn't you? You did well. Mary Whitehouse would be proud.
I know. Oh, Doc Cotton's back.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
Doodle doo doodle doo.
Oh yeah, see what you mean about gorilla ass. God.
Yeah.
That's proper J-Lo, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Edward Leonard says it's based on L. Ron Hubbard books.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
basically...
whenever I think of cults, I think of that bloke. Was it the Jonestown Massacre and Koresh and people like that, and it just spooks me a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, Jim Jones and
because innocent
it
people
basically is
drawn in, and I just think it's a bit sinister.
Scientology basically is a cult. It's just a modern day cult.
It's like anything. People want to believe. Good luck to them. If it makes them happy, props to them. But yeah, I sometimes find these type of things just that little bit sinister, and it worries me.
It literally is just he made it up out of full cloth. It's all to do with aliens and weird nonsense. And it's not.
I very nearly made a comment then about religion. It's like,
Steady now.
Again, you know, my mother-in-law was a deeply religious woman, and I respected that. You know, if it made her happy, good luck to her.
Mother-in-law was a deeply religious woman, but she was my mother-in-law, so I hate everything.
You know, it was each to their own is my motto. What I don't get is when people try to convert you. That's when I have a problem.
Yeah.
Respect my wishes, I respect theirs. But anyway, a whole dodgy topic.
Yes, we shall not discuss that further. Babadi-bab. But it's illegal in Germany. It's illegal in Germany anyway. They banned it. I think in France as well as a criminal organisation.
Oh, wow.
It's not a religion.
How can they prove that, though?
What?
That it's a criminal organisation.
Because it literally takes money off people, and there's lots
right.
of other very dodgy tax evading things and stuff like that. They
I know
literally
about the thing. So.
They get very nasty if you stand up against them as well. If you try and cross them, they get very, very nasty.
I plead total ignorance because I am. Because I don't investigate anything like that.
No. So, yes. Anyway, moving
in the
on.
modern world that sort of thing wouldn't gain momentum, but it does still, doesn't it?
There are, unfortunately enough, sort of either stupid or easily conned people around, sadly.
But I think it's a fundamental part of human nature, isn't it? Where we all like to think that there's something else after we've had our time. You know, it's that human thing of, you know, what happens when you pop your clogs. I suppose that's where
Scientology isn't. Yeah, it's not that kind of religion. It's more. It's to do with aliens and
Oh, David Icke.
Yeah, it's made up nonsense. Literally, he made it up, and probably laughed all the way to the bank, and then other
Yeah.
people.
I don't know
Yeah.
whether people not from the UK know what we mean by David Icke syndrome.
Oh yeah, they know.
Yeah.
They know about David Icke. The movie Battlefield Earth. That's yeah.
Oh, the Travolta film, because he's
Yeah, that's L. Ron Hubbard. That's the same
yeah,
basic.
Travolta is and Madonna is as well, aren't they? Scientologists, people.
Science. Yeah.
Many other ists birds there that I would know. The famous make it real.
Yes.
That is the worst case of gorilla arse I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's pretty. And then when you glue him into the actual cupola, he just stops. It's not like he disappears into the depths. He just stops because again the flat surface.
Absolutely. Tom Cruise is 60. I didn't realise he was that old. Bloody hell. Done well. He's aged well, put it that way. Put it on straight, Carl.
Dad Kramer says, "Yeah, I know Ike and his lizards."
Yeah. Yeah, he never forget that when he went on Wogan's show, because up until then he used to be part of the grandstand TV crew, wasn't he? And
Yeah, he was a newsreader and sports announcer.
And suddenly he appeared on this chat show one night, and everyone's like, "Bloody hell's he been drinking?"
The sad thing with David Icke is he's not. There are people that do all that just to make money.
Yes.
And they're just con men. But then I think he's actually nutty enough that he actually believes what he's going on about.
He sincerely,
that's the sad thing about David Icke. He believes it.
You know, he's set in it. And for the last 30 years, he's pretty much gone that way, isn't he?
Yeah. But you have to ask the question, who's the greater fool? The fool or the fool who follows him? Pilch.
Giving it a bit of that, isn't he?
I've gone for the commander hat with the like.
Oh right, yeah, the sort of Kriegy-ish hat bloke.
Yeah, the sort of sergeant's cap.
Yeah, I've kind of gone through. He's got something stuck in his head because.
Oops, excuse me. Burpularity. I'm gonna let him dry for a minute. Let that lid, cupola lid.
We're gonna have a bit of gunnage because I'm known to like a bit of gunnage, didn't I?
You like a little bit of gunnage, don't you?
I do. I do like a gun and a turret. You might have noticed, mate.
You like a nice turret.
I am a turret.
Well, I'm off to do other stuff, says EC Idaho. Thank you for coming in, buddy.
No worries, EC. We'll stay on until 4:30. Another 15 minutes or so, and then call it. I've even drilled the gun out. You're so proud of me, aren't you? Like, boom, boom, boom.
Oh, good girl, good girl. Good girl.
Well, you've taught me well, mate.
I have learned you with your brain. I've put information into your folds, your brain folds.
Scary, isn't it?
I know. What, your brain or learning?
So he's looking suitably angry. I'm going to point my gun in the air and go boom, a boom, a boom, boom. Because I've got this
boom, boom, boom. My guy's pointing and said, "Here, go over there. Shoot them over there. That's all right.
Who did?
Shoot them beakies in their metal boxes."
Who was it? It was him. Who? Him over there.
Him on the stair, right there. Wait, no. Who mentioned clogs? I didn't mention clogs.
Proper got the arse in it.
He's definitely got the arse.
I know. Why do they make such big gorilla bums on them?
I don't know. I mean, I'm glad they've moved away from that now, but
Yeah, it
does seem a little
seems a bit
rubbish.
Yeah.
mean, come on. Since when is a mushroom going to have a gorilla butt? Makes no sense at all for a mushroom to have a gorilla butt. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Right, well, I'm not going to glue him on.
I've glued him on.
Mind you, yeah.
I've glued him on because I'm an idiot.
Mind you, it would make it easier to grip the paint in.
Well, he'd be on the head, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that on there, isn't it?
Yeah. I've done mine.
Yeah, the actual stick up behind him, I reckon.
That's what I've done. It's got a little... You have to trim the hinge a little bit with the nub, but it fits. Although, bizarrely, the little turny handle thing goes on the inside, which makes sense, but at first I was thinking it should be on the other way side. But
Mind you saying that, it's going to make painting these trousers a bit awkward, isn't it?
no, it'll be fine. You get a brush in there. That'll be no problem.
Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, yeah.
No problem. That'll be fine, that.
Got to look about
Trust
it,
me.
isn't he?
I've paid enough commanders in tank hatches. It's not that bad.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
This is what you've got to look forward to on the Lehman Russ as well.
Yeah, see, I've not painted commanders in tank hatches yet.
Yeah, you will. It's the same on the Lehman Russ, but he's smaller with more medals and epaulets.
Yeah, well, I've got that to look forward to.
Yes, we noticed your comment, Hugh. We're just not taking the comment, the chat in that direction. It's not something really I want to discuss on the live stream. That's going a bit too far with the current events discussions, I think.
Yeah.
It's not a place for us to discuss that kind of matter.
Have we had a good session tonight, Hugh? Escher? Obviously, some of the subjects, mate.
Yeah, some things we're not going to discuss on the live stream. On a model making live stream. I'm going to take the tape off.
Absolutely.
Nobody was ignoring comments. It's just some things we're not going to discuss.
No, it's a little bit raw, Hugh, if you don't mind, mate. It's one of them, innit?
Me. See if this explodes.
Absolutely, mate.
See if I can get the tape off. Oh, nearly stabbed it, but not quite. Not quite. This is going to be really noisy for anyone listening on headphones. Sorry. I'll put it on the t-shirt. It might be quieter. This is actually quite hard getting this tape off. There's no... It's all jammed down to the surface. I've got nowhere to put the knife. Eh. Nothing's exploded yet. I can confirm this.
Oh dear.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
Is it working, is it?
Well, I don't know. There's been no ping, but I've not got all the tape off yet, so... Huge success. I'm making a note here.
Oh dear.
Huge success. There we go. Done. You could make this into some kind of weird mechanical ball.
You could make it into a nice hat.
Yeah. It'd be a nice hat, that. It would be a nice hat. Or yeah, you could make it all pink and frilly and make it like a... Tell you what, if you built that, but you didn't glue the floor and then you took the floor out, you could make it a nice toilet roll holder, cosy thing. Remember like the old dancing ladies, but...
Yeah. Couple of bits of tubularity that I'll set on.
Right, I need to glue those things on the back, don't I? Do I want to glue them? Do they actually glue on those flaps, or are they loose?
Oh,
they're
no,
loose.
they
You have to
glue
them
on,
on.
mate. Yeah.
Glue on. As in, mu on, glue on, particles.
Yeah,
Particles! That's a shame. Oh, sorry, microphone, loud, bang, clunk, sorry.
Absolutely.
If I glue those on, I'm not really going to be painting the details underneath them, am I?
Well,
They're just going to get... They're just going to get a generic machinery colour and then a wash of some sort, and that's going to be kind of it, isn't it? Like lots of metallics and grungy colours and inner workings.
Jeff is in, Candygram for Mongo, saying hi. Hello, Jeff, how you doing?
Hello, Uncle Jeff.
Hope you're doing all right, fella. Hope you're keeping well.
Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean. Our little square friend here is terribly confused.
Absolutely.
That's the worst jelly mould I've ever seen, Fox. Yeah, it's not the best jelly mould, is it? Jelly mould! I've not had jelly for a long time.
Yeah, get your jelly moulds here.
Jelly mould! There's a few gaps here and there, but it doesn't, I suppose, really matter because it's all supposed to be like shankly anyway.
Well, this is it. It's like something out of scrap heap, isn't it?
Yeah. There's some bits I can cover up with extra bits of plastic card here and there. I think I will be adding some panels to it. Just like little plates that have got bent and... I don't know. Maybe have like a string of something like a chain with plates hanging off it just loosely. I don't know, like a necklace. That'd be kind of silly, but makes sense in it.
Yeah, but it's all, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Everything all is silly.
I think just a few plates added on in plastic card with rivets, just to make it less flat. So it's got some, because it looks nice.
Yeah, but
there's nothing
two-dimensional, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing sticking out, or I mean, there's these things here which are a bit rubbish. There's nothing actually. They're all flush. There's nothing sticking out, or I don't know how I'm going to do it that doesn't just look like another plate glued on top, but because really, I suppose you'd have to remove a plate and put one in its place, but that wouldn't really work. Don't know. We'll have to have some thinks about that. Right, where's me? I've got some nubs to take off and some scratches to put back in.
Everyone's saying hello to Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Our very own Carl Sagan.
Absolutely.
If you wish to make that wasn't even Carl Sagan to start with. Jesus, I don't know what that voice was. Hi, I'm Abe. It was made of Madocan bones. Don't even know what that voice was. I don't know.
Sounds familiar, but I can't think what. I do wonder.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a little bit like Abe from Oddworld, but... Hi, I'm Abe. No, that's not quite right. I used to do a good impression of Abe. It's a long time ago. Can't quite get me sandy pops in there. You're going off. Wait, what?
Fox is doing scratchy. What are you making?
I'm scratched. I'm sanding.
I thought you was.
Thought
you was scratch building.
I like the fact there's little bullet holes everywhere.
Brilliant,
all over it. Although the bullet holes seem to always be around the little ports where the grots are.
Yeah.
So obviously everybody's shooting at the grots, which makes perfect sense. It's probably the orcs shooting at their own grots. Yeah, it needs some panels sticking out, but I don't know how to do that without it looking like a panel on top of an existing panel, which would be kind of weird.
Yeah, it just...
Not quite sure how I'm going to do that.
Yeah, it just needs to be a bit more three-dimensional, doesn't it, in a few places?
Yeah, but so unless you deliberately planned and removed some panels to start with at the start, and then replaced it with thin plastic card. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Because it looked weird having a panel on top of a panel. A bit.
Yeah, well, why don't you damage the panel underneath with like a rocket hole, and the panel's been loosely put over it as a plate, you know?
That would work.
So, say for instance, it's taken a big old mortar round in the side, and there's a big hole. They
Yeah.
just put a really badly fitting a patch over it, in the hope that it'll protect the hole, but it's ork. And it's,
That might work.
yeah, they tried to put a round peg in a square hole almost.
You're a square hole.
I know I am. But you've got to admit, it's a bloody good idea.
But you want to be a round peg. You wish you were a round peg,
Absolutely.
but you're a square hole.
Never met Peg, but she sounds all right.
Let's get that down. I'm enjoying this.
What, Stompa?
Yeah. It was a little bit challenging getting the bits to fit together, but that's just me being cack-handed. I'm only ever defeated by the simplest of things. If it was a super complex kit, I'd be more than easy to build, but give me the simplest thing as possible and I'll mess it up. I struggle with simple things. Difficult builds I can cope with, but simple things, a model with 4 parts, I'm going to have a nightmare with it. A dragon or Tacom tank kit is going to be fine.
Absolutely.
I'm weird like that. I don't quite do it the right way around. Give me a 2-piece jigsaw, I'm screwed. I'll never finish it. It makes no sense. Where's the corner? I don't understand.
That screw goo go off for that. I don't know why I'm bothering to fill that seam under there, because you're never going to see it.
Which one? Underneath the foot area?
Underneath his head.
Oh, right. I've not even built the head yet. I've built the bloke in the... I've somehow wandered back into the torso again.
Yeah, kind of. Well, yeah, there's a big arse seam there that's just had a bit of Brugo put in it. I'll let that cure and come back at it. Surely that don't just sit on there like...
What, the head?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I think you're supposed to glue it in place. Or magnetate it, I
That's
suppose
gonna
you
get
could do.
magnetated.
Although, I don't know. Have you glued that bit on top? Yeah. No, you haven't yet, have you? Have you? No. No,
Oh,
I mean, if you
that?
glued this... Yeah.
Yeah, but I can still access it from the front.
Ah, yeah,
Yeah, I've not put the front on yet because it's got to be modified. Like.
Yep, mine's getting glued.
Yeah, I just want to see how that head sits because that looks a bit... Yeah, it's going to have a magnet put in.
Yeah, because it's just... You're supposed to glue it in, aren't you, really?
Yeah, it's just a bit...
Free floating. I haven't built my head yet. You're way ahead of me now. I'm doing slow movements. I need to find where's my
it's just... I thought, well, we were slapping the geezer on it. I thought you'd built your head.
No, not yet. I built the dude, but then I took my
Oh,
tape off
right,
and I'm
yeah.
cleaning up my nubs and things now.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd get on and do his can of stuff, but yeah.
You go at whatever speed you want, mate. It's your build.
Yeah, it's one of them, innit? I'm just looking at it thinking, yeah, that needs a magnet. Because it's,
I hate to tell you, but it's already got a crow's nest.
yeah, it's going to be a bit pointless sat there, isn't it? It's like a tit in a trance.
What, I've not seen it in place. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's a bit better once you've got the jaw on it, but it's like...
I can't see it.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry.
Oh, it looks mint, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's like... Just like a bit lame, innit? It needs a magnet.
Yeah.
Looks like a Weeble, do you remember them?
I was going to say, it's like a weeble, isn't it?
Yeah, Weebles
wobble,
and
but they don't fall
yeah.
down. Yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's like,
I used to have a weeble house.
oh, you didn't, did you?
I did. I had a weeble house when I was a kid. A load of weebles and a weeble house.
Yeah.
And I've just got a memory of one weeble which had a green top and like orange hair
Yeah.
and little rosy cheeks. We both wobble, but they don't fall down. Apart from when they fall down. Look at that. Big shouty jaw.
Oh no.
Right, what was I doing? I was
proper rusted up and have shizzle on there.
I can't help seeing this, right? You know this bit that's all the cut steel here on this the lip of this top piece?
Yeah.
I can't not see it as like a collar on a sheepskin collar on a leather flight jacket.
Oh right, yeah.
My brain's saying it's like a sheepskin, it's like a flight jacket's fluffy white sheepskin collar. I can't. I'm not seeing metal. I'm seeing fluffy collar on a flight jacket. I'm an idiot. Let's have a look. Chat doing all's well here. Can't wait to see how these stompers turn out, says Jeff.
Yeah.
Edward Lennon says Soulstorm is the new Abe game. Yeah, that came out last year. Was it last month? Last year?
No,
Hi, I'm Abe. Oops.
Jaw up and get them on there.
Yeah, there's no need to get personal, Hugh, in the comments.
What's going on? Come on, let's try and be friendly, folks.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
You discussed topics that we weren't talking about, so I didn't want to go in that particular direction. There's no need to make it personal.
Try and be friendly, folks. Come on, we're only doing the modelling stream at the end of the day.
Yep. There's always things we're not going to talk about. Nobody's ignoring anything.
Let's just share the love and peace out.
Yep.
Too much hate going on.
Yep.
Now, do I glue that on now, or do I leave it off?
What's that?
That big ass jaw. Do I leave it off to weather it? And
how easy is it to glue on when it's painted without making a mess of the paint?
Quite easy. Obviously, I'm not going to move it at the moment because I've just got them spikes glued to this front part, but it lifts off, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
I'm not sure how does it attach? Is it just a
I've
peg and a hole? Or?
I've got my fingers on the bit that attach because I don't want to move these two posts.
No, I mean, is it like a peg and a hole or just a loose
it's
surface?
It's a rectangle.
Rectangle, you say?
Rectangle with a rectangle tip poking up. I can't take it off to show you, mate, because I'm going to move.
No, I know. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I was asking you to describe it.
On the instructions.
Oh, I don't want to look at them. I've got things on top of them. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I can't show you what's behind there because it means taking it off again.
If it's easy to glue on, then you just leave it off. If it's easier to, if you think you can glue it back on without making a mess of the paint.
Oh yeah.
Like if you can if you can put it on and touch it extra thin with it like that, you'd be fine.
Yeah, I just didn't want to faff around with it at this stage. Because I want to sand.
Wow, they'll still make. Go on, sorry.
Because I want to sand the inside as well, because there's a bug-ass seam that goes up the back. And
Yeah, leave it off. Leave it off.
Want them two posts to stick. Yeah, go on.
Your two posts. Jeff says, wow, they're still making Oddworld games. They certainly are. They've only made a handful.
Oddworld games.
Yeah, Ibe's Odyssey was the first one. Then there was another one that I can't remember. Then there was the Mysterious Stranger game that I can't remember anything about. There's not been many of them. It's basically a publisher that made about 3 games in the last 20 years. And somehow still exists. Somehow. I think I'm going to glue those flaps on.
Yeah.
Because I can get a generic rust colour under there and do some bits and bobs with it, I think.
Absolutely.
It might not look beautifully painted, but I think I can just about get away with it. I think.
You think? Right.
I think. Well, I try not to. That's a lie, isn't it? I think. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, you sussed me out, Copper. I've got me banged to rights.
I've got a rubber band.
Ooh. Steady now. Family friendly. Well, not family
Band's
friendly.
best friend is always a lackey band.
I actually don't have any. I've got a load downstairs, but they've been on a little thing. They've been on this little rack.
Oh man, if that wasn't made to measure, what was? Have you a bit of him? That'll do the job.
Yeah, we've got loads of
Absolutely,
lucky
mate.
bands, but they've been on a little thing for so long that if I took them off now, they'd probably just shatter.
Absolutely made to measure, that one. Perfect.
Ooh, look at that. That wasn't good.
Yeah, it was.
I do
wasn't it?
need to-
I'm quite pleased with it.
I do need to actually get myself some elastic bands, I think.
Yeah, my missus has got a big elastic band ball thing that she made or started doing when she was at school. And yeah, it's about 45.
Well, she's still got it. Wow.
Yeah, she's still got it. It's a bit. Yeah, the outer ones are a bit fragile, but the ones inside. Every
Wow, that's
now and
quite
then
impressive.
I go and steal a few. Every now and then when she's not looking.
Dude, she knows.
I know, but
You
it's
know
all
she
part-
knows.
All part of the game, innit?
You can't do anything without her knowing about it. She knows what you do in your dreams, never mind what you do in real life, so just don't even try.
Oh, mate, yeah. I know, nothing gets past her, mate.
Right, I've glued those flaps on.
Oh, good man.
I can see under there, so when I do I'll do initial rust coats and stuff under there, and then I can probably just get a bit of a dry brush of a
Yeah.
highlight colour in there. You can't really see under there anyway. I'll just
Happy
make it look
days.
like dirty, grubby gubbins. I can't believe I just said dirty, grubby gubbins.
I am impressed. Can't beat a bit of gubbins, mate.
Gubbins are good. Do my tired old eyes deceive me, or does Colin's build look further along than Fox's? Surely not, says Paul Lewis.
That would be
Shut
an
up.
ecumenical matter.
Not even listening now. Not even listening.
I'm making up for the Lehman Russ. That's what it is.
Yep, nonsense. Such nonsense.
I mean, I don't think either of us intended these builds to be this far forward.
No, no. I've done more than I thought I would. I don't know if I might leave it there now. Actually, I don't know for now for tonight.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Actually, I've got that.
What, 4:30 in it, so
Yeah, good time to
burpage.
to
Go
pause
to bed.
for the night. There you go. So yeah, we have got practically a bloody stomper.
It's not a complicated build. I've got the skirting done,
Yeah,
and I've got and foot
yeah,
with tank track treads, and I've got and dude, but I've not built the head yet.
yeah.
I think left we've got the arms, the weapons, and the exhaust stacks. Haven't we, to do?
Absolutely.
Not small.
So yeah. It's a
Why
good-
does yours look 4 times bigger than mine? Yours looks about 3.5 foot tall.
What? My
I don't know what
stomper?
yours looks bigger than mine.
It's the angle of the camera, isn't it?
I know, it's weird, isn't it? It's just yours looks massive compared to mine.
Same
I'm not even
size.
sure which is that the front? That's the front.
Yeah, same size.
Yeah, the foot goes under there, doesn't it? So.
Somewhere, yeah.
There is actually an animated GIF. I'll try and find it for you. An animated GIF of a stomper walking and shooting, and it just goes.
It's just a really weird contraption, isn't it? Like I say, I want to figure out the opening at the front and get that sorted.
Yeah.
We got a flappage there going on.
Have a think on it. What you're going to put inside it?
Yeah, so there may be something getting built that will go inside it. So Yeah.
For some reason, my brain just said, get a little tiny Micro Machines Sylvanian family whatever tree thing with all the little people in it inside.
I always have some grot tanks when we build the grot tanks coming out of it.
Actually, you know what? You could actually keep them in mind when you do that interior. Make it a grot tank, because you could fit 4 grot tanks in there.
Yeah,
I reckon.
exactly.
Well, maybe not 4, 2 maybe.
Yeah, probably work better, wouldn't it? The little grot tanks.
Or, ooh. Here's an idea. Right. This is going to require a drawing.
Oh, God, here we go. Tony
But
Hart's
just-
shitting himself.
Yeah, this requires... If it requires a drawing, it means I've had a brilliant idea that I'd be far too lazy to implement myself, so it's going to be complicated. Which would be jellyfish. Which would be, imagine, if you will, Cairo, 1913. Ah! So you've got your opening there, right?
Yeah.
Like that. Forget this. Don't even know what that was. That was the Millennium Falcon
that's
radar
the
dish.
Millennium Falcon radar dish, mate.
It is. It's bizarre we can both tell that. How about you had, like for example, imagine you have like a grot tank coming out,
Yeah.
but in the air. So like it's kind of gone pa-ching like that, like it's been launched out. So you'd have to have some sort of assembly whereby you have your grot tank there like that,
Yeah.
but you have like a little sort of clear acrylic thing for it to sit on.
Yeah.
There's no way to do it invisibly. You can't do it invisibly, but it's like you'd have to have a little, and then maybe have a little puff of smoke. I don't know, make some smoke so it looks like it's just kind of jump. I don't know why it would be jumping and not just driving out, but
Perfect idea.
or maybe it's
Drill
like there's a
hole
swing
in it.
arm. And,
Yeah, drill a hole up its arse, have an acrylic rod, but build the smoke around the acrylic rod coming out of the grot tank, out of the stomper. So the grot tank's on the end of a rod, isn't it, coming out?
yeah, you can bend the acrylic rod,
Yeah, exactly. Just
and
build-
maybe have like it's there's another radar dish. Maybe have like God, find a blank page. Come on. Maybe have like you've got like a grabby arm like that. And the tank there, like it's been thrown out that way. It's been
Yeah.
get out.
Just been
He just
slung out.
hoofed it out. The tank's kind of going out like that. Stupid idea. It'd never work.
Yeah, but I've got this feeling that the grot tanks might work better.
I think the grot tanks will work better because they look silly compared. I think if you put one of the orc vehicles in, they look nice and streamlined and efficient. But I think the grot tank fits more with that aesthetic.
And it's
Because they're
another,
little-
it's another good reason to get the grot tanks built.
Yeah. Or at least to take them into account
Yeah.
for future endeavours.
Yeah, because
Well,
this is-
it's also more funny that this spews out two little grot tanks than it
Yeah.
spews out a car.
exactly.
Because I like to think of it maybe as like there's this one guy who commands it, and then there's like a whole mess of grots that he has to suffer every day.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
have a look
why
at-
not? Sounds like a plan to me.
Hugh Gordon says to want to trigger you. He says like Mars bars, keep making them small, just smaller.
Oh, bless. I
Yeah, he's trying to set you off with your shrinkflation.
Oh, mate. Yeah.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah, it's brewing, Hugh, mate. It is brewing, mate.
What is that? Would that be a shrinkflation rant then?
Yeah, it just gets on your tits, doesn't it?
Does it? What does?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. Yeah.
I'm doing nothing.
But, yeah, I mean, it's just everything, isn't it? I mean, look there, here's one. Right?
Cheers, Hugh. You've done it. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have this before you go, folks. Right now, custard creams. This was what
Ew, boring.
this is what H had a wibble about the other day.
Oh yeah. Go on.
Now, custard creams used to come packed like that, didn't they? Yeah.
I've never bought custard cream, so I can't
And you
confirm.
would
But
have
yes.
in a long line packet of biscuits, right?
Yeah.
She went and bought some the other day, and they was in the packet like that.
The same brand or a different brand? Because
Same
maybe
brand.
different brands.
But in a row,
Oh, yeah.
like this.
Oh.
Same
No.
length, but
No.
obviously you only had about half a dozen biscuits in there rather
Oh, dear.
than what you would have had if they had gone that way. And I must admit, it was a good wibble, I'll give her that, but it has preyed on my mind a little bit, and it's, yeah. I mean, H, she wants to email them and have a go. I'm like, they're not going to listen.
She's worse than you.
Yeah, she's probably got the hump about it.
I can't imagine where she gets that from.
Probably me, mate, but it just pees you off, doesn't
That
it?
was my point. I was being sarcastic.
I know, you're bad. I am
Yeah,
bad, it just annoys me. I think it's...
There you go.
You get tired of getting ripped off, don't you?
There.
It's like
And then you get-
sandwiches.
Here we go.
Right.
I hope none of you hoping to go home yet because we've got another half hour of this yet.
Sandwiches, right? Now, we've all done it. You go in the shop, I'm hungry. I'll get myself one of them sarnies on the shelf over there. Go over, you get this triangular box of pish. When you open it, because you look through the window, don't you? And you think, whoa, look at that. It's like that. All the gubbins in there. And whoa, that's a good old sarnie. And then you go and lift up the bread. And it's basically a width, like your thumb, at the front of the sandwich that's got all the stuff in it. The rest of it's got sod all in there. And it's like, to me, that's false advertising. That's out of order.
Colin. Cole.
It's taking the mick, mate.
Cole.
What?
Cornish pasties.
Oh, yeah. It's another thing. It's a bag of air and it's like crisp. You look at the packet on the shelf. It's all, oh, that's a full old bag. You open it, you get a puff of air. You look in the corner, there's about 7 in one corner. It's like, why? Bear this in mind, folks. Next time you're shopping, how much you're getting ripped off by these places. Toblerone. Look how much space is between the mountains now.
I'm just going to go to sleep for a bit. I'll come back when he's... let me know when he's still going.
I'm done for now because I can feel a big wibble developing. I can feel it.
You say that, but you're not done, are you? You know, you're going to come out for another half hour now.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be like it when I'm cooking me dinner. I'm going to be... And another thing. Pies. There's one.
Look at these sausages.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the ends of that sausage. What's wrong with it? A bit close together, mate, isn't it? But... pies, you get steak and kidney pie or whatever pie is your choice. You cook it, you cut into it, it goes off, and you look, and it's like someone's got a knife with the meat on and gone on the bottom of it. It's like, what the hell's that all about? That ain't a pie. That's a pastry bag full of air. Oh, man, I'm getting wound up.
He can't even stop himself. I love it so much. We just set him off. If you're ever doing a live stream with Colin, you want to have a half-hour break. Just get him started, and he'll go off for half an hour.
Is it just me that notices this, though?
Yeah. Well, no, you don't. It's not just you that notices it, but it's you that gets stressed out by it and shouts a lot.
It just drives you nuts, doesn't it?
It's only because you're not quite old enough to be shouting at the clouds yet. So,
mate, you should see me when Sky News is on and that Wasser chops. Hey, bloody Burley. He's having a moan at someone for having a party, and it's like this time last year, she got 6 months suspension because she had a COVID party. Practice what you preach, darling. I throw the cushion at the TV, and the wife escorts me out the living room.
Your wife's like, go in there. Oh no, that's the kitchen. Don't go in there.
I do get a bit flustered, mate. I get a bit of an hot flush now, see, because I'm having a...
I can't imagine that at all.
Mate.
You getting flustered?
Yeah.
There's no way at all I knew that and would deliberately triggered you. Why would I even do such a thing?
I'll leave you with that thought, folks. Shrinkflation. Just think about how much money you're getting taken for.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Right, on that note, folks, we'll love and leave you. Massive, massive thanks to all of you that have kept us to company.
Yep.
Have a great rest of the weekend. I'll see you Sunday at 12:30 with Dave for some at the bench. And then we'll see you channel again Sunday on the Guru's channel for a bit more Lehman Russ.
Yeah, for Warhammer Sunday.
So there you go, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Stay safe, stay well, and we'll see you Sunday, Pete.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Adios, amigos.
Bloody Toblerone.